Roman I Friedrich Ludwig Prince of Hohenlohe-Ingelfingen, 17,461,818, Prussian general, was the eldest son of Prince Johann Friedrich Roman 500 of Hohenlohe-Ingelfingen, and began his military career as a boy serving against the Prussians in the last years of the 7 Years' War, entering the Prussian army after the peace 1768. He was on account of his rank at once made major, and in 1775 he became lieutenant colonel. In 1778 he took part in the War of the Bavarian Succession, and about the same time was made a colonel. Shortly before the death of Frederick the Great, he was promoted to the rank of major general and appointed chief of a regiment. For some years, the prince did garrison duty at Breslau, until in 1791 he was made governor of Berlin. In 1794, he commanded a corps in the Prussian army on the Rhine, and distinguished himself greatly in many engagements, particularly in the Battle of Kaiserslautern on the 20th of September. He was at this time the most popular soldier in the Prussian army. Blücher wrote of him that he was a leader of whom the Prussian army might well be proud. He succeeded his father in the principality, and acquired additional lands by his marriage with a daughter of Count von Hoym. In 1806, Hohenlohe, now a general of infantry, was appointed to command the left-wing army of the Prussian forces, opposing Napoleon, having under him Prince Louis Ferdinand of Prussia, but feeling that his career had been that of a prince, and not that of a scientific soldier, he allowed his quartermaster general Massenbach to influence him. Unduly disputes soon broke out between Hohenlohe and the commander-in-chief, the Duke of Brunswick. The armies marched hither and thither without effective results, and finally Hohenlohe's army was almost destroyed by Napoleon at Jena. See Napoleonic campaigns. The prince displayed his usual personal bravery in the battle, and managed to rally a portion of his corps near Erfurt, whence he retired into Prussia, but the pursuers followed him up closely, and still acting under Massenbach's advice, he surrendered the remnant of his army at Prenzlau on the 28th of October, a fortnight after Jena, and 3 weeks after the beginning of hostilities. Hohenlohe's former popularity and influence in the army had now the worst possible effect, for the commandants of garrisons everywhere lost heart, and followed his example. After 2 years spent as a prisoner of war in France, Hohenlohe retired to his estates, living in self-imposed obscurity until his death on the 15th of February 1818. He had in August 1806, just before the outbreak of the French War, resigned the principality to his eldest son, not being willing to become a mediatized ruler under Württemberg's suzerainty. Roman II Ludwig Aloysius Prince of Hohenlohe-Waldenburg-Bartenstein, 17,651,829, Marshal and Peer of France, was born on the 18th of August 1765. In 1784, he entered the service of the Palatinate, which he quitted in 1792, in order to take the command of a regiment raised by his father for the service of the emigrant princes of France. He greatly distinguished himself under Condé in the campaigns of 17,921,793, especially at the storming of the lines of Weissenberg. Subsequently, he entered the service of Holland, and when almost surrounded by the army of General Pichegru, conducted a masterly retreat from the island of Baumel. From 1794 to 1799, he served as 573 colonel in the Austrian campaigns. In 1799, he was named major general by the Archduke Charles, and after obtaining the rank of lieutenant general, he was appointed by the emperor governor of the 2 Galicias. Napoleon offered to restore to him his principality on condition that he adhered to the Confederation of the Rhine, but as he refused, it was united to Württemberg. After Napoleon's fall in 1814, he entered the French service, and in 1815, he held the command of a regiment raised by himself, with which he took part in the Spanish campaign of 1823. In 1827, he was created Marshal and Peer of France. He died at Luneville on the 30th of May, 1829. Roman III Alexander Leopold Franz Emmerich Prince of Hohenlohe-Waldenburg Schillingsfürst, 17,940,1840, priest, and reputed miraclerker, was born at Kupferzell near Waldenburg on the 17th of August, 1794, by his mother, the daughter of an Hungarian nobleman. He was from infancy destined for the church, and she entrusted his early education to the ex-Jesuit Riel. In 1804, he entered the Theresianum at Vienna. In 1808, the Academy at Bern. In 1810, the Archiepiscopal Seminary at Vienna, and afterwards, he studied at Tienau and Ellwangen. He was ordained priest in 1815, and in the following year he went to Rome, where he entered the Society of the Fathers of the Sacred Heart. Subsequently at Munich and Bamberg, he was blamed for Jesuit and obscurantist tendencies, but obtained considerable reputation as a preacher. His first cochlear miraculous cure was effected in conjunction with a peasant Martin Mitchell on a princess of Schwarzenberg, who had been for some years paralytic immediately. He acquired such fame as a performer of miraculous cures that multitudes from various countries flocked to partake of the beneficial influence of his supposed supernatural gifts. Ultimately, on account of the interference of the authorities with his operations, he went in 1821 to Vienna, and then to Hungary, where he became canon at Grosswardein. And in 1844, titular Bishop of Sardica, he died at Vosslau near Vienna on the 17th of November 1849. He was the author of a number of ascetic and controversial writings, which were collected and published in one edition by S. Brunner in 1851. Roman Forecraft, Prince of Hohenlohe, in Gelfingen, 18,271,892. Soldier and military writer, son of Prince Adolf of Hohenlohe, in Gelfingen, 17,971,873. Was born at Cochentin in Upper Silesia. He was a nephew of the Prince Hohenlohe, noticed above, who commanded the Prussians at Jena, educated with great rigor owing to the impoverishment of the family estates during the Napoleonic Wars. He was sent into the Prussian army and commissioned to the artillery at the least expensive arm of the service. He joined the Prussian Guard artillery in 1845, and it was soon discovered that he had unusual aptitudes as an artillery officer. For a time, his brother officers resented the presence of a prince, until it was found that he made no attempt to use his social position to secure advancement. After serving as a military attaché in Vienna and on the Transylvanian frontier during the Crimean War, he was made a captain on the general staff, and in 1856 personal aide-de-camp to the king, remaining however in close touch with the artillery in 1864, having become in the meanwhile successively major and lieutenant-colonel. He resigned the staff appointments to become commander of the New Guard Field Artillery Regiment, and in the following year he became colonel. In 1866, he saw his first real active service in the bold advance of the Guard Corps on the Austrian right wing at Königgrätz. 7 Weeks' War. He led the Guard Reserve artillery with the greatest dash and success, and after the short war ended, he turned his energies, now fortified by experience, to the better tactical training of the Prussian artillery. In 1868, he was made a major general and assigned to command the Guard Artillery Brigade. In this capacity, he gained great distinction during the Franco-German War, and, especially at Gravelotte and Sedan, he was in control of the artillery attack on the fortifications of Paris. In 1873, he was placed in command of an infantry division, and 3 years later was promoted lieutenant general. He retired in 1879, was made general of infantry in 1883, and general of artillery in 1889. His military writings were numerous, and, amongst them, several have become classics. These are Brief über Artillerie, Eng Transletters on Artillery 1887, Brief über Strategie 1877, Eng Transletters on Strategy 1898, and Gespräch über Reiter 1887, Eng Trans Conversations on Cavalry, the Brief über Infanterie, and Brief über Kavallerie, translated into English Letters on Infantry, Letters on Cavalry 1889, are of less importance though interesting as a reflection of prevailing German ideas. His memoirs Aus meinem Leben were prepared in retirement near Dresden, and the first volume, 1897, created such a sensation that 8 years were allowed to elapse before the publication was continued. Prince Kraft died near Dresden on the 16th of January, 1892. Roman 100 F.A. Roman 5 Chlodwig Karl Victor, Prince of Hohenlohe, Schillingsfürst, 18,191,901. Statesman, was born on the 31st of March, 1819, at Schillingsfürst in Bavaria. His father, Prince Franz Joseph, 17,871,841, was a Catholic. His mother, Princess Constance of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, a Protestant, in accordance with the compromise customary at the time. Prince Chlodwig and his brothers were brought up in the religion of their father, while his sisters followed that of their mother. In spite of the difference of creed, the family was very united, and it was to the spirit that rendered this possible that the prince owed his liberal and tolerant point of view, which was to exercise an important influence on his political activity As the younger son of a cadet line of his house, it was necessary for Prince Chlodwig to follow a profession for a while. He thought of obtaining a commission in the British Army through the influence of his aunt Princess Fedora of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, nee Princess of Leiningen, Queen Victoria's half-sister. He decided, however, to enter the Prussian diplomatic service, his application to be excused the preliminary steps, which involved several years' work in subordinate positions in the Prussian civil service, was refused by Frederick William Roman IV, and the prince, with great good sense, decided to sacrifice his pride of rank and to accept the king's conditions as auscultator in the courts at Koblenz. He acquired a taste for jurisprudence, became a referendar in September 1843, and after some months of travel in France, Switzerland, and Italy, went to Potsdam as a civil servant May 13, 1840. These early years were invaluable not only as giving him experience of practical affairs, but as affording him an insight into the strength and weakness of the Prussian system. The immediate result was to confirm his liberalism. The Prussian principle of propagating enlightenment with a stick did not appeal to him. He recognized the confusion and want of clear ideas in the highest circles, the tendency to make agreement with the views of the government, the test of loyalty to the state, and he noted in his journal June 25, 1844, 4 years before the Revolution of 48, a slight cause, and we shall have a rising. The free press, he notes on another occasion, is a necessity. Progress, the condition of the existence of a state, if he was an ardent advocate of German unity and saw in Prussia the instrument for its attainment. He was throughout opposed to the Prussification of Germany, and ultimately it was he who made the unification of Germany possible by insisting at once on the principle of union with the North German states, and at the same time on the preservation of the individuality of the states of the South. On the 12th of November 1834, the Landgrave Victor Amadeus of Hesse-Rotenburg died, leaving to his nephews, the Princes Victor and Chlodwig, Hohenlohe, his allodial estates, the Duchy of Radeber in Silesia, the Principality of Corvey in Westphalia, and the Lordship of Treffert in the Prussian governmental district of Erfurt. On the death of Prince Franz Joseph, on the 14th of January 1840, it was decided that the Principality of Schillingsfürst should pass to the third brother Philip Ernst, as the two elder sons Victor and Chlodwig were provided for already under their uncles, while the one with the Duchy of Radeber, the other with Corvey, and Treffert, the youngest son, Gustav B. February 28, 1823, the future cardinal, was destined for the church on the death of Prince Philip Ernst 574, May 3, 1845. A new arrangement was made. Prince Chlodwig became Prince of Schillingsfürst, while Corvey was assigned to the Duke of Radeber. Treffert was subsequently sold by Prince Chlodwig, who purchased with the price large estates in Posen. This involved a complete change in Prince Chlodwig's career. His new position as a reigning prince and hereditary member of the Bavarian upper house was incompatible with that of a Prussian official. On the 18th of April 1846, he took his seat as a member of the Bavarian Reichsrath, and on the 26th of June, received his formal discharge from the Prussian service. Save for the interlude of 1848, the political life of Prince Hohenlohe was for the next 18 years not eventful. During the revolutionary years, his sympathies were with the liberal idea of a united Germany, and he compromised his chances of favor from the King of Bavaria by accepting the task November 1, 1848 of announcing to the courts of Rome, Florence, and Athens the accession to office of the Archduke John of Austria as regent of Germany. But he was too shrewd an observer to hope much from a national parliament which wasted time in idle babble, or from a democratic victory which had stunned but not destroyed the German military powers. On the 16th of February 1847, he had married the Princess Marie of Sayn-Wittgenstein-Berleburg, the heiress to vast estates in Russia. This led to a prolonged visit to Werki in Lithuania, 18,511,853, in connection with the management of the property, a visit repeated in 1860. In general, this period of Hohenlohe's life was occupied in the management of his estates in the sessions of the Bavarian Reichsrath, and in travels. In 1856, he visited Rome, during which he noted the baneful influence of the Jesuits. In 1859, he was studying the political situation at Berlin, and in the same year he paid a visit to England, the marriage of his brother Constantine, in 1859, to another princess of Sayn-Wittgenstein-Berleburg led also to frequent visits to Vienna. Thus Prince Hohenlohe was brought into close touch with all the most notable people in Europe. At the same time, during this period 18,501,866, he was endeavoring to get into relations with the Bavarian government with a view to taking a more active part in affairs. Towards the German question, his attitude at this time was tentative. He had little hope of a practical realization of a united Germany, and inclined towards the tripartite divisions under Austria, Prussia, and Bavaria, so-called trias. He attended the Fürstentag at Frankfurt in 1863, and in the Schleswig-Holstein question was a supporter of the Prince of Augustenburg. It was at this time that, at the request of Queen Victoria, he began to send her regular reports on the political condition of Germany. Prince Hohenlohe's importance in history, however, begins with the year 1866. In his opinion, the war was a blessing. It had demonstrated the insignificance of the small and middle states, a misfortune for the dynasties with whose feelings a mediatized prince could scarcely be expected to be oversympathetic, but the best possible good fortune for the German nation in the Bavarian Reichsrat. Hohenlohe now began to make his voice heard in favor of a closer union with Prussia. Clearly, if such a union were desirable, he was the man in every way best fitted to prepare the way for it. One of the main obstacles in the way was the temperament of Louis Roman II of Bavaria, whose ideas of kingship were very remote from those of the Hohenzollerns, whose pride revolted from any concession to Prussian superiority. And Woeven, during the crisis of 1866, was more absorbed in operas than in affairs of state. Fortunately, Richard Wagner was a politician as well as a composer. And equally fortunately, Hohenlohe was a man of culture capable of appreciating the master's genius. It was Wagner, apparently, who persuaded the king to place Hohenlohe at the head of his government. Denkredicate Roman 1:211. And on the 31st of December 1866, the prince was duly appointed Minister of the Royal House and of Foreign Affairs and President of the Council of Ministers. As head of the Bavarian government, Hohenlohe's principal task was to discover some basis for an effective union of the South German states with the North German Confederation. And during the 3 critical years of his tenure of office, he was next to Bismarck, the most important statesman in Germany. He carried out the reorganization of the Bavarian army on the Prussian model, brought about the military union of the southern states, and took a leading share in the creation of the customs parliament, Zollparlament, of which, on the 28th of April 1868, he was elected a vice-president. During the agitation that arose in connection with the summoning of the Vatican Council, Hohenlohe took up an attitude of strong opposition to the ultramontane position. In common with his brothers, the Duke of Ratibor, and the Cardinal, he believed that the policy of Pius Roman IX, inspired by the Jesuits, that Devil's Society, as he once called it, off setting the Church in opposition to the modern state, would prove ruinous to both, and that the definition of the dogma of papal infallibility by raising the pronouncements of the syllabus of 1864 into articles of faith would commit the Church to this policy irrevocably. This view he embodied into a circular note to the Catholic powers, April 9, 1869, drawn up by Dollinger, inviting them to exercise the right of sending ambassadors to the council, and to combine to prevent the definition of the dogma. The greater powers, however, were for one reason or another unwilling to intervene, and the only practical outcome of Hohenlohe's action was that in Bavaria, the powerful ultramontane party combined against him with the Bavarian patriots who accused him of bartering away Bavarian independence to Prussia. The combination was too strong for him. A bill which he brought in for curbing the influence of the Church over education was defeated. The elections of 1869 went against him, and in spite of the continued support of the king, he was forced to resign March 7, 1870. Though out of office, his personal influence continued very great both at Munich and Berlin, and had not a little to do with favorable terms of the Treaty of the North German Confederation with Bavaria, which embodied his views, and with its acceptance by the Bavarian Parliament, elected a member of the German Reichstag. He was on the 23rd of March 1871, chosen one of its vice-presidents, and was instrumental in founding the new groups which took the name of the Liberal Imperial Party Liberale Reichspartei, the objects of which were to support the new empire, to secure its internal development on liberal lines, and to oppose clerical aggression, as represented by the Catholic center. Like the Duke of Ratibor, Hohenlohe was from the first a strenuous supporter of Bismarck's antipapal policy. the main lines of which prohibition of the Society of Jesus Roman 100. He himself suggested, though sympathizing with the motives of the Old Catholics, however, he realized that they were doomed to sink into a powerless sect and did not join them, believing that the only hope for a reform of the Church lay in those who desired it remaining in her communion. In 1872, Bismarck proposed to appoint Cardinal Hohenlohe Prussian envoy at the Vatican, but his views were too much in harmony with those of his family, and the Pope refused to receive him in this capacity. In 1873, Bismarck chose Prince Hohenlohe to succeed Count Harry Arnhem as ambassador in Paris, where he remained for 7 years. In 1878. He attended the Congress of Berlin as third German representative, and in 1880, on the death of Bernhard Ernst von Bülow, October 20 Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, he was called to Berlin as temporary head of the Foreign Office and representative of Bismarck during his 575 absence through illness. In 1885, he was chosen to succeed Manteufel as governor of Alsace-Lorraine. In this capacity, he had to carry out the coercive measures introduced by the Chancellor in 18,871,888. Though he largely disapproved of them, his conciliatory disposition, however, did much to reconcile the Alsace-Lorrainers to German rule. He remained at Strasbourg till October 1894, when at the urgent request of the Emperor he consented, in spite of his advanced years, to accept the chancellorship in succession to Caprivi. The events of his chancellorship belong to the general history of Germany. Q. Roman 5. As regards the inner history of this time, the editor of his memoirs has very properly suppressed the greater part of the detailed comments, which the prince left behind him in general during his term of office. The personality of the chancellor was less conspicuous in public affairs than in the ease of either of his predecessors. His appearances in the Prussian and German parliaments were rare, and great independence was left to the secretaries of state. What influenced the tact and experience of Hohenlohe, exercised behind the scenes on the masterful will and impulsive character of the emperor, cannot as yet be generally known. Prince Hohenlohe resigned the chancellorship on the 17th of October 1900 and died at Ragaz on the 6th of July 1901. On the 16th of February 1897, he had celebrated his golden wedding. On the 21st of December of the same year, the princess died. There were 6 children of the marriage: Elizabeth B. 1847, Stephanie B. 1851, Philip Ernst Reining, Prince of Hohenlohe, Schillingsfürst B. 1853, who married Princess Charlie Ypsilanti Albert, 18,571,866, Moritz and Alexander Twins B. 1862. All other authorities for the life of Prince Hohenlohe have been superseded by the Denkwerkdigkeiten 2 vols Stuttgart and Leipzig 1906, with the exception noted above. These are singularly full and outspoken, the latter quality causing no little scandal in Germany, and bringing down on Prince Alexander, who was responsible for their publication, the disfavor of the emperor. They form not only the record of a singularly full and varied life, but are invaluable to the historian for the wealth of material they contain, and for appreciations of men and events by an observer who had the best opportunities for forming a judgment. The prince himself they reveal not only as a capable man of affairs, though falling short of greatness, but as a personality of singular charm, tenacious of his principles, tolerant, broad-minded, and possessed of a large measure of the saving grace of humor. See generally a F. Fischer Geschichte des Hauses Hohenlohe, 18,661,871, K. Weller Hohenlohisches Erkendenbuch, 11,530,1350, Stuttgart, 18,991,901, and Geschichte des Hauses Hohenlohe Stuttgart, 1904. W. A. P. Roman 100 F.A. 1 through her mother nie Princess Stephanie Radziwill Roman 500. Before Prince Wittgenstein's death, 1887, a new law had forbidden foreigners to hold land in Russia. Prince Hohenlohe appears, however, to have sold one of his wife's estates, and to have secured certain privileges from the Russian court for the rest. 2 Speech of December 30, 1870, in the Reichsrath Denkwerkdigkeiten Roman 2. 3. If I wish to leave the Church, because of all the scandalous occurrences in the Catholic Church, I should have had to secede, while studying Church history op. Cit. Roman 2. 4. Dr. Johann Friedrich Q. Roman 5, afterwards one of the old Catholic leaders, was his secretary at the time of the Vatican Council, and supplied historical and theological material to the opposition bishops. 5. He protested against the passport system as likely to lead to a war with France, for which he preferred not to be responsible. Letter to Wilmowski Denqua Roman II, but on the chancellor taking full responsibility, consented to retain office. Hohenstaufen, the name of a village and ruined castle near Lorsch in Swabia, now in the kingdom of Württemberg, which gave its name to a celebrated Swabian family, members of which were emperors or German kings, from 1138 to 1208, and again, from 1214 to 1254. The earliest known ancestor was Frederick Count of Buren Roman 500, whose son Frederick built a castle at Staufen or Hohenstaufen, and called himself by this name. He was a firm supporter of the Emperor Henry Roman IV, who rewarded his fidelity by granting him the dukedom of Swabia in 1079, and giving him his daughter Agnes in marriage in 1081. He remained in Germany as Henry's representative, but only secured possession of Swabia after a struggle lasting 20 years in 1105. Frederick was succeeded by his son Frederick Roman II, called the One-Eyed, who together with his brother Conrad, afterwards, the German King Conrad Roman III, held southwest Germany for their uncle the Emperor Henry Roman V. Frederick inherited the estates of Henry Roman V in 1125, but failed to secure the throne, and took up an attitude of hostility towards the new Emperor Lothair the Saxon, who claimed some of the estates of the late emperor as crown property. A war broke out, and ended in the complete submission of Frederick at Bamberg. He retained, however, his dukedom and estates in 1138. Conrad of Hohenstaufen was elected German king, and was succeeded in 1152 not by his son, but by his nephew Frederick Barbarossa, son of his brother Frederick Roman 500. Conrad's son, Frederick inherited the Duchy of Franconia, which his father had received in 1115, and this was retained by the Hohenstaufen until the death of Duke Conrad Roman II. 1196. In 1152, Frederick received the Duchy of Swabia from his cousin the German king Frederick Roman I, and on his death in 1167, it passed successively to Frederick's three sons Frederick Conrad, and Philip II. Hohenstaufen Emperor was Frederick Barbarossa's son Henry Roman VI, after whose death, a struggle for the throne took place between Henry's brother Philip, Duke of Swabia, and Otto of Brunswick. Afterwards, the Emperor Otto Roman IV regained for the Hohenstaufen by Henry's son Frederick Roman II. In 1214, the German kingdom passed to his son Conrad Roman IV, and when Conrad's son Conradin was beheaded in Italy in 1268, the male line of the Hohenstaufen became extinct. Daughters of Philip of Swabia married Ferdinand Roman III, King of Castile and Leon, and Henry Roman II, Duke of Brabant, and a daughter of Conrad, brother of the Emperor Frederick Roman I, married into the family of Guelph. The castle of Hohenstaufen was destroyed in the 16th century during the Peasants' War, and only a few fragments now remain. C. F. von Römer-Geschichte der Hohenstaufen und ihrer Zeit Leipzig, 1878, B. F. W. Zimmermann Geschichte der Hohenstaufen Stuttgart, 1st ed., 1838, 2nd ed., 1865, F. W. Skurremacher Die letzten Hohenstaufen Göttingen, 1871. Hohenstein Ernstthal, a town of Germany, in the Kingdom of Saxony on the slopes of the Erzgebirge, and on the railway Reichenbach Chemnitz, 12 Roman 1000 NE, of Zwickau Pop, 1905 13903, Hohenstein possesses two fine evangelical churches, a town hall restored in 1876, and several monuments to famous men. The principal industries are the spinning and weaving of cotton, the manufacture of machines, stockings, gloves, and woolen and silk fabrics. Cotton printing and dyeing. Many of the inhabitants are also employed in the neighboring copper and arsenic mines. Not far from Hohenstein, there is a mineral spring, connected with which there are various kinds of baths. Hohenstein is the birthplace of the physicist G. H. von Schubert, and of Roman 100 G. Schroeder 16,990,1782. One of the inventors of the pianoforte. Hohenstein consists of two towns, Hohenstein and Ernstthal, which were united in 1898. Another place of the same name is a town in East Prussia, Pop, 1924-67. This Hohenstein, which was founded by the Teutonic Order in 1359, has a Roman Catholic and an evangelical church, a synagogue, and several educational establishments. Hohenzollern, the name of a castle which stood on the hill of Zollern, about 112 Roman 1000 south of Hechingen, and gave its name to the family, to which the present German emperor belongs a vague tradition, connects the house with the Colonna family of Rome, or the Colalto family of Lombardy, but one more definite unites the Hohenzollerns with the Burkhardingers, who were counts in Rhaetia during the early part of the 10th century, and two of whom became dukes. Of Swabia Tassilo, a member of this family is said to have built a castle at Zollern early in the 9th century, but the first historical mention of the name is in the Chroniken of a certain Berthold Roman 500, who refers to Burkhard and Wesel or Werner of Zollern or Zollerin. These men appear to have been counts of Zollern, and to have met their death in 1061. The family of Wesel died out in 1194, and the existing branches of the Hohenzollerns are descended from Burkhard and his son Frederick, whose eldest son Frederick Roman II was in great favor with the German kings Lothar the Saxon, and Conrad Roman III. Frederick Roman II died about 1145, and his son and successor Frederick Roman III was a constant supporter of the Hohenstaufen. This count married Sophia, daughter and heiress of Conrad Burgrave of Nuremberg, and about 1192, he succeeded his father-in-law as Burgrave, obtaining also some lands in Austria and Franconia. He died about 1200, and his sons Conrad and Frederick ruled their lands in common until 1227, when an important division took place. Conrad became Burgrave of Nuremberg, and receiving the lands which had come into the family through his mother, founded the Franconian branch of the family, which became the more important of the two, while Frederick, receiving the county of Zollern and the older possessions of the family, was the ancestor of the Swabian branch. Early in the 12th century, Burkhard, a younger son of Frederick Roman I, secured the county of Hohenberg, and this district remained in the possession of the Hohenzollerns until the death of Count Sigismund in 1486. Its rulers, however, with the exception of Count Albert Roman II Roman 500, played an unimportant part in German history. Albert, who was a Minnesinger, was loyal to the declining fortunes of the Hohenstaufen and afterwards supported his brother-in-law Rudolf of Habsburg in his efforts to obtain the German throne. He shared in the campaigns of Rudolf and fell in battle in 1298, during the struggle between Adolf of Nassau and Albert of Habsburg. Afterwards, King Albert Roman I. When this family became extinct in 1486, Hohenberg passed to the Habsburgs. The Franconian branch of the Hohenzollerns was represented in 1227 by Conrad Burgrave of Nuremberg, whom the Emperor Frederick Roman II appointed guardian of his son Henry and administrator of Austria, after a short apostasy, during which he supported Henry Rasp, Landgrave of Thuringia. Conrad returned to the side of the Hohenstaufen and aided Conrad Roman IV. He died in 1261, when his son and successor, the Burgrave Frederick Roman III, had already obtained Bayreuth through his marriage with Elizabeth, daughter of Otto of Marin. Roman 500. Frederick took a leading part in German affairs, and it is interesting to note that he had a considerable share in securing the election of his uncle Rudolf of Habsburg as German king in 1273. He died in 1297, and was succeeded by his son Frederick Roman. For this, Burgrave fought for King Albert Roman I in Thuringia, and supported Henry Roman VII in his efforts to secure Bohemia for his son John. But in 1314, forsaking his father's policy, he favored Louis, afterwards the Emperor Louis Roman IV, in his struggle with Frederick, Duke of Austria, and by his conduct at the Battle of Muhldorf in 1322, and elsewhere earned the designation of Savior of the Empire. Frederick, however, did not neglect his hereditary lands. He did something for the maintenance of peace and the security of traders, gave corporate privileges to villages, and took the Jews under his protection. His services to Louis were rewarded in various ways, and using part of his wealth to increase the area of his possessions, he bought the town and district of Ansbach in 1331. Dying in 1332, Frederick was succeeded by his son John Roman II, who, after one of his brothers had died, and two others had entered the church, ruled his lands in common with his brother Albert. About 1338, John bought Kulmbach and Plassenburg, and on the strength of a privilege granted to him in 1347, he seized many robber fortresses and held the surrounding lands as imperial fiefs. In general, he continued his father's policy, and when he died in 1357, was succeeded by his son Frederick Roman V, who, after the death of his uncle Albert in 1361, became sole ruler of Nuremberg, Ansbach, and Bayreuth. Frederick lived in close friendship with the Emperor Charles Roman IV, who formally invested him with Ansbach and Bayreuth, and made him a prince of the empire in 1363. In spite of the troubled times in which he lived, Frederick was a successful ruler, and introduced a regular system of public finance into his lands. In 1397, he divided his territories between his sons John and Frederick, and died in the following year. His elder son John Roman III, who had married Margaret, a daughter of the Emperor Charles Roman IV, was frequently in the company of his brothers-in-law, the German kings Wenceslaus and Sigismund. He died without sons in 1420. Since 1397, the office of Burgrave of Nuremberg had been held by John's brother Frederick, who in 1415 received Brandenburg from King Sigismund and became Margrave of Brandenburg, as Frederick Roman I Q Roman V on his brother's death in 1420. He reunited the lands of his branch of the family, but in 1427 he sold his rights as Burgrave to the town of Nuremberg. The subsequent history of this branch of the Hohenzollerns is identified with that of Brandenburg from 1415 to 1701, and with that of Prussia since the latter date, as in this year. The Elector Frederick Roman III became King of Prussia in 1871. William VII King took the title of German Emperor, while the Electorate of Brandenburg passed according to the rule of primogeniture. The Franconian possessions of the Hohenzollerns Ansbach and Bayreuth were given as appanages to younger sons, an arrangement which was confirmed by the Dispositio Aquilia of 1473. These principalities were ruled by the sons and descendants of the Elector Albert Achilles from 1486 to 1603, and after reverting to the Elector of Brandenburg, by the descendants of the Elector John George from 1603 to 1791. In 1791, Prince Charles Alexander Roman 500, who had inherited both districts, sold his lands to Prussia. The influence of the Swabian branch of the Hohenzollerns was weakened by several partitions of its lands, but early in the 16th century, it rose to some eminence through Count Idol Frederick Roman II Roman 500. A friend and advisor of the Emperor Maximilian Roman, one idol received from this emperor the district of Hagerloch, and in 1534 his grandson Charles Roman 500 was granted the counties of Sigmaringen and Voringen by the Emperor Charles Roman V. In 1576, the sons of Charles divided their lands and founded 3 branches of the family, one of which is still flourishing. Idol Frederick Roman IV took Hohenzollern with the title of Hohenzollern-Hechingen, Charles Roman II Sigmaringen and Voringen, and the title of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, and Christopher took Hagerloch. Christopher's family died out in 1634, but the remaining lines are of some importance. Count John George of Hohenzollern-Hechingen was made a prince in 1623, and John of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen soon received the same honor in 1695. These 2 branches of the family entered conjointly into an agreement with Brandenburg, which provided that in case of the extinction of either of the Swabian branches, the remaining branch should inherit its lands, and if both branches became extinct, the principalities should revert to Brandenburg. During the 17th and 18th centuries, and during the period of the Napoleonic Wars, the history of these lands was very similar to that of the other small estates of Germany in consequence of the political troubles of 1848. Princes Frederick William of Hohenzollern-Hechingen and Charles Anton of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen resigned their principalities, and accordingly these fell to the King of Prussia, who took possession on the 12th of March 1850, by a royal decree of the 20th of May following the title of Highness. With the prerogatives of younger sons of the royal house, was conferred on the 2 princes the proposal to raise Prince Leopold of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, 18,351,905, to the Spanish throne in 1870, was the immediate cause of the war between France and Germany. In 1908, the head of this branch of the Hohenzollerns, the only one existing besides the imperial house, was Leopold's son William B. 1864, who, owing to the extinction of the family of Hohenzollern-Hechingen in 1869, was called simply Prince of Hohenzollern. In 1866, Prince Charles of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen was chosen Prince of Romania, becoming king in 1881. The modern Prussian province of Hohenzollern is a long, narrow strip of territory bounded on the SW by Baden and in other directions by Württemberg. It was divided into 2 principalities, Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen and Hohenzollern-Hechingen, until 1850, when these were united. They now form the government of Sigmaringen Q Roman 5. The castle of Hohenzollern was destroyed in 1423, but it has been restored several times. Some remains of the old building may still be seen adjoining the present castle, which was built by King Frederick William Roman 4c Monumenta Zollurana, edited by R. von Stilfried and T. Marker Berlin 18,521,890 Quellen, und Untersuchungen zur Geschichte des Hauses Hohenzollern, edited by E. Berner Berlin 1901 Fall R. von Stilfried Altertümer und Kunstdenkmal des Earlichen Hauses von Hohenzollern Berlin 18,521,867 and Stammtafeln des Gesamthauses Hohenzollern Berlin 1869 Roman 50 Schmid die Altest Geschichte des Earlichen Gesamthauses der Königlichen und Fürstlichen Hohenzollern Tübingen 18,840,1888 E. Schwarz Stammtafel des Preußischen Königshauses Breslau 5,771,898 Hohenzollernsche Forschungen Jobbach für die Geschichte der Hohenzollern, edited by Roman 100 Mayer Berlin 18,911,902 Hohenzollern Jobbach Forschungen und Abbildungen zur Geschichte der Hohenzollern in Brandenburg, Frusen, edited by Seidel Leipzig 18,971,903 and T. Carlyle History of Frederick the Great London 18,720,1873 A. W. H. Hokkaido, the Japanese name for the northern division of the Empire Hoku, North, Kai Sea and Du Road, including Yizo, the Kurils, and their adjacent islets. Hokusai 17,601,849. The greatest of all the Japanese painters of the popular school, Ukiyo-e, was born at Yedo, Tokyo, in the 9th month of the 10th year of the period Horky Roman 1, October-November 1760. He came of an artisan family, his father having been a mirror maker. Nakajima Issai, after some practice as a wood engraver, he at the age of 18 entered the studio of Katsugawa Shunsho, a painter and designer of color prints of considerable importance. His disregard for the artistic principles of his master caused his expulsion in 1785. And thereafter, although from time to time, Hokusai studied various styles, including especially that of Shiba Gakuen, from whom he gained some fragmentary knowledge of European methods, kept his personal independence for a time. He lived in extreme poverty, and although he must have gained sums for his work which might have secured him comfort, he remained poor, and to the end of his life proudly described himself as a peasant. He illustrated large numbers of books, of which the world-famous Mangwa, a pictorial encyclopedia of Japanese life, appeared in 15 volumes from 1812 to 1875. Of his color prints, the 36 views of Mount Fuji, the whole set, consisting of 4 to 6 prints, were made between 1823 and 1829. Views of famous bridges, 11 waterfalls 8, and views of the Luchu Islands 8, are the best known of those issued series, but Hokusai also designed some superb broadsheets published separately, and his Tsurumono small prints made for special occasions and ceremonies are unequaled for delicacy and beauty. The 100 views of Mount Fuji 18,340,1835, 3 vols in monochrome, are of extraordinary originality and variety. As a painter and draftsman, Hokusai is not held by Japanese critics to be of the first rank, but this verdict has never been accepted by Europeans, who place him among the greatest artists of the world. He possessed great powers of observation and characterization, a singular technical skill, an unfailing gift of good humor and untiring industry. He was an eager student to the end of his long life, and on his deathbed said, "If heaven had lent me but 5 years more, I should have become a great painter." He died on the 10th of May 1849. C.E. de Goncourt Hokusai 1896, Roman 1000 Ravon, Etudes sur Hokusai 1896, E.F. Fenolosa Catalogue of the Exhibition of Paintings by Hokusai at Tokyo 1901, E.F. Strange Hokusai 1906. E.F.S. Halbach Paul Heinrich Dietrich Baron d. 17,230,1789, French philosopher and man of letters of German origin, was born at Heidelsheim in the Palatinate in 1723. Of his family little is known, according to J. Rouse. His father was a rich parvenu who brought his son at an early age to Paris, where the latter spent most of his life. Much of Halbach's fame is due to his intimate connection with the brilliant coterie of bold thinkers and polished wits, whose creed the new philosophy is concentrated in the famous Encyclopaedia. Possessed of easy means, and being of hospitable disposition, he kept open house for Helvetius dia Lambert Diedrot Candillac, Turgot Buffon Grimm Hume Garrick Wilkes Stern, and for a time J. Rousseau guests, who while enjoying the intellectual pleasure of their host's conversation, were not insensible to his excellent cuisine and costly wines. For the Encyclopaedia he compiled and translated a large number of articles on chemistry and mineralogy chiefly from German sources. He attracted more attention, however, in the department of philosophy. In 1767, Christianisme de Voile appeared, in which he attacked Christianity and religion as the source of all human evils. This was followed up by other works, and in 1770, by a still more open. In his most famous book, Le Système de la Nature, in which it is probable he was assisted by Diderot, denying the existence of a deity and refusing to admit as evidence all a priori arguments Holbach saw in the universe, nothing save matter in spontaneous movement, what men call their souls become extinct, when the body dies. Happiness is the end of mankind. It would be useless and almost unjust to insist upon a man's being virtuous if he cannot be so, without being unhappy. So long as vice renders him happy, he should love vice. The restraints of religion were to be replaced by an education developing an enlightened self-interest. The study of science was to bring human desires into line with their natural surroundings. Not less direct and trenchant are his attacks on political government, which, interpreted by the light of after events, sound like the first distant mutterings of revolution. Holbach exposed the logical consequences of the theories of the encyclopedists. Voltaire hastily seized his pen to refute the philosophy of the system in the article dia in his Dictionnaire philosophique, while Frederick the Great also drew up an answer to it. Though vigorous in thought, and in some passages clear and eloquent, the style of the system is diffuse and declamatory, and asserts rather than proves its statements. Its principles are summed up in a more popular form in bon sens. O idis naturels opposes aux idis surnaturels. Amsterdam 1772, in the System Social 1773, the Politique naturelle 17,730,1774, and the Morale universelle 1776. Holbach attempts to rear a system of morality in place of the one he had so fiercely attacked, but these later writings had not a tithe of the popularity and influence of his earlier work. He published his books either anonymously or under borrowed names, and was forced to have them printed out of France. The uprightness and sincerity of his character won the friendship of many to whom his philosophy was repugnant. J. Rousseau is supposed to have drawn his portrait in the virtuous atheist Walmer of the Nouvelle Héloïse. He died on the 21st of January 1789. Holbach is also the author of the following and other works: Esprit du Clerge, 1767, De l'imposture sacerdotale, 1767, Portraits de Masques, 1768, Examen critique de la vie, et des ouvrages de Saint Paul, 1770, Histoire critique de Jesus Christ, 1770, and Ethicratie, 1776. For further particulars as to his life and doctrines, see Grimm's Correspondence littéraire, Roman 1,001,813, Rousseau's Confessions, Morlet's Memoirs, 1821, Madame de Genlis Les Diners du Baron Holbach, Madame d'Épinay's Memoirs, Avec la Vigne Diderot, et la Société du Baron de Holbach, 1875, and Morley's Diderot, 1878. Holbeach, a market town in the Holland or Spalding parliamentary division of Lincolnshire, England, on the Midland and Great Northern Joint Railway, 2312, Roman 1000 NE, of Peterborough Pop of Urban District, 1901 4755, All Saints Church with a lofty spire, fine specimen of late decorated work. The grammar school, founded in 1669, occupies a building erected in 1877. Other public buildings are the assembly rooms and a market house. Roman and Saxon remains have been found, and the market dates from the 13th century. Holbein Hans the Elder, Roman 1,001,524, belonged to a celebrated family of painters in practice at Augsburg and Basel from the close of the 15th to the middle of the 16th century. Though closely connected with Venice by her commercial relations, and geographically nearer to Italy than to Flanders, Augsburg at the time of Maximilian cultivated art after the fashion of the Flemings, and felt the influence of the schools of Bruges and Brussels, which had branches at Cologne, and in many cities about the headwaters of the Rhine. It was not till after the opening of the 16th century and between that and the era of the Reformation that Italian example mitigated to some extent the asperity of South German painting. Flemish and German art was first tempered with Italian elements at Augsburg by Hans Holbein. The elder Hans first appears at Augsburg as partner to his brother Sigismund, who survived him and died in 1540 at Bern. Sigismund is described as a painter, but his works have not come down to us. Hans had the lead of the partnership at Augsburg, and signed all the pictures which it produced in common with Herlund Skongor and other masters of South Germany. He first cultivated a style 578 akin to that of Memling and other followers of the schools of Brussels and Bruges. But he probably modified the systems of those schools by studying the works of the masters of Cologne. As these early impressions waned, they were replaced by others less favorable to the expansion of the master's fame, and as his custom increased between 1499 and 1506, we find him relying less upon the teaching of the schools than upon a mere observation and reproduction of the quaintnesses of local passion. Plays, most of his early works indeed are taken from the Passion, and in these, he obviously marshaled his figures with the shallow stage effect of the plays, copying their artificial system of grouping careless, to some extent of proportion in the human shape heedless of any, but the coarser forms of expression, and technically satisfied with the simplest methods of execution. If in any branch of his art he can be said to have had a conscience at this period, we should say that he showed it in his portrait drawings. It is seldom that we find a painted likeness worthy of the name, the drawings of which numbers are still preserved in the galleries of Basel, Berlin, and Copenhagen, show extraordinary quickness and delicacy of hand, and a wonderful facility for seizing character. And this, happily, is one of the features which Holbein bequeathed to his more famous son, Hans the Younger. It is between 1512 and 1522 that Holbein tempered the German quality of his style with some North Italian elements. A purer taste and more pleasing realism mark his work, which in drapery, dress, and tone is as much more agreeable to the eye, as in respect of modeling and finish, it is smoother, and more carefully rounded costume, architecture, ornament, and color are applied with some knowledge of the higher canons of art. Here too advantage accrued to Hans the Younger, whose independent career about this time began. The date of the elder Holbein's birth is unknown, but his name appears in the books of the Taxgatherers of Augsburg in 1494, superseding that of Michael Holbein, who is supposed to have been his father previous to that date. And as early as 1493 he was a painter of name, and he executed in that year, it is said, for the abbey at Weingart, the wings of an altarpiece representing Joachim's offering the Nativity of the Virgin Mary's presentation in the temple, and the Presentation of Christ, which now hang in separate panels in the Cathedral of Augsburg. In these pieces, and others of the same period, for instance in two Madonnas in the Moritz Chapel and Castle of Nuremberg, we mark the clear impress of the schools of van der Weyden and Memling, whilst in later works such as the Basilica of St. Paul 1504, in the Gallery of Augsburg, the wane of Flemish influence is apparent, but this altarpiece with its quaint illustrations of St. Paul's life and martyrdom is not alone of interest, because its execution is characteristic of old Holbein. It is equally so because it contains portraits of the master himself, accompanied by his two sons, the painters Ambrose Roman 100, and Hans the Younger. Later pictures such as the Passion series in the Fürstenberg Gallery at Donaueschingen, or the Martyrdom of St. Sebastian in the Munich Pinakothek, contain similar portraits, the original drawings of which are found in old Holbein's sketchbook at Berlin, or in stray leaves like those possessed by the Duke of Aumale in Paris. Not one of these fails to give us an insight into the character, or a reflex of the features of the members of this celebrated family. Old Holbein seems to ape Leonardo, allowing his hair and beard to grow wildly. Except on the upper lip, Hans the Younger is a plain-looking boy, but his father points to him with his finger, and hints that though but a child, he is clearly a prodigy. After 1516, Hans Holbein the Elder appears as a defaulter in the registers of the Taxgatherers at Augsburg, but he willingly accepts commissions abroad at Isenheim in Alsace, where Grunwald was employed in 1516. Old Holbein also finds patrons and contracts to complete an altarpiece, but misfortune or a bailiff pursues him, and he leaves Isenheim, abandoning his work and tools. According to Sandrart, he wanders to Basel and takes the freedom of its guild. His brother Sigismund and others are found suing him for debt before the courts of Augsburg, where he lived, when he executed the altarpiece, of which two wings with the date of 1522 are in the gallery of Karlsruhe. Is uncertain. Where he died 2 years later is unknown. He slinks from Ken at the close of a long life, and disappears at last, heeded by none but his own son, who claims his brushes and paints from the monks of Isenheim, without much chance of obtaining them. His name is struck off the books of the Augsburg Guild in 1524. The elder Holbein was a prolific artist, who left many pictures behind him. Earlier than the Basilica of St. Paul already mentioned is the Basilica of St. Mary Maggiore, and a Passion in 11 pieces in the Augsburg Gallery, both executed in 1499, another Passion with the Root of Jesse, and a Tree of the Dominicans, is that preserved in the Steedle, Saalhof and Church of St. Leonard at Frankfurt. It was executed in 1501. The Passion of Donaueschingen was finished after 1502, in which year was completed the Passion of Keisheim, a conglomerate of 27 panels, now divided amongst the galleries of Munich, Nuremberg, Augsburg, and Schlesisheim. An altarpiece of the same class commissioned for the monastery of St. Moritz at Augsburg in 15,041,508 has been dispersed and lost. 1512 is the date of a conception in the Augsburg Gallery, long assigned, in consequence of a forged inscription to Hans Holbein the Younger, a diptych with a virgin and child, and a portrait of an old man dated 1513, came in separate parts into the collections of Mr. Passini and Count Lankoronsky at Vienna. The sketchbooks of Berlin, Copenhagen, and Augsburg give a lively picture of the forms and dress of Augsburg residents at the beginning of the 16th century. They comprise portraits of the Emperor Maximilian, the future Charles Roman, 5 Kunz von der Rosen, the Fool of Maximilian, the Fuggers Friars Merchants, and at rare intervals ladies. See also the biography by Stadtner, Berlin, 1896. Holbein Hans the Younger, 14,971,543, German painter, favorite son of Hans Holbein. The elder was probably born at Augsburg, about the year 1497, though Sandrart and Van Mander declare that they do not know who gave him the first lessons. He doubtless received an artist's education from his father about 1515. He left Augsburg with Ambrose, his elder brother, to seek employment as an illustrator of books at Basel. His first patron is said to have been Erasmus, for whom, shortly after his arrival, he illustrated with pen and ink sketches, an edition of the Encomium Mori now in the Museum of Basel. But his chief occupation was that of drawing title page blocks and initials for new editions of the Bible and classics, issued from the presses of Froben and other publishers. His leisure hours, it is supposed, were devoted to the production of rough painter's work, a schoolmaster's sign. In the Basel collection, a table with pictures of St. Nobody in the library of the University at Zurich. In contrast with these coarse productions, the portraits of Jacob Mayer and his wife in the Basel Museum, one of which purports to have been finished in 1516, are miracles of workmanship. It has always seemed difficult indeed to ascribe such excellent creations to Holbein's 19th year, and it is hardly credible that he should have been asked to do things of this kind so early, especially when it is remembered that neither he nor his brother Ambrose were then allowed to matriculate in the Guild of Basel. Not till 1517 did Ambrose, whose life otherwise remains obscure, join that corporation. Hands not overburdened with practice wandered into Switzerland, where 1517 he was employed to paint in the house of Jacob Hertenstein at Lucerne. In 1519, Holbein reappeared at Basel, where he matriculated, and there is every reason to think married. Whether previous to this time he took advantage of his vicinity to the Italian border to cross the Alps is uncertain. Van Mander says that he never was in Italy, yet the large wall paintings which he executed after 1519 at Basel, and the series of his sketches and pictures which is still extant, might lead to the belief that Van Mander was misinformed. The spirit of Holbein's compositions for the Basel town hall, the scenery and architecture of his numerous drawings, and the cast of form in some of his imaginative portraits, make it more likely that he should have felt the direct influence of North Italian painting than that he should have taken Italian elements from imported works or prints. The Swiss at this period wandered in thousands to swell the ranks of the French or imperial armies fighting on Italian soil, and the road they took may have been followed by Hans on a more peaceful mission. He shows himself at all events familiar with Italian examples, 579 at various periods of his career. And if we accept as early works the Flagellation and the Last Supper at Basel course, as they are, they show some acquaintance with Lombard methods of painting, whilst in other pieces, such as the series of the Passion in oil in the same collection, the modes of Hans Holbein the Elder are agreeably commingled with a more modern, it may be said, Italian polish. Again, looking at the Virgin and Man of Sorrows in the Basel Museum, we shall be struck by a searching metallic style, akin to that of the Ferrers, and the Lies, or the Venus and Amor of the same collection, reminds us of the Leonardesques of the School of Milan, when Holbein settled down to an extensive practice. At Basel in 1519, he decorated the walls of the house zum Tanz with simulated architectural features of a florid character after the fashion of the Veronese, and his wall paintings in the town hall, if we can truly judge of them by copies, reveal an artist not unfamiliar with North Italian composition, distribution, action, gesture, and expression in his drawings, too particularly in a set representing the Passion at Basel. The arrangement and also the perspective form and decorative ornament are in the spirit of the school of Mantegna, contemporary with these, however, and almost inexplicably in contrast with them as regards handling, are portrait drawings such as the likenesses of Jacob Mayer and his wife, which are finished with German delicacy, and with a power and subtlety of hand seldom rivaled in any school. Curiously enough, the same contrast may be observed between painted compositions and painted portraits. The Bonifacius Amerbach of 1519 at Basel is acknowledged to be one of the most complete examples of smooth and transparent handling that Holbein ever executed. His versatility at this period is shown by a Dead Christ, 1521, a corpse in profile on a dissecting table, and a set of figures in couples, the Madonna and St. Pantalis and Kaiser Henry, with the Empress Kunigund, 1522, originally composed for the organ loft of the Basel Cathedral, now in the Basel Museum. Equally remarkable, but more attractive though injured, is the Virgin and Child between St. Ursus and St. Nicholas, not St. Martin giving alms to a beggar, in the gallery of Solothurn. This remarkable picture is dated 1522, and seems to have been ordered for an altar in the minster of St. Ursus of Solothurn by Nicholas Conrad, a captain and statesman of the 16th century, whose family allowed the precious heirloom to fall into decay in a chapel of the neighboring village of Grenchen. Numerous drawings in the spirit of this picture, and probably of the same period in his career, might have led Holbein's contemporaries to believe that he would make his mark in the annals of Basel, as a model for painters of altarpieces, as well as a model for pictorial composition and portrait. The promise which he gave at this time was immense. He was gaining a freedom in draftsmanship that gave him facility to deal with any subject. Though a realist, he was sensible of the dignity and severity of religious painting. His color had almost all the richness and sweetness of the Venetians, but he had fallen on evil times, as the next few years undoubtedly showed. Amongst the portraits which he executed in these years are those of Froben the publisher, known only by copies at Basel and Hampton Court, and Erasmus, who sat in 1523, as he likewise did in 1530, in various positions showing his face three-quarters, as at Longford, Basel, Turin, Parma, The Hague, and Vienna, and in profile as in the Louvre, or at Hampton Court. Besides these, Holbein made designs for glass windows, and for woodcuts, including subjects of every sort from the Virgin and Child with saints of the old time to the Dance of Death, from gospel incidents extracted from Luther's Bible to satirical pieces illustrating the sale of indulgences and other abuses denounced by reformers. Holbein in this way was carried irresistibly with the stream of the Reformation, in which, it must now be admitted, the old traditions of religious painting were wrecked, leaving nothing behind but unpictorial elements, which Cranach and his school vainly used for pictorial purposes. Once only after 1526, and after he had produced the Lies and Venus and Amour, did Holbein with impartial spirit give his services and pencil to the Roman Catholic cause. The burgomaster Mayer, whose patronage he had already enjoyed, now asked him to represent himself and his wives and children in prayer before the Virgin, and Holbein produced the celebrated altarpiece now in the palace of Prince William of Hesse at Darmstadt, the shape and composition of which are known to all the world by its copy in the Dresden Museum. The drawings for this masterpiece are amongst the most precious relics in the Museum of Basel. The time now came when art began to suffer from unavoidable depression in all countries north of the Alps. Holbein at Basel was reduced to accept the smallest commission, 7 for scutcheons. Then he saw that his chances were dwindling to nothing, and taking a bold resolution, armed with letters of introduction from Erasmus to More, he crossed the Channel to England, where in the one-sided branch of portrait painting, he found an endless circle of clients. 7 drawings by Holbein in Windsor Castle, containing an equal number of portraits of persons, chiefly of high quality, testify to his industry in the years which divide 1528 from 1543. They are all originals of pictures that are still extant, or sketches for pictures that were lost or never carried out. Sir Thomas More, with whom he seems to have had a very friendly connection, sat to him for likenesses of various kinds the drawing of his head, is at Windsor, a pen and ink sketch, in which we see More surrounded by all the members of his family is now in the gallery of Basel, and numerous copies of a picture from it prove how popular the lost original must once have been at the same period, were executed the portraits of Warham Lambeth and Louvre Wyatt Louvre Sir Henry Guildford, and his wife Windsor, all finished in 1527, the astronomer Nicholas Kratzer, Louvre Thomas Godselve Dresden, and Sir Brian, Tuke Munich, in 1528 in this year. 1528, Holbein returned to Basel taking to Erasmus the sketch of Moret's family with money which he brought from London. He purchased a house at Basel, wherein to lodge his wife and children, whose portraits he now painted with all the care of a husband and father. 1528. He then witnessed the flight of Erasmus, and the fury of the iconoclasts, who destroyed in one day almost all the religious pictures at Basel. The municipality, unwilling that he should suffer again from the depression caused by evil times, asked him to finish the frescoes of the town hall, and the sketches from these lost pictures are still before us to show that he had not lost the spirit of his earlier days, and was still capable as a composer, his Rehoboam receiving the Israelite envoys, and Saul at the head of his array meeting Samuel, testify to Holbein's power, and his will also proved at a later period by the triumphs of riches and poverty executed for the Steelyard in London, but now lost to prefer the fame of a painter of history to that of a painter of portraits. But the reforming times still remained unfavorable to art, with the exception of a portrait of Melanchthon Hanover, which he now completed. Holbein found little to do at Basel. The year 1530 therefore saw him again on the move, and he landed in England for the second time, with the prospect of bettering his fortunes here. Indeed, political changes had robbed him of his earlier patrons. The circle of More and Warham was gone, but that of the merchants of the Steelyard took its place, for whom Holbein executed the long and important series of portraits that lie scattered throughout the galleries and collections of England and the Continent and bear date after 1532. Then came again the chance of practice in more fashionable circles in 1533. The Ambassador's National Gallery and the Triumphs of Wealth and Poverty were executed, then the portraits of Leland and Wyatt Longford, and 1534, the portrait of Thomas Cromwell through Cromwell. Holbein probably became attached to the court, in the pay of which he appears permanently after 1537. From that time onwards, he was connected with all that was highest in the society of London. Henry Roman VIII invited him to make a family picture of himself, his father and family, which obtained a post of honor at Whitehall. The beautiful cartoon of a part of this fine piece at Hardwicke Hall enables us to gauge its beauty before the fire which destroyed it in the 17th century. Then Holbein painted Jane Seymour in state Vienna, employing 580 some English hand perhaps to make the replicas at the Hague Sion House and Woburn. He finished the Southwell of the Uffizi copy at the Louvre, the jeweller Mort at Dresden, and last not least Christine of Denmark, who gave sittings at Brussels in 1538 during the journey, which this work involved. Holbein took the opportunity of revisiting Basel, where he made his appearance in silk and satin, and pro forma only accepted the office of town painter. He had been living long and continuously away from home, not indeed observing due fidelity to his wife, who still resided at Basel, but fairly performing the duties of keeping her in comfort. His return to London in autumn enabled him to do homage to the king in the way familiar to artists. He presented to Henry at Christmas a portrait of Prince Edward again, abroad in the summer of 1539. He painted with great fidelity the Princess Anne of Cleves at Durin near Cologne, whose form we still see depicted in the great picture of the Louvre. That he could render the features of his sitter without flattery is plain from this one example. Indeed, habitual flattery was contrary to his habits. His portraits up to this time all display that uncommon facility for seizing character which his father enjoyed before him, and which he had inherited in an expanded form. No amount of labor, no laboriousness of finish, and of both he was ever prodigal betrayed him into loss of resemblance or expression. No painter was ever quicker at noting peculiarities of physiognomy, and it may be observed that in none of his faces, as indeed in none of the faces one sees in nature, are the two sides alike. Yet he was not a child of the 16th century, as the Venetians were in substituting touch for line. We must not look in his works for modulations of surface or subtle contrasts of color. In juxtaposition, his method was to the very last delicate, finished, and smooth, as became a painter of the old school. Amongst the more important creations of Holbein's later time, we should note his Duke of Norfolk at Windsor, the hands of which are so perfectly preserved as to compensate for the shrivel that now disfigures the head. Two other portraits of 1541 Berlin, and Vienna the Falconer at The Hague, and John Chambers at Vienna 1542, are noble specimens of portrait art. Most interesting, and of the same year, are the likenesses of Holbein himself, of which several examples are extant and particularly good at Fana, the seat of the Stackelberg family near Riga, and another at the Uffizi in Florence. Here Holbein appears to us as a man of regular features with hair just turning gray but healthy in color and shape, and evidently well-to-do in the world, yet a few months only separated him then from his deathbed. He was busy painting a picture of Henry the Roman, confirming the privileges of the barber surgeons Lincoln's Inn Fields, when he sickened of the plague, and died after making a will. About November 1543, his loss must have been seriously felt in England. Had he lived his last years in Germany, he would not have changed the current, which decided the fate of painting in that country. He would but have shared the fate of Dürer, and others, who merely prolonged the agony of art amidst the troubles of the Reformation. J. A Roman 100. The early authorities are Karel van Manders het Schilderboek 1604, and J. von Sandrart Academia Toedske, 1675. See also R. N. Warnham Life and Work of Holbein 1867, H. Nakfus, Holbein 1899, G. S. Davies, Holbein 1903, A. F. G. A. Woltmann, Holbein und Senzeit 1876. Hallberg Ludwig Hallberg Baron, 16,840, 1754. The great Scandinavian writer was born at Bergen in Norway on the 3rd of December 1684. Both Hallberg's parents died in his childhood, his father first leaving a considerable property, and in his 11th year he lost his mother also. Before the latter event, however, the family had been seriously impoverished by a great fire, which destroyed several valuable buildings. But notwithstanding this, the mother left to each of her 6 children some little fortune. In 1695, the boy Hallberg was taken into the house of his uncle Peter Lem, who sent him to the Latin school and prepared him for the profession of a soldier. But soon after this, he was adopted by his cousin Otto Munth, and went to him up in the mountains. His great desire for instruction, however, at last induced his family to send him back to Bergen to his uncle, and there he remained eagerly studying until the destruction of that city by fire in 1702, when he was sent to the University of Copenhagen. But he soon exhausted his resources, and having nothing to live upon was glad to hurry back to Norway, where he accepted the position of tutor in the house of a rural dean at Voss. He soon returned to Copenhagen, where in 1704 he took his degree, and worked hard at French, English, and Italian, but he had to gain his living, and accordingly he accepted the post of tutor once more, this time in the house of Dr. Smith, Vicebishop of Bergen. The good doctor had traveled much, and the reading of his itineraries and notebooks awakened such a longing for travel in the young Hallberg, that at last, at the close of 1704, having scraped together $60, he went on board a ship bound for Holland. He proceeded as far as Aix-la-Chapelle, where he fell sick of a fever, and suffered so much from weakness and poverty that he made his way on foot to Amsterdam, and came back to Norway. Ashamed to be seen so soon in Bergen, he stopped at Kristiansand, where he lived through the winter, supporting himself by giving lessons in French. In the spring of 1706, he traveled in company with a student named Brix through London to Oxford, where he studied for 2 years, gaining his livelihood by giving lessons on the violin and the flute. He mentions with gratitude the valuable libraries of Oxford, and it is pleasant to record that it was while he was there that it first occurred to him, as he says, how splendid and glorious a thing it would be to take a place among the authors. Through London and Elsinore, he reached Copenhagen a 3rd time, and began to lecture at the university. His lectures were attended, but he got no money. He was asked in 1709 to conduct a rich young gentleman to Dresden, and on his return journey he lectured at Leipzig, Halle, and Hamburg. Once more in Copenhagen, he undertook to teach the children of Admiral Ged Weary with this work. He took a post at Borch College in 1710, where he wrote and printed in 1711 his first work, An Introduction to the History of the Nations of Europe, and was permitted to present to King Frederick Roman IV 2 manuscript essays on Christian Roman IV and Frederick Roman III. The king soon after presented him with the title of professor, and with the Rosencrantz grant of $100 for 4 years, the holder of which was expected to travel. Hallberg accordingly started in 1714, and visited chiefly on foot a great portion of Europe from Amsterdam. He walked through Rotterdam to Antwerp, took a boat to Brussels, and on foot again reached Paris walking and skating. He proceeded in the depth of winter to Marseille and on by sea to Genoa on the last-mentioned voyage. He caught a fever and nearly died in that city on his recovery. He pushed on to Civita Vecchia and Rome when the spring had come, being still very poor, and in feeble health, he started homewards on foot by Florence, across the Apennines through Bologna, Parma, Piacenza, Turin, over the Alps through Savoy, and Dauphine to Lyon, and finally to Paris, where he arrived in excellent health after spending a month in Paris. He walked on to Amsterdam, took sail to Hamburg, and so went back to Denmark. In 1716, he spent the next 2 years in extreme poverty and published his Introduction to Natural and Popular Law. But at last, in 1718, his talents were recognized by his appointment as professor of metaphysics at the University of Copenhagen, and in 1720 he was promoted to the lucrative chair of public eloquence, which gave him a seat in the consistory. His pecuniary troubles were now at an end. Hitherto he had written only on law, history, and philology, although in a Latin controversy with the jurist Andreas Hoger of Flensburg, his satirical genius had flashed out, but now, and until 1728, he created an entirely new class of humorous literature under the pseudonym of Hans Mikkelsen, the serio-comic epic of Peter Pars, the earliest of the great classics of the Danish language, appeared in 1719. This poem was a brilliant satire on contemporary manners and enjoyed an extraordinary success, but the author had offended in it several powerful persons who threatened his life, and if Count Daneskjold had not personally interested the king in 580, him Hallberg's career might have had an untimely close. During the next 2 years, he published 5 shorter satires, all of which were well received by the public. The great event of 1721 was the erection of the first Danish theatre in Grønnegade. Copenhagen. Hallberg took the direction of this house, in which was played in September 1722, a Danish translation of El Avare. Until this time no plays had been acted in Denmark, except in French and German, but Hallberg now determined to use his talent in the construction of Danish comedy. The first of his original pieces performed was Den Politisk. Candestober the Pewterer turned politician. He wrote other comedies with miraculous rapidity, and before 1722 was closed there had been performed in succession, and with immense success, Den Vigelsinded, the Waver, Jean de France, Jep Pa Bjerget, and Gert the Westphalian. Of these 5 plays, 4 at least are masterpieces, and they were almost immediately followed by others. Hallberg took no rest, and before the end of 1723, the comedies of Barcelstuen, the Lingen Room, the 11th of July, Jacob von Thibaut, Den Bundeslos, the Fidget, Erasmus, Montanus, Don Ranudo, Ulysses of Ithaca, Without Head or Tail, Witchcraft, and Melamp, had all been written, and some of them acted in 1724. The most famous comedy that Hallberg produced was Henrik and Pernille, but in spite of this unprecedented blaze of dramatic genius, the theatre fell into pecuniary difficulties and had to be closed. Hallberg composing for the last night's performance in February 1727, a funeral of Danish comedy. All this excessive labor for the stage had undermined the great poet's health, and in 1725 he had determined to take the baths at Aix-la-Chapelle, but instead of going thither, he wandered through Belgium to Paris and spent the winter there. In the spring, he returned to Copenhagen with recovered health and spirits, and worked quietly at his Protean literary labors until the Great Fire of 1728. In the period of national poverty and depression that followed this event, a puritanical spirit came into vogue, which was little in sympathy with Hallberg's dramatic or satiric genius. He therefore closed his career as a dramatic poet by publishing in 1731 his acted comedies, with the addition of 5 which he had no opportunity of putting on the stage with characteristic versatility. He adopted the serious tone of the new age, and busied himself for the next 20 years with historical, philosophical, and statistical writings. During this period, he published his poetical satire called Metamorphosis, 1726, his Epistolae ad Verum Paralustrum, 1727, his Description of Denmark and Norway, 1729, History of Denmark, Universal Church, History, Biographies of Famous Men, Moral Reflections, Description of Bergen, 1737, a History of the Jews, and other learned and laborious compilations. The only poem he published at this time was the famous Nicolai Climii Iter Subterraneum, 1741, afterwards translated into Danish by Baggesen. When Christian Roman VI died in 1747, Pietism lost its sway. The theatre was reopened and Hallberg was appointed director. But he soon resigned this arduous post. The 6 comedies he wrote in his old age did not add to his reputation. His last published work was his epistles in 5 vols, the last of them posthumous 1754. In 1747, he was created by the new King Baron of Hallberg in August 1753. He took to his bed, and he died at Copenhagen on the 28th of January 1754. In the 70th year of his age, he was buried at Sorrow in Zealand. He had never married, and he bequeathed all his property, which was considerable, to Sorrow College. Hallberg was not only the founder of Danish literature and the greatest of Danish authors, but he was, with the exception of Voltaire, the first writer in Europe during his own generation. Neither Pope nor Swift, who perhaps excelled him in particular branches of literary production, approached him in range of genius, or in encyclopedic versatility. Hallberg found Denmark provided with no books, and he wrote a library for her when he arrived in the country. The Danish language was never heard in a gentleman's house. Polite Danes were wont to say that a man wrote Latin to his friends, talked French to the ladies, called his dogs in German, and only used Danish to swear at his servants. The single genius of Hallberg revolutionized this system. He wrote poems of all kinds in a language hitherto employed only for ballads and hymns. He instituted a theatre and composed a rich collection of comedies for it. He filled the shelves of the citizens with works, their own tongue, on history, law, politics, science, philology, and philosophy, all written in a true and manly style, and representing the extreme attainment of European culture at the moment. Perhaps no author who ever lived has had so vast an influence over his countrymen, an influence that is still at work after 200 years. The editions of Hallberg's works are legion. Complete editions of the comedies are too numerous to be quoted. The best is that brought out in 3 vols by F. Roman I Lichtenberg in 1870. Of Peter Pars, there exist at least 23 editions, besides translations in Dutch, German, and Swedish. The Iter Subterraneum has been several times translated into Danish, 10 times into German, thrice into Swedish, thrice into Dutch, thrice into English, twice into French, twice into Russian, and once into Hungarian. The Life of Hallberg was written by Wellhaven in 1858, and by Georg Brands in 1884. Among works on his genius by foreigners may be mentioned an exhaustive study by Robert Prutz, 1857, and Hallberg consider comme imitateur de Molière by Allegrel Paris, 1864. I.J. Holborn, a central metropolitan borough of London, England, bounded N.W. by St. Pancras N.E., by Finsbury S.E., by the City of London S., and W. by the City of Westminster, and St. Marylebone Pop, 1901, 59,405 area, 405 acres. Its main thoroughfare is that running E and W under the names of Holborn Viaduct, High Holborn, and New Oxford Street. The name of Holborn was formerly derived from Old Bourne, a tributary of the Fleet, the valley of which is clearly seen where Holborn Viaduct crosses Farringdon Street. Of the existence of this tributary, however, there is no evidence, and the origin of the name is found in Holborn, the stream in the hollow, in allusion to the Fleet itself. The fall and rise of the road across the valley, before the construction of the viaduct 1869, was abrupt and inconvenient in earlier times. Bridge here crossed the Fleet leading from Newgate, while a quarter of a mile west of the viaduct is the site of Holborn Bars at the entrance to the city, where tolls were levied. The better residential district of Holborn, which extends northward to Euston Road in the borough of St. Pancras, is mainly within the parish of St. George Bloomsbury. The name of Bloomsbury is commonly derived from William Blemund, a lord of the manor in the 15th century. A dike called Blemund's Ditch, unknown origin, bounded it on the south, where the land was marshy. During the 18th century, Bloomsbury was a fashionable and wealthy residential quarter. The reputation of the district, immediately to the south embraced in the parish of St. Giles in the Fields, was far different from the 17th century. Until modern times, this was notorious as a home of crime and poverty. Here occurred some of the earliest cases of the plague, which spread over London in 16,640,1665. The opening of the thoroughfares of New Oxford Street, 1840, and Shaftesbury Avenue, 1855, by no means wholly destroyed the character of the district. The Circus of 7 Dials east of Shaftesbury Avenue affords a typical name in connection with the lowest aspect of life in London. a similar notoriety attached to Saffron Hill on the eastern confines of the borough. By a singular contrast, the neighboring thoroughfare of Hatton Garden leading north from Holborn Circus is a center of the diamond trade. Of the ecclesiastical buildings of Holborn, that of first interest is the Chapel of St. Etheldreda in Ely Place, opening from Holborn Circus. Ely Place takes its name from a palace of the bishops of Ely, who held land here as early as the 13th century. Here died John of Gaunt in 1399. The property was acquired by Sir Christopher Hatton, Lord Chancellor under Queen Elizabeth, after whom Hatton Garden is named, though the bishopric kept some hold upon it until the 18th century. The chapel, the only remnant of the palace, is a beautiful decorated structure with a vaulted crypt itself above ground level. Both are used for worship by Roman Catholics, by whom the chapel was acquired in 1874 and opened 5 years later after careful restoration. The present parish church of St. Giles in the Fields between Shaftesbury Avenue and New 582 Oxford Street dates from 1734, but here was situated a lepers' hospital, founded by Matilda, wife of Henry Roman I, in 1101. Its chapel became the parish church on the suppression of the monasteries. The Church of St. Andrew, the parish of which extends into the city, stands near Holborn Viaduct. It is by Wren, but there are traces of the previous Gothic edifice in the Tower. Sacheverell was among its rectors, 17,130,1724, and Thomas Chatterton, 1770, was interred in the adjacent burial ground, no longer extant, of Shoe Lane Workhouse. The register recording his Christian name as William Close to this church is the City Temple Congregational. 2 of the 4 inns of Court, Lincoln's Inn and Gray's Inn, lie within the borough of the first. The Tudor gateway opens upon Chancery Lane. The chapel hall and residential buildings surrounding the squares within are picturesque, but of later date. To the west lie the fine square with public gardens, still called from its original character Lincoln's Inn Fields. Gray's Inn between High Holborn and Theobald's Road, and west of Gray's Inn Road, is of similar arrangement. The fabric of the small chapel is apparently of the 14th century, and may have been attached to the manor house of Portpool, held at that period by the Lords Grey of Wilton of the former Inns of Chancery. Attached to these Inns of Court, the most noteworthy buildings remaining are those of Staple Inn, of which the timbered and gabled Elizabethan front upon High Holborn is a unique survival of its character in a London thoroughfare, and of Barnard's Inn occupied by the Mercers' School. Both these were attached to Gray's Inn. Of Furnival's and Thavies, inns attached to Lincoln's Inn, only the names remain. The site of the first is covered by the fine red brick buildings of the Prudential Assurance Company, Holborn Viaduct, among other institutions in Holborn. The British Museum north of New Oxford Street is preeminent. The varied collections of Sir John Soane, accumulated at his house in Lincoln's Inn Fields, are open to view as the Soane Museum. There may also be mentioned the Royal College of Surgeons, Lincoln's Inn Fields with museum, the Royal Colleges of Organists and of Veterinary Surgeons, the College of Preceptors, the Jews' College, and the Metropolitan School of Shorthand. Among hospitals are the Italian, the Homeopathic, the National for the Paralyzed and Epileptic, the Alexandra for children with hip disease, and the Hospital for Sick Children. The Foundling Hospital, Guilford Street, was founded by Thomas Coram in 1739. Holcroft Thomas, 17,451,809, English dramatist and miscellaneous writer, was born on the 10th of December 1745, Old Style, in Orange Court, Leicester Fields, London. His father, besides having a shoemaker's shop, kept riding horses for hire, but, having fallen into difficulties, was reduced ultimately to the necessity of hawking pedlary. The son accompanied his parents in their tramps, and succeeded in procuring the situation of stable boy at Newmarket, where he spent his evenings chiefly in miscellaneous reading and the study of music. Gradually, he obtained a knowledge of French, German, and Italian. At the end of his term of engagement as stable boy, he returned to assist his father, who had again resumed his trade of shoemaker in London, but after marrying in 1765, he became a teacher in a small school in Liverpool. He failed in an attempt to set up a private school, and became prompter in a Dublin theatre. He acted in various strolling companies until 1778, when he produced The Crisis, or Love and Famine at Drury Lane. Duplicity followed in 1781. 2 years later, he went to Paris as correspondent of the Morning Herald. Here, he attended the performances of Beaumarchais' Marriage de Figaro until he had memorized the whole. The translation of it, with the title The Follies of the Day, was produced at Drury Lane in 1784. The Road to Ruin, his most successful melodrama, was produced in 1792. A revival in 1873 ran for 118 nights. Holcroft died on the 23rd of March 1809. He was a member of the Society for Constitutional Information, and on that account was in 1794 indicted of high treason, but was discharged without a trial. Among his novels may be mentioned Alwyn's 1780, an account largely autobiographical of a strolling comedian, and Hugh Trevor's 17,940,1797. He also was the author of travels from Hamburg through Westphalia, Holland, and the Netherlands, to Paris, of some volumes of verse, and of translations from the French and German. His memoirs, written by himself, and continued down to the time of his death from his diary notes, and other papers by William Hazlitt, appeared in 1816, and was reprinted in a slightly abridged form in 1852. Holden Hubert Ashton, 18,221,896, English classical scholar, came of an old Staffordshire family. He was educated at King Edward's School, Birmingham, and Trinity College, Cambridge. Senior Classic, 1845, Fellow, 1847. He was Vice-Principal of Cheltenham College, 18,530,1858, and Headmaster of Queen Elizabeth School, Ipswich, 18,580,1883. He died in London on the 1st of December, 1896. In addition to several school editions of portions of Cicero, Thucydides, Xenophon, and Plutarch, he published an expurgated text of Aristophanes, with a useful onomasticon reissued separately 1902, and larger editions of Cicero's De Officiis, revised ed. 1898, and of the Octavius of Minucius Felix, 1853. His chief works, however, were his Foliarum Silvula, 1852, a collection of English extracts for translation into Greek and Latin verse, Folia Silvuli, translations of the same, and Foliarum Centurii, a companion volume of extracts for Latin prose translation in English schools. These books have been widely used for the teaching of Latin and Greek composition. Holden Sir Isaac Bart, 18,071,897, English inventor and manufacturer, was the son of Isaac Holden, a native of Cumberland, and was born at Hurlet, a village between Paisley and Glasgow, on the 7th of May, 1807. His early life was passed in very straitened circumstances, but his father spared no pains to give him as much elementary education as possible. At the age of 10, he began to work as weaver's drob, and afterwards was employed in a cotton Roman 1099. Meanwhile, his education was continued at the night schools, and from time to time, as funds allowed, he was taken from work and sent to the grammar school, to which he at last went regularly for a year or two, until he was 15, when his father removed to Paisley and apprenticed him to an uncle, a shawl weaver. There, this proving too much for his strength, in 1823, he became assistant teacher in a school at Paisley, and in 1828, he was appointed mathematical teacher in the Queen's Square Academy, Leeds. At the end of 6 months, he was transferred to Lingard's Grammar School near Huddersfield, and shortly afterwards became classical master at Castle Street Academy, Reading. It was here that in 1829 he invented a lucifer match, by adopting sulfur as the medium between the explosive material and the wood, but he refused to patent the invention in 1830. His health again failed, and he returned to Scotland, where a Glasgow friend set up a school for him. After 6 months, however, he was recommended for the post of bookkeeper to Messrs. Townend Brothers, worsted manufacturers of Cullingworth, where his interest in machinery soon led to his transfer from the counting house to the Roman 1099. There his experiments led him to the invention of his square motion woolcomber, and of a process for making Genup yarns, a patent for which was taken out by him, in conjunction with S. Roman 100 Lister Lord Masham, in 1847. The firm of Lister Holden, which established a factory near Paris in 1848, carried on a successful business, and in 1859, when Lister retired, was succeeded by Isaac Holden and Sons, which became the largest woolcombing business in the world, employing upwards of 4,000 workpeople. In 1865, Holden's medical advisers insisted on complete change of occupation, and he entered Parliament as Liberal member for Knaresborough from 1868 to 1882. He was without a seat, but in the latter year he was elected for the Northern Division of the West Riding, and in 1885 for Keighley he was created a baronet in 1893, and died suddenly at Oakworth House near Keighley on the 13th of August, 1897. His son and heir Sir Angus Holden was, in 1908, created a peer with the title of Baron Holden of Alston. Hölderlin Johann Christian Friedrich, 17,701,843, German poet, was born on the 20th of March 1770 at Laufen on the Neckar, his mother removing after a second marriage to Nürtingen. He began his education at the classical school there. He was destined by his relations for the church, and with this view, was later admitted to the seminaries at Denkendorf and Maulbronn. At the age of 18 he entered as a student of theology the University of Tübingen, where he remained till 1793. He was already the writer of occasional verses, and had begun to sketch his novel Hyperion when he was introduced in this year to Schiller, and obtained through him the post of tutor to the young son of Charlotte von Kalb. A year later, he left this situation to attend Fichte's lectures and to be near Schiller in Jena. The latter recognized in the young poet something of his own genius, and encouraged him by publishing some of his early writings in his periodicals Die Neue Thalia and Die Horen. In 1796, Hölderlin obtained the post of tutor in the family of the banker J. F. Gontard in Frankfurt in Maine. For Gontard's beautiful and gifted wife Suzette, the diadema of his Hyperion, he conceived a violent passion, and she became at once his inspiration and his ruin at the end of 2 years, during which time the first volume of Hyperion was published 1797. A crisis appears to have occurred in their relations, for the young poet suddenly left Frankfurt in spite of ill health. He now completed Hyperion, the second volume of which appeared in 1799, and began a tragedy der Tod des Empedocles, a fragment of which is published among his works. His friends became alarmed at the alternate depression and nervous irritability from which he suffered, and he was induced to go to Switzerland as tutor in a family at Hauptwil. There, his health improved, and several of his poems, among which are Der Blind Sanger and Die Hoffnung and Dichtermut, were written at this time. In 1801, he returned home to arrange for the publication of a volume of his poems. But on the failure of this enterprise, he was obliged to accept a tutorship at Bordeaux. Diadema died a year later in June 1802, and the news is supposed to have reached Hölderlin shortly afterwards, for in the following month, he suddenly left Bordeaux and traveled homewards on foot through France, arriving at Nürtingen destitute and insane. Kind treatment gradually alleviated his condition, and in lucid intervals, he occupied himself by writing verses and translating Greek plays. 2 of these translations, Antigone and Oedipus Rex of Sophocles, appeared in 1804, and several of his short poems were published by Franz K. Roman 50 von Seckendorf in his Musenalmanach 1807, and 1808. In 1804, Hölderlin obtained the sinecure post of librarian to the Landgrave Frederick Roman V of Hesse-Homburg, and went to live in Hamburg under the supervision of friends, but 2 years later, becoming irremediably but harmlessly insane, he was taken in the summer of 1807 to Tübingen, where he remained till his death on the 7th of June, 1843. Hölderlin's writings are the production of a beautiful and sensitive mind, but they are intensely, almost morbidly subjective, and they lack real human strength. Perhaps his strongest characteristic was his passion for Greece, the result of which was that he almost entirely discarded rhyme in favor of the ancient verse measures. His poems are all short pieces of his tragedy. Only a fragment was written. Hyperion, Oder der Eremit in Griechenland, 17,971,799, is a romance in letters, in which the stormy fervor of the Sturm und Drang is combined with a romantic enthusiasm for Greek antiquity. The interest centers not in the story, for the novel has little or none. Hyperion is a young Greek who takes part in the rising of his people against the Turks in 1770, but in its lyric subjectivity and the dithyrambic beauty of its language. Hölderlin's lyrics Lyrisch Gedicht were edited by Roman 50 Uland and G. Schwab in 1826. A complete edition of his work, Samtliche work with a biography by Roman 100 T. Schwab, appeared in 1846, also Dichtungen, by K. Koslin Tübingen, 1884, and the best edition, Gesammelte Dichtungen by B. Litzmann 2 Vol. Stuttgart, 1897. For biography and criticism, see Roman 100 T. Litzmann F. Hölderlin's, Leben Berlin 1890, a Wilbrandt Hölderlin 2nd ed. Berlin 1891, and Roman 100 Müller Friedrich Hölderlin Seine, Leben und Seine Dichten Bremen 1894. Holderness, Earl of an English title borne by Sir John Ramsay, and later by the family of Darcy John Ramsay, Roman 1,001,626, a member of the Scottish family of Ramsay of Dalhousie, was knighted for his share in rescuing James Roman VI from the hands of John Ruthven of Gowrie in August 1600. In 1606, the king created him Viscount Haddington and Lord Ramsay of Barnes, and in 1621 made him an English peer as Earl of Holderness. Ramsay died without surviving issue in February 1626, when his titles became extinct in 1644. Charles Roman I created his nephew Prince Rupert Earl of Holderness, but when the prince died unmarried in November 1682, the earldom again became extinct. Coniers Darcy, 15,991,689, who was made Earl of Holderness in 1682, only a few days after the death of Rupert, was the son and heir of Coniers Darcy Lord Darcy, and Coniers Roman 1,001,654, and succeeded his father in these baronies. In March 1654, he was succeeded as second Earl by his only son Coniers Roman 1,001,692, who was Member of Parliament for Yorkshire during the reign of Charles Roman II. In his turn he was succeeded by his grandson Robert 16,811,722, Robert's only son Robert Darcy 4th Earl of Holderness, 17,180,1778, was a diplomatist and a politician from 1744 to 1746. He was ambassador at Venice, and from 1749 to 1751, he represented his country at The Hague. In 1751, he became one of the Secretaries of State, and he remained in office until March 1761, when he was dismissed by George Roman III. From 1771 to 1776, he acted as governor to two of the king's sons, a solemn phantom, as Horace Walpole calls him. He left no sons, and all his titles became extinct, except the barony of Coniers, which had been created by writ in 1509, in favor of his ancestor Sir William Coniers Roman 500. This descended to his only daughter Amelia, 17,541,780, for the wife of Francis Osborne, afterwards 5th Duke of Leeds, and when the 7th Duke of Leeds died in 1859, it passed to his nephew Sackville George Lane Fox, 18,271,888, falling into abeyance on his death. Hornby Castle in Yorkshire, now the principal seat of the Dukes of Leeds, came to them through marriage of the 5th Duke, with the heiress of the families of Coniers and of Darcy. Holdheim Samuel, 18,061,860, Jewish rabbi, a leader of reform in the German synagogue, was born in Posen in 1806, and died in Berlin in 1860. In 1836, he was appointed rabbi at Frankfurt on the Oder. In 1840, he was transferred to the rabbinate of Mecklenburg-Schwerin. He then became prominent as an advocate on the one hand of religious freedom, much trammeled at the time by Prussian state laws, and on the other of reform within the Jewish community. Various rabbinical conferences were held at Brunswick 1844, Frankfurt on the Main 1845, and Breslau 1846. At all of these Holdheim was a strong supporter of the policy of modifying ritual, especially with regard to Sabbath observance, marriage laws, and liturgical customs. In 1846, he was chosen rabbi of the New Berlin congregation, and there exercised considerable influence on the course of Jewish reform. See Roman 1 H. Ritter in the Jewish Quarterly Review. Roman 1. The same authority has written the life of Holdheim in Vol. Roman 3 of his Geschichte der Jüdischen Reformation. Berlin 1865. Greets in his history, passes an unfavorable judgment on Holdheim, and there were admittedly grounds for opposition to Holdheim's attitude. A moderate criticism is contained in Dr. Roman 500 Philipson's History of the Reform Movement in Judaism, London 1906. Holguin, a town of the high plateau country in the interior of Orient Province, Cuba, about 65 Roman 1000 NW, of Santiago de Cuba, Pop 1907-7592. The town is near the Maranon and Jeeg rivers on a plain from which hills rise on all sides, except the E, on which side it is open to the winds of the plateau. Holguin was long the principal acclimatization station for Spanish troops. The oldest public buildings are two churches built in 1800 and 1809, respectively. Holguin has trade in cabinet woods, tobacco, Indian corn, and cattle products, which it exports through its port Jabara, about 25 Roman 1000 NNE, with which it is connected by railway. Holguin was settled about 1720 and became a ciudad city in 1751. in the 10 Years' War of 186,878, and in the Revolution of 189,598, Holguin was an insurgent center. Holiday originally, the holy day, a festival set apart for religious observances, as a memorial of some sacred event or sacred person, hence a day on which the ordinary work or business ceases for the religious sense, see feasts and festivals, and Sunday apart from the use of the term for a single day of rest or enjoyment. It is commonly used in the plural for a recognized and regular period, as at schools Roman 100 of absence from work. It is unnecessary here to deal with what may be regarded as private holidays, which are matters of agreement between employer and employed, or between the authorities of this or that institution, and those who attend it. In recent years, there has been a notable tendency in most occupations to shorten the hours of labor and make holidays more regular. It will suffice to deal here with public holidays, the observance of which is prescribed by the state in one respect. These have been diminished, in so far as saints' days are no longer regarded as entailing non-attendance at the government offices. In England, as was the case at the beginning of the 19th century, but while the influence of religion in determining such holidays has waned, the importance of making some compulsory provision for social recreation has made itself felt in England. 4 days known as bank holidays, Roman 5, are set apart by statute to be observed as general holidays. While the sovereign may by proclamation appoint any day to be similarly observed, endeavors have been made from time to time to get additional days recognized as general holidays, such as Empire Day, May 24th, Arbor Day, Roman 100. In the British colonies, there is no uniform practice in Canada. 8 days are generally observed as public holidays: New Year's Day, Good Friday, Easter Monday, Christmas Day, the birthday of the Sovereign, Victoria Day, Dominion Day, and Labor Day. Some of the provinces have followed the American example by adding an Arbor Day. Alberta and Saskatchewan observe Ash Wednesday. In Quebec, where the majority of the population is Roman Catholic, the holy days are also holidays, namely the Festival of the Epiphany, Ash Wednesday, Good Friday, Easter Monday, the Ascension, All Saints' Day, Conception Day, Christmas Day. In 1897, Labor Day was added in New South Wales, the 1st of January, Good Friday, Easter Eve, Easter Monday, the birthday of the Sovereign, the 1st of August, the birthday of the Prince of Wales, Christmas Day, and the 26th of December are observed as holidays. In Victoria, there are 13 public holidays during the year, and in Queensland 14. In New Zealand, the public holidays are confined to 4: Christmas Day, New Year's Day, Good Friday, and Labor Day. In most of the other British colonies, the usual number of public holidays is from 6 to 8. In the United States, there is no legal holiday in the sense of the English bank holidays. A legal holiday is dependent upon state and territorial legislation. It is usual for the president to proclaim the last Thursday in November as a day of Thanksgiving. This makes it only a legal holiday in the District of Columbia and in the territories, but most states make it a general holiday. Independence Day, July 4th, and Labor Day, first Monday in September, are legal holidays in most states. There are other days which, in connection with particular events or in remembrance of particular persons, have been made legal holidays by particular states. For example, Lincoln's birthday, Washington's birthday, Memorial Day, May 30th, Patriots Day, April 19th, Maine, and Mass R. E. Lee's birthday, Jan 19th, Alaflagava Pioneers Day, July 24th, Utah, Colorado Day, Aug. 1st Battle of New Orleans, Jan 8th, La Bennington Battle Day, Aug. 16th, VT Defenders Day, Sep. 12th, Roman 1500, Arbor Day, April 22nd, Nebraska 2nd, Friday in May, R. Roman 1, Roman 100, Admission Day, September 9th, Cal Oct. 31st, Nev Confederate Memorial Day, April 26th, Alaflaga Miss May 10th, and Escar June 3rd, La Miss Texas Roman 100 C. M. Curdy Bibliography of Articles Relating to Holidays, Boston 1905. T. A Roman 1. Holinshed or Halshead Raphael Roman 500 Roman 100 English chronicler, belonged probably to a Cheshire family, and according to Anthony Wood was educated at one of the English universities. Afterwards, becoming a minister of God's word. The authenticity of these facts is doubtful, although it is possible that Raphael was the Holinshed who matriculated from Christ's College, Cambridge, in 1544. About 1560, he came to London and was employed as a translator by Reginald or Rayner Wolfe, to whom he says he was singularly beholden. Wolfe was already engaged in the preparation of a universal history, and Holinshed worked for some years on this undertaking, but after Wolfe's death in 1573, the scope of the work was abridged, and it appeared in 1578 as the Chronicles of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The work was in 2 volumes which were illustrated, and although Holinshed did a great deal of the work, he received valuable assistance from William Harrison, 15,340,1593, and others, while the part dealing with the history of Scotland is mainly a translation of Hector Boece's Scotorum Historiae afterwards, as is shown by his will. Holinshed served as steward to Thomas Burdett of Bramcote, Warwickshire, and died about 1580. A second edition of the Chronicles, enlarged and improved, but without illustrations, which appeared in 1587, contained statements which were offensive to Queen Elizabeth and her advisers, and immediately after publication, some of the pages were excised by order of the Privy Council. These excisions were published separately in 1723. An edition of the Chronicles in accordance with the original text was published in 6 volumes in 1808. The work contains a large amount of information and shows that its compilers were men of great industry, but its chief interest lies in the fact that it was largely used by Shakespeare and other Elizabethan dramatists. Shakespeare, who probably used the edition of 1587, obtaining from the Chronicles material for most of his historical plays, and also for Macbeth. King Lear and part of Cymbeline, a single manuscript by Holinshed, is known to be extant. This is a translation of Florence of Worcester, and is in the British Museum. C. W. G. Boswell Stone, Shakspeare's Holinshed the Chronicle, and the Historical Plays compared, London, 1896. Holkar, the family name of the Maratha ruler of Indore, Roman 5, which has been adopted as a dynastic title. The termination Kar implies that the founder of the family came from the village of Hall near Pune. Hall Frank, 18,451,888, English painter, was born in London on the 4th of July, 1845, and was educated chiefly at University College School. He was a grandson of William Hall, an engraver of note, and the son of Francis Hall Ara, another engraver, whose profession he originally intended to follow, entering the Royal Academy schools as a probationer in painting in 1860. He rapidly progressed, winning silver and gold medals and making his debut as an exhibitor in 1864 with a portrait, and turned out of church a subject picture, A Fern Gatherer, 1865. The Ordeal, 1866, convalescent, the somewhat grim pathos of which attracted much attention, and Faces in the Fire, 1867, succeeded. Hall gained the traveling studentship in 1868. The successful work was characteristic of the young painter's mood, being the Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. His insatiable zeal for work of all kinds began early to undermine the artist's health, but his position was assured by the studentship picture, which created a sort of furore, although, as with most of his works, the blackness of its coloration, probably due to his training as an engraver, was even more decidedly against it than the sadness of its theme otherwise. This painting exhibited nearly all the best technical qualities to which he ever attained, except high finish and clearness, and a very sincere vein of pathos. Hall was much below Millet in portraiture and far inferior in all the higher ways of design. In technical resources, relatively speaking, he was but scantily provided. The range of his studies and the manner of his painting were narrower than those of Joseph Israels, with whom, except as a portrait painter, he may better be compared than with Millet. In 1870, he painted Better is a Dinner of Herbs Where Love is Than a Stalled Ox, and Hatred There With No Tidings from the Sea, a Scene in a Fisherman's Cottage. In 1871, a story told with breath-catching pathos and power. The Resurrection and the Life, 1872, Leaving Home, 1873, Deserted, 1874, both of which had great success. Her Firstborn Girls Carrying a Baby to the Grave, 1876, and Going Home, 1877. In 1877, he painted the 2 pictures, Hush and 585. Hushed Newgate, committed for trial, a very sad and telling piece, first attested the breaking down of the painter's health in 1878. In this year, he was elected Ara, and exhibited The Gifts of the Fairies, The Daughter of the House Absconded, and a very fine portrait of Samuel Cousins, the mezzotint engraver. This last canvas is a masterpiece, and deserved the success which attended the print. Engraved from it, Hall was overwhelmed with commissions which he would not decline. The consequences of this strain upon a constitution which was never strong were more or less, though unequally manifest, In Order to the Front, A Soldier's Departure 1880 Home again its sequel in 1883, after which he was made Raw in 1886. He produced a portrait of Millais as his diploma work, but his health rapidly declined, and he died at Hampstead on the 31st, 1888. Hall's better portraits, being of men of rare importance, attest the commanding position he occupied in the branch of art he so unflinchingly followed. They include likenesses of Lord Roberts, painted for Queen Victoria, 1882, the Prince of Wales, Lord Dufferin, the Duke of Cleveland, 1885, Lord Overstone, Mr. Bright, Mr. Gladstone, Mr. Chamberlain, Sir J. Tenniel, Earl Spencer, Viscount Cranbrook, and a score of other important subjects. FGS. Holland Charles 17,330,1769, English actor, was born in Chiswick. The son of a baker, he made his first appearance on the stage in the title role of Oroonoco at Drury Lane in 1755. John Palmer, Richard Yates, and Mrs. Cibber being in the cast, he played under Garrick, and was the original Florizel in the latter's adaptation of Shakespeare's Winter's Tale. Garrick thought highly of him, and wrote a eulogistic epitaph for his monument in Chiswick Church. His nephew Charles Holland, 17,680,1849, was also an actor, who played with Mrs. Siddons and Kean. Holland Sir Henry Bart, 17,880,1873, English physician, and author, was born at Knutsford, Cheshire, on the 27th of October 1788. His maternal grandmother was the sister of Josiah Wedgwood, whose grandson was Charles Darwin, and his paternal aunt was the mother of Mrs. Gaskell. After spending some years at a private school at Knutsford, he was sent to a school at Newcastle-on-Tyne, whence after 4 years he was transferred to Dr. J. P. Eslin's school near Bristol. There he at once took the position of head boy, in succession to John Cam Hobhouse, afterwards Lord Broughton, an honour which required to be maintained by physical prowess. On leaving school, he became articled clerk to a mercantile firm in Liverpool, but as the privilege was reserved to him of passing 2 sessions at Glasgow University, he at the close of his second session sought relief from his articles, and in 1806 began the study of medicine in the University of Edinburgh, where he graduated in 1811. After several years spent in foreign travel, he began practice in 1816 as a physician in London, according to his own statement, with a fair augury of success speedily, and completely fulfilled this success, he adds, was materially aided by visits for 4 successive years to Spa at the close of that which is called the London season. It must also, however, be in a great degree attributed to his happy temperament, and his gifts as a conversationalist, qualities the influence of which in the majority of cases belonging to his class of practice is often of more importance than direct medical treatment. In 1816, he was elected FRS, and in 1828, FR Roman 100s, he became physician in ordinary to Prince Albert in 1840, and was appointed in 1852 physician in ordinary to the Queen. In April 1853, he was created a baronet. He was also a Roman 500, Roman 100, Roman 50 of Oxford, and a member of the principal learned societies of Europe. He was twice married, his second wife being a daughter of Sidney Smith, a lady of considerable literary talent, who published a biography of her father Sir Henry Holland, at an early period of his practice, resolved to devote to his professional duties no more of his time than was necessary to secure an income of 5,000 a year, and also to spend 2 months of every year solely in foreign travel. By the former resolution, he secured leisure for a wide acquaintance with general literature, and for a more than superficial cultivation of several branches of science, and the latter enabled him, besides visiting, and most of them repeatedly, every country of Europe, to make extensive tour in the other 3 continents, journeying often to places little frequented by European travelers. As moreover, he procured an introduction to nearly all the eminent personages in his line of travel, and knew many of them in his capacity of physician. His acquaintance with men and cities was of a species without a parallel. The London medical record, in noticing his death, which took place on his 85th birthday, October 27, 1873, remarked that it had occurred under circumstances highly characteristic of his remarkable career. On his return from a journey in Russia, he was present on Friday, October 24, at the trial of Marshal Bazin, in Paris, dining with some of the judges in the evening. He reached London on the Saturday, took ill the following day, and died quietly on the Monday afternoon. Sir Henry Holland was the author of General View of the Agriculture of Cheshire 1807 Travels in the Ionian Isles Albania Thessaly, and Greece 18,121,813 second, ed. 1819 Medical Notes, and Reflections 1839 Chapters on Mental Physiology, 1852, Essays on Scientific and Other Subjects contributed to the Edinburgh, and Quarterly Reviews 1862, and Recollections of Past Life 1872. Holland Henry Fox, 1st Baron 17,051,774, English statesman, second son of Sir Stephen Fox, was born on the 28th of September 1705, inheriting a large share of the riches which his father had accumulated. He squandered it soon after attaining his majority, and went to the continent to escape from his creditors. There, he made the acquaintance of a countrywoman of fortune who became his patroness, and was so lavish with her purse that after several years' absence, he was in a position to return home, and in 1735 to enter Parliament as member for Hindon in Wiltshire. He became the favourite pupil and devoted supporter of Sir Robert Walpole, achieving unequalled and unenviable proficiency in the worst political arts of his master and model as a speaker. He was fluent and self-possessed, imperturbable under attack, audacious in exposition or retort, and able to hold his own against Pitt himself. Thus he made himself a power in the House of Commons, and an indispensable member of several administrations. He was Surveyor General of Works from 1737 to 1742, was member for Windsor from 1741 to 1761, Lord of the Treasury in 1743, Secretary at War, and member of the Privy Council in 1746, and in 1755 became leader of the House of Commons, Secretary of State, and a member of the Cabinet, under the Duke of Newcastle, in 1757. In the rearrangements of the government, Fox was ultimately excluded from the Cabinet, and given the post of Paymaster of the Forces during the war which Pitt conducted with extraordinary vigor, and in which the nation was intoxicated with glory. Fox devoted himself mainly to accumulating a vast fortune. In 1762, he again accepted the leadership of the House with a seat in the Cabinet under the Earl of Bute, and exercised his skill in cajolery and corruption to induce the House of Commons to approve of the Treaty of Paris of 1763. As a recompense, he was raised to the House of Lords with the title of Baron Holland of Foxley, Wiltshire, on the 16th of April 1763. In 1765, he was forced to resign the Paymaster Generalship, and 4 years later, petition of the Livery of the City of London against the ministers referred to him as the public defaulter of unaccounted millions. The proceedings brought against him in the Court of Exchequer were stayed by a royal warrant, and in a statement published by him, he proved that in the delays in making up the accounts of his office, he had transgressed neither the law nor the custom of the time from the interest on the outstanding balances. He had nonetheless amassed a princely fortune. He strove, but in vain, to obtain promotion to the dignity of an earl, a dignity upon which he had set his heart, and he died at Holland House, Kensington, on the 1st of July 1774, a sorely disappointed man with a reputation for cunning and unscrupulousness, which cannot easily be matched, and with an unpopularity which justifies the conclusion that he was the most thoroughly hated statesman of his day. Lord Holland married in 1744, 586, Lady Georgina Caroline Lennox, daughter of the Duke of Richmond, who was created Baroness Holland of Holland, Lincolnshire, in 1762. There were 4 sons of the marriage: Stephen II, Lord Holland, Roman 500, Henry, Roman 500, an infant Charles James, the celebrated statesman, and Henry Edward, 17,551,811, soldier and diplomatist. See Walpole's and other memoirs of the time, also the article Fox Charles James. Holland Henry Rich, 1st Earl of 15,901,649, 2nd son of Robert, 1st Earl of Warwick, and of Penelope Sir Philip Sidney's Stella, daughter of Walter Devereux, 1st Earl of Essex, was baptized on the 19th of August 1590, educated at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, knighted on the 3rd of June 1610, and returned to Parliament for Leicester in 1610 and 1614. In 1610, he was present at the siege of Juliers. Favours were showered upon him by James Roman I. He was made Gentleman of the Bedchamber to Charles, Prince of Wales, and Captain of the Yeomen of the Guard. And on the 8th of March 1623, he was raised to the peerage as Baron Kensington. In 1624, he was sent to Paris to negotiate the marriage treaty between Charles and Henrietta Maria. on the 15th of September, he was created Earl of Holland, and in 1625 was sent on 2 further missions, first to Paris to arrange a treaty between Louis Roman XIII and the Huguenots, and later to the Netherlands in company with Buckingham. In October 1627, he was given command of the troops sent to reinforce Buckingham at Rhe, but through delay in starting, only met the defeated troops on their return. He succeeded Buckingham as Chancellor of Cambridge University, was Master of the Horse in 1628, and was appointed Constable of Windsor, and High Steward to the Queen in 1629. He interested himself like his elder brother Lord Warwick in the plantations, and was the first governor of the Providence Company in 1630, and one of the proprietors of Newfoundland in 1637. In 1631, he was made Chief Justiciar south of the Trent, and in this capacity was responsible for the unpopular revival of the obsolete forest laws. He intrigued at court against Portland and against Strafford, who expressed for him the greatest contempt. In 1636, he was disappointed at not obtaining the great office of Lord High Admiral, but was made instead Groom of the Stole. In 1639, he was appointed General of the Horse, and drew ridicule upon himself by the fiasco at Kelso. In the Second War against the Scots he was superseded in favour of Conway. He opposed the dissolution of the Short Parliament, joined the peers who supported the parliamentary cause, and gave evidence against Strafford. He was however won back to the king's side by the Queen, and on the 16th of April 1640, one made Captain General north of the Trent, dissatisfied however with Charles' refusal to grant him the nomination of a new baron. He again abandoned him, refused the summons to York, and was deprived of his office as Groom of the Stole at the instance of the Queen, who greatly resented his ingratitude. He was chosen by the Parliament in March and July 1642 to communicate its votes to Charles, who received him much to his indignation with studied coldness. He was appointed one of the Committee of Safety in July, made zealous speeches on behalf of the parliamentary cause to the London citizens, and joined Essex's army at Twickenham, where it is said he persuaded him to avoid a battle. In 1643, he appeared as a peacemaker, and after failing to bring over Essex, he returned to the king. His reception, however, was not a cordial one, and he was not reinstated in his office of Groom of the Stole, after therefore accompanying the king to Gloucester, and taking part in the first battle of Newbury. He once more returned to the Parliament, declaring that the court was too much bent on continuing hostilities, and the influence of the Papists too strong for his patriotism. He was restored to his estates, but the Commons obliged the Lords to exclude him from the Upper House, and his petition in 1645 for compensation for his losses and for a pension was refused. His hopes being in this quarter also disappointed, he once again renewed his allegiance to the king's cause, and after endeavoring to promote the negotiations for peace in 1645 and 1647, he took up arms in the Second Civil War, received a commission as general, and put himself at the head of 600 men at Kingston. He was defeated on the 7th of July 1647, captured at St. Neots shortly afterwards, and imprisoned at Warwick Castle. He was tried before a High Court of Justice on the 3rd of February 1649, and in spite of his plea that he had received quarter, was sentenced to death. He was executed together with Hamilton and Capel on the 9th of March. Clarendon styles him a very well-bred man, and a fine gentleman in good times. He was evidently a man of shallow character, devoid of ability, raised far above his merits, and hopelessly unfit for the great times in which he lived. Lord Holland married Elizabeth, daughter and heiress of Sir Walter Cope of Kensington, and besides several daughters, had 4 sons, of whom the eldest Robert succeeded him as 2nd Earl of Holland, and inherited the earldom of Warwick in 1673. Hist of the Rebellion. Roman 11. Holland. Henry Richard Vassall Fox, 3rd Baron, 17,730,1840, was the son of Stephen Fox, 2nd Baron Holland, his mother Lady Mary Fitzpatrick being the daughter of the Earl of Upper Ossory. He was born at Winterslow House in Wiltshire on the 21st of November 1773, and his father died in the following year. He was educated at Eton and at Christ Church, Oxford, where he became the friend of Canning of Hookham Frere, and of other wits of the time. Lord Holland did not take the same political side as his friends in the conflicts of the Revolutionary epoch. He was from his boyhood deeply attached to his uncle Roman 100 J. Fox, and remained steadily loyal to the Whig party. In 1791, he visited Paris, and became acquainted with Lafayette and Talleyrand, and in 1793 he again went abroad to travel in France and Italy. At Florence, he met with Lady Webster, wife of Sir Godfrey Webster Bart, who left her husband for him. She was by birth Elizabeth Vassall, 17,701,845, daughter of Richard Vassall, a planter in Jamaica. A son was born of their irregular union, Charles Richard Fox, 17,961,873, who after some service in the Navy entered the Grenadiers, and was known in later life as a collector of Greek coins. His collection was bought for the Royal Museum of Berlin. When he died in 1873, he married Lady Mary Fitzclarence, daughter of William Roman IV, by Mrs. Jordan. Sir Godfrey Webster, having obtained a divorce, Lord Holland was enabled to marry on the 6th of July 1797. He had taken his seat in the House of Lords on the 5th of October 1796. During several years, he may be said almost to have constituted the Whig party in the upper house. His protests against the measures of the Tory ministers were collected and published as the Opinions of Lord Holland, 1841, by Dr. Moylan of Lincoln's Inn in 1800. He was authorized to take the name of Vassall, and after 1807 he signed himself Vassall Holland, though the name was no part of his title. In 1800, Lord and Lady Holland went abroad and remained in France and Spain till 1805, visiting Paris during the Peace of Amiens, and being well received by Napoleon. Lady Holland always professed a profound admiration of Napoleon, of which she made a theatrical display after his fall, and he left her a gold snuff-box by his will in public life. Lord Holland took a share proportionate to his birth and opportunities. He was appointed to negotiate with the American envoys Monroe, and W. Pinckney was admitted to the Privy Council on the 27th of August 1806, and on the 15th of October, entered the Cabinet of All the Talents as Lord Privy Seal, retiring with the rest of his colleagues in March 1807. He led the opposition to the Regency Bill in 1811, and he attacked the Orders in Council and other strong measures of the government taken to counteract Napoleon's Berlin decrees. He was in fact in politics a consistent Whig, and in that character he denounced the Treaty of 1813 with Sweden, which bound England to consent to the forcible union of Norway, and he resisted the Bill of 1816 for confining Napoleon in St. Helena. His loyalty as a Whig secured recognition when his party triumphed in the struggle for parliamentary reform by his appointment as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in the cabinet of Lord Grey and Lord Melbourne, and he was still in office when he died on the 22nd of October 1840. Lord Holland is notable not for his somewhat 587 insignificant political career, but as a patron of literature, as a writer on his own account, and because his house was the center and the headquarters of the Whig political and literary world of the time. And Lady Holland, who died on the 16th of November 1845, succeeded in taking the sort of place in London which had been filled in Paris during the 18th century by the society ladies, who kept salons. Lord Holland's Foreign Reminiscences, 1850, contain much amusing gossip from the Revolutionary and Napoleonic era. His Memoirs of the Whig Party, 1852, is an important contemporary authority. His small work on Lope de Vega, 1806, is still of some value. Holland had two legitimate sons, Stephen, who died in 1800, and Henry Edward, who became fourth Lord Holland. When this peer died in December 1859, the title became extinct. See the Journal of Elizabeth Lady Holland, edited by the Earl of Ilchester, 1908, and Lloyd Sanders, The Holland House Circle, 1908. Holland Josiah Gilbert, 18,190,1880, one American author and editor, was born in Belchertown, Massachusetts, on the 24th of July, 1819. He graduated in 1843 at the Berkshire Medical College, no longer in existence, at Pittsfield, Mass., and after practicing medicine in 18,440,1847 and making an unsuccessful attempt with Charles Robinson, 18,180,1894 later, first governor of the state of Kansas, to establish a hospital for women. He taught for a brief period in Richmond, Virginia, and in 1848 was superintendent of schools in Vicksburg, Mississippi. In 1849, he became assistant editor under Samuel Bowles, and 3 years later one of the owners of the Springfield, Massachusetts Republican, with which he retained his connection until 1867. He then traveled for some time in Europe, and in 1870 removed to New York, where he helped to establish and became editor and one-third owner of Scribner's Monthly, the title of which was changed in 1880, one to the Century, which absorbed the periodical's hours at home. Putnam's Magazine, and the Riverside Magazine. He remained editor of this magazine until his death. Dr. Holland's books long enjoyed a wide popularity. The earlier ones were published over the pseudonym Timothy Titcomb. His writings fall into four classes: history and biography, represented by a history of Western Massachusetts 1855, and a life of Abraham Lincoln 1865, fiction of which Miss Gilbert's career 1860, and the story of Sevenoaks 1875, remain faithful pictures of village life in eastern United States. Poetry, of which Bittersweet 1858, and Katharina Her Life and Mine 1867 were widely read, and a series of homely essays on the art of living, of which the most characteristic were Letters to Young People, single and married 1858, Gold Foil, Hammered from Popular Proverbs 1859, Letters to the Johnses 1863, and Everyday Topics 2, series 1876 and 1882, while a resident of New York, where he died on the 12th of October 1881. He identified himself with measures for good government and school reform, and in 1872 became a member, and for a short time in 1873 was president of the Board of Education. See Mrs. H. Roman 1000 Plunketts, Josiah Gilbert Holland, New York 1894. Holland Philemon 15,521,637, English scholar, the translator general in his age, was born at Chelmsford in Essex. He was the son of a clergyman, John Holland, who had been obliged to take refuge in Germany and Denmark, with Miles Coverdale during the Marian persecution, having become a Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, and taken the degree of Roman 1000A. He was incorporated at Oxford July 11, 1585, having subsequently studied medicine about 1595. He settled as a doctor in Coventry, but chiefly occupied himself with translations. In 1628, he was appointed headmaster of the Free School, but owing probably to advancing age, he held office for only 11 months. His latter days were oppressed by poverty, partly relieved by the generosity of the Common Council of Coventry, which in 1632 assigned him 3/6 8d. For 3 years, if he should live so long. He died on the 9th of February 16,361,630. His fame is due solely to his translations, which included Livy, Pliny's Natural History, Plutarch's Morals, Suetonius Ammianus Marcellinus, and Xenophon's Cyropaedia. He published also an English version with additions of Camden's Britannia, his Latin translation of Bryce Boterin's Pharmacopoeia, and his Regimen Sanitatis Salerni were published after his death by his son Henry Holland, 15,831,650, who became a London bookseller, and is known to bibliographers for his Basileologia, a book of kings, being the true and leally effigies of all our English kings from the Conquest 1618, and his Hierologia Anglica 1620. Holland Richard, or Richard de Holland, FL 1450, Scottish writer, author of the Buke of the Howlet, was secretary or chaplain to the Earl of Moray 1450, and rector of Halkirk near Thurso. He was afterwards rector of Abriachi Loch Ness, and later held a chantry in the Cathedral of Norway. He was an ardent partisan of the Douglases, and on their overthrow retired to Orkney and later to Shetland. He was employed by Edward Roman IV in his attempt to rouse the Western Isles through Douglas agency, and in 1482 was excluded from the general pardon granted by James Roman III to those who would renounce their fealty to the Douglases. The poem entitled The Buke of the Howlet, written about 1450, shows his devotion to the House of Douglas. On ilk buge till embrace, written in a bill, was O Douglas, tender and true, Roman 2403, and is dedicated to the wife of a Douglas. Thus for Ain Dow of Dunbar drew I this dite. Dowit with Ain Douglas and boith were they dowies. But all theories of its being a political allegory in favor of that house may be discarded. Sir Walter Scott's judgment that the Buke is a poetical apologue without any view whatever to local or natural politics is certainly the most reasonable. The poem, which extends to 1001 lines written in the irregular alliterative rhymed stanza, is a bird allegory of the type familiar in the Parliament of Fowls. It has the incidental interest of showing, especially in stanzas 62 and 63, the antipathy of the English-speaking Scot to the Scot-speaking Gael of the West, as is also shown in Dunbar's Flighting with Kennedy. The text of the poem is preserved in the Asloan and Bannatyne MSS fragments of an early 16th century Blackletter edition, discovered by Roman 500 Lang, are reproduced in the Adversaria of the Bannatyne Club. The poem has been frequently reprinted by Pinkerton in his Scottish Poems, 1792, by Roman 500 Lang. Bannatyne Club 1823, reprinted in New Club Series Paisley 1882, by the Hunterian Club in their edition of the Bannatyne MS, and by a Diebler Chemnitz 1893. The latest edition is that by F. J. Amours in Scottish Alliterative Poems, Scottish Text Society, 1897, pp. 4781. See also Introduction pp. Roman 20, Roman 34. Holland, officially the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Koninkrijk der Nederlanden, a maritime country in the northwest of Europe. The name Holland is that of the former countship, which forms part of the political, as well as the geographical center of the kingdom. See the next article. Topography. Holland is bounded on the E by Germany, on the S by Belgium, on the W and N by the North Sea, and at the NE corner by the Dollart from Stevensweert southward to the extreme corner of Limburg. The boundary line is formed by the river Maas or Meuse on the east. A natural geographical boundary was formed by the long line of marshy fens extending along the borders of Overijssel, Drent, and Groningen. The kingdom extends from 5330-221 Groningen Cape on Rodham Island to 5045-49 Enmesh in the province of Limburg, and from 323-27 Sluis in the province of Zeeland to 712-20 Elangekershens in the province of Groningen, the greatest length from north to south, viz., that from Rodham Island to Eyston near Maastricht, is 164 Roman 1000, and the greatest breadth from southwest to northeast, or from Zwin near Sluis to Losser in Overijssel, 144 Roman 1000. The area is subject 588 to perpetual variation, owing on the one hand to the erosion of the coasts, and on the other to reclamation of land by means of endiking and drainage operations. In 1889, the total area was calculated at 12,558 sq Roman 1000, and including the Zuiderzee and the Wadden 2050 sq Roman 1000, and the Dutch portion of the Dollart 23 sq Roman 1000 14,613 sq Roman 1000 in no country in Europe has the character of the territory exercised so great an influence on the inhabitants as in the Netherlands, and on the other hand, no people has so extensively modified the condition of its territory as the Dutch. The greatest importance attaches therefore to the physical conformation of the country. The coastline extends in a double curve from southwest to northeast, and is formed by a row of sand dunes, 171 Roman 1000 in length, fringed by a broad sandy beach, descending very gradually into the sea in the north and south. However, this line is coast-broken by the inlets of the sea, which form the Frisian and the South Holland and Zeeland Islands respectively, but the dunes themselves are found continued along the seaward side of these islands, thus indicating the original continuity of the coastline. The breadth of the dunes naturally varies greatly, the maximum width of about 4375 ids being found at Scorrel northwest of Alkmaar. The average height of the individual dunetops is not above 33 ft, but attains a maximum of 197 ft. At the High Blinkert near Haarlem, the steepness of the dunes on the side towards the sea is caused by the continual erosion, probably traceable in part at least to the channel current, which at mean tide has a velocity of 14 or 15 in per second, and to the strong west or northwest winds, which carry off large quantities of material. This alteration of coastline appears at Loosdwijnen, where the moor or fenland formerly developed behind the dunes now crops out on the shore, amid the sand being pressed to the compactness of lignite by the weight of the sand drifted over it again. The remains of the Roman camp Brittenberg or Huys T. Britain, which originally lay within the dunes, and after being covered by them emerged again in 1520, were in 1694, 1600 paces out to sea opposite Katwijk, while besides Katwijk itself, several other villages of the west coast as Domburg, Scheveningen, Egmond have been removed further inland. The tendency of the dunes to drift off on the landward side is prevented by the planting of bentgrass Arundo arenaria, whose long roots serve to bind the sand together. It must be further remarked that both the dunepans or depressions, which are naturally marshy through their defective drainage, and the Geest Groundstat is the grounds along the foot of the downshave, been in various places, either planted with wood or turned into arable and pasture land, while the numerous springs at the base of the dunes are of the utmost value to the great cities, situated on the marshy soil inland. The example set by Amsterdam in 1853, in supplying itself with this water having been readily followed by Leiden the Hague. Flushing Roman 100, as already remarked, the coastline of Holland breaks up into a series of islands at its northern and southern extremities. The principal sea inlets in the north are the Texel Gat or Marstip, and the Villi, which lead past the chain of the Frisian Islands into the large inland sea or gulf called the Zuider Zee, and the Wadden or Shallows, which extend along the shores of Friesland and Groningen, as far as the Dollart and the mouth of the Ems, the inland seaboard, thus formed consists of low coasts of sea clay, protected by dikes and of some high diluvial strata which rise far enough above the level of the sea to make dikes unnecessary, as in the case of the Gooey Hills between Naarden and the Eem, the Veluwe Hills between Nijkerk and Elburg, and the steep cliffs of the Gosterland between Oud-Merdum and Staveren. The Dollart was formed in 1277 by the inundation of the Ems basin, more than 30 villages being destroyed at once. The Zuider Zee and the bay in the Frisian coast known as the Lauwer Zee also gradually came into existence in the 13th century. The extensive sea arms forming the South Holland and Zeeland archipelago are the Hont or West Scheldt, the East Scheldt, the Grevelingen communicating with Cramer and the Valkerak, and the Haringvliet, which after being joined by the Valkerak is known as the Hollandsche Diep. These inlets were formerly of much greater extent than now, but are gradually closing up owing to the accumulation of mud deposits, and no longer have the same freedom of communication with one another. At the head of the Hollandsche Diep is the celebrated railway bridge of the Moerdijk 18,680, 1871, 1607 ids in length, and above this bridge lies the Biesbosch reed forest, a group of marshy islands formed by a disastrous inundation in 1421, when 72 villages and upwards of 100,000 lives were destroyed. Besides the dunes, the only hilly regions of Holland are the southern half of the province of Limburg, the neighborhood of Nijmegen, the hills of Utrecht, including the Gooey Hills, the Veluwe region in Gelderland, the isolated hills in the middle and relief and level east of Overijssel, and the Hansrug range in Drent. The remainder of the country is flat and shows a regular downward slope from southeast to northwest, in which direction the rivers mainly flow. The elevation of the surface of the country ranges between the extreme height of 1057 ft near Vals in the farthest corner of Limburg and 1620 ft below the Amsterdam 0.2 in some of the drained lands in the western half of the country. In fact, 1/4 of the whole kingdom, consisting of the provinces of North and South Holland, the western portion of Utrecht as far as the Vaart Rhine-Zeeland, except the southern part of Zeeland-Flanders, and the northwest part of North Brabant, lies below the Amsterdam 0, and altogether 38 of the country, or all that part lying west of a line drawn through Groningen, Utrecht, and Antwerp, lies within 1 meter above the Amsterdam 0, and would be submerged if the sea broke down the barrier of dunes and dikes. This difference between the eastern and western divisions of Holland has its counterpart in the landscape and the nature of the soil. The western division consists of low fen or clay soil and presents a monotonous expanse of rich meadowland, carefully drained in regular lines of canals bordered by stunted willows and dotted over with windmills, the sails of canal craft, and the clumps of elm and poplar which surround each isolated farmhouse. The landscape of the eastern division is considered less typical here. The soil consists mainly of sand and gravel, and the prevailing scenery is formed of waste heaths and patches of wood, while here and their fertile meadows extend along the banks of the streams, and the land is laid out in the highly regular manner characteristic of fen reclamation. See Drent. The entire drainage of Holland is into the North Sea. The 3 principal rivers are the Rhine, the Maas Meuse, and the Scheldt Schelde, and all 3 have their origin outside the country, whilst the Scheldt has its mouth only in Holland, rivers giving its name to the 2 broad inlets of the sea, which bound the Zeeland Islands. The Rhine, in its course through Holland, is merely the parent stream of several important branches splitting up into Rhine and Val Rhine and Ussel Crooked Rhine, and Lek, which takes 2/3 of the waters, and at Utrecht into Old Rhine, and Vecht, finally reaching the sea through the sluices at Katwijk, as little more than a drainage canal. The Ussel and the Vecht flow to the Zuider Zee. The other branches to the North Sea, The Maas, whose course is almost parallel to that of the Rhine, follows in a wide curve the general slope of the country, receiving the Roer the Mark, and the Aa towards its mouth. Its waters find their way into all the channels intersecting the South Holland archipelago. The main stream joining the Vaal at Gorinchem flows on to Dordrecht as the Merwede, and is continued thence to the sea by the Old Maas the north, and the New Maas being formed by the junction of the Lek and the north from Gorinchem. The new Merwede, constructed in the second half of the 19th century, extends between dikes through the marshes of the Biesbosch to the Hollandsche Diep. These great rivers render very important service. As waterways, the mean velocity of their flow seldom exceeds 4 ft, but rises to 6 ft when the river is high in the lower reaches of the streams. The velocity and slope are, of course, affected by the tides in the Vaal. Ordinary high water is perceptible as far up as Zaltbommel in Gelderland in the Lek. The maximum limits, or ordinary and spring tides, are at Vianen and Keulenberg, respectively in the Ussel above the Caterveer at the junction of the Willemsvaart, and past Wyche midway between Zwolle and Deventer, and in the Maas near Houston, and at Well in Limburg into the Zuider Zee. There also flow the Kuinder, the Zwart water with its tributary the Vecht, and the Eem. The total length of navigable channels is about 1150 Roman 1000. But sand banks and shallows not infrequently impede the shipping traffic at low water. During the summer, the smaller streams are often of great importance. Except where they rise in the fens, they call into life a strip of fertile grassland in the midst of the barren sand, and are responsible for the existence of many villages along their banks. Following the example of the Great Kampen irrigation canal in Belgium, artificial irrigation is also practiced by means of some of the smaller streams, especially in North Brabant, Drent, and Overijssel. And in the absence of streams, canals and sluices are sometimes specially constructed to perform the same service. The lowlying spaces at the confluences of the rivers, being readily laid under water, have been not infrequently chosen as sites for fortresses. As a matter of course, the streams are also turned to account in connection with the canal system. Dommel Berkel Vecht Reg Holland Ussel Gau Rot Sky Sparn Zon Amstel Dies Amer Mark Zwart Water Kuinder, and the numerous Aas in Drent and Groningen being the most important in this respect. It is unnecessary to mention the names of the numerous marshy lakes which exist especially in Friesland and Groningen, and are connected with rivers or streamlets. Those of Friesland are of note for the abundance of their fish, and their beauty lakesoft situation, on which last account. The Uddelermeer in Gelderland is also celebrated. The Rockenge Lake near Brielle is remarkable for the strong salty solution, which covers even the growing reeds with a 589 hard crust. Many of the lakes are nothing more than deep pits or marshes from which the peat has been extracted. Click to enlarge. Dikes. The circumstance that so much of Holland is below the sea level necessarily exercises a very important influence on the drainage, the climate, and the sanitary conditions of the country, as well as on its defense by means of inundation. The endiking of low lands against the sea, which had been quietly proceeding during the first 11 centuries of the Christian era, received a fresh impetus in the 12th and 13th centuries, from the fact that the level of the sea then became higher in relation to that of the land. This fact is illustrated by the broadening of river mouths and estuaries at this time, and the beginning of the formation of the Zuider Zee. A new feature in diking was the construction of dams or sluices across the mouths of rivers, sometimes with important consequences for the villages situated on the spot. Thus the dam on the Amstel 1257 was the origin of Amsterdam, and the dam on the Yí gave rise to Edam. But Holland's chief protection against inundation is its long line of sand dunes, in which only 2 real breaches have been effected during the centuries of erosion. These are represented by the famous sea dikes called the Westkapelle Dike and the Hanspost Zeewering or sea defense, which were begun respectively in the first and second halves of the 15th century. The first extends for a distance of over 4,000 ids between the villages of Westkapelle and Domburg in the island of Walcheren. The second is about 4,900 ids long and extends from Camperduin to near Petten, whence it is continued for another 1,100 ids by the Pettemer Dike. These 2 sea dikes were reconstructed by the state at great expense between the year 1860 and 1884, having consisted before that time of little more than a protected sand dike. The earthen dikes are protected by stone slopes and by piles, and at the more dangerous points, also by zinkstucken sinking pieces, artificial structures of brushwood laden with stones and measuring some 400 ids in circuit, by means of which the current is to some extent turned aside. The Westcapelle Dyke, 12,468 ft long, has a seaward slope of 300 ft, and is protected by rows of piles and basalt blocks on its ridge 39 ft broad. There is not only a roadway but a service railway. The cost of its upkeep is more than 6,000 a year, and of the Hanspost Zeewering 2,000 a year, when it is remembered that the woodwork is infested by the pileworm Teredo nivalis, the ravages of which were discovered in 1730. 1. The labor and expense incurred in the construction and maintenance of the sea dikes, now existing, may be imagined in other parts of the coast. The dunes, though not pierced through, have become so wasted by erosion as to require artificial strengthening. This is afforded either by means of a so-called sleeping dike slapperdick behind the weak spot, as for instance between Cadsand and Breskens in Zeeland Flanders, and again between Gravenzand and Loostwijnen, or by means of piers or breakwaters, hoofed-in heads projecting at intervals into the sea, and composed of piles or brushwood and stones. The first of such breakwaters was that constructed in 1857 at the north end of the island of Goeree, and extends over 100 ids into the sea at low water. Similar constructions are to be found on the seaward side of the islands of Walcheren, Schouwen and Voorn, and between Gravenzand and Scheveningen and Katwijk and Noordwijk. Owing to the obstruction which they offer to drifting sands, artificial dunes are in course of time formed about them, and in this way they become at once more effective and less costly to maintain the firm and regular dunes which now run from Petten to Callentsug, formerly an island, and thence northwards to Huisduinen, were thus formed about the Zyper 1617 and Kogres 1610 dikes, respectively from Huisduinen to Nieuwedip. The dunes are replaced by the famous Helder seawall. The shores of the Zuider Zee, and the Wadden and the Frisian and Zuider Zee islands are also partially protected by dikes in more than one quarter. The dikes have been repeatedly extended so as to enclose land conquered from the sea, the work of reclamation being aided by a natural process. Layer upon layer of clay is deposited by the sea in front of the dikes, until a new fringe has been added to the coastline, on which grasses begin to grow. Upon these claylands Quelders horses, cattle and sheep are at last able to pasture at low tide, and in course of time they are in turn endiked. River dikes are as necessary as sea dikes, elevated banks being found only in a few places, as on the lower Rhine owing to the unsuitability of the foundations. Dutch dikes are usually marked by a great width, which at the crown varies between 13 and 26 ft. The height of the dike ranges to 40 in above high water level between the dikes and the stream lie forelands interwarden, which are usually submerged in winter and frequently lie 1 or 2 ids higher than the country within the dikes. These forelands also offer in course of time an opportunity for endiking and reclamation. In this way, the towns of Rotterdam, Schiedam, Vlaardingen and Maasluis have all gradually extended over the Maas Dike in order to keep in touch with the river, and the small town of Delftshaven is built altogether on the outer side of the same dike. Impoldering. The first step in the reclamation of land is to impolder it, or convert it into a polder. Roman 1e, a section of artificially drained land, by surrounding it with dikes or quays, for the twofold purpose of protecting it from all further inundation from outside, and of controlling the amount of water inside. Impoldering for its own sake, or on a large scale, was impossible as long as the means of drainage were restricted. But in the beginning of the 15th century, new possibilities were revealed. By the adaptation of the windmill to the purpose of pumping water, it was gradually recognized that the masses of water which collected wherever peat digging had been carried on were an unnecessary menace to the neighboring lands, and also that a more enduring source of profit lay in the bed of the fertile sea clay under the peat. It became usual, therefore, to make the subsequent drainage of the land a condition of the extraction of peat from it, this condition being established by proclamation in 1595. Drainage. It has been shown that the western provinces of Holland may be broadly defined as lying below sea level. In fact, the surface of the sea clay in these provinces is from 1112 to 1612 ft below the Amsterdam zero. The groundwater is therefore relatively very high, and the capacity of the soil for further absorption proportionately low to increase the reservoir capacity of the polder, as well as to conduct the water to the windmills or engines. It is intersected by a network of ditches, cut at right angles to each other the amount of ditching required. Being usually 1/12 of the area to be drained in modern times, pumping engines have replaced windmills, and the typical old Dutch landscape with its countless hooded heads and swinging arms has been greatly transformed by the advent of the chimney stacks of the pumping stations. The power of the pumping engines is taken on the basis of 12 HP per 1,000 hectares. For every meter that the water has to be raised, or stated in another form, the engines must be capable of raising nearly 9 of water through 1 yd per acre per minute. The main ditches or canals afterwards also serve as a means of navigation. The level at which it is desired to keep the water in these ditches constitutes the unit of water measurement for the polder, and is called the polder's zomer pale ZP, or summer water level. In pastorepolders copolders ZP is 1 to 112 ft below the level of the polder, and in agricultural polders 212 to 312 ft below, owing to the shrinkage of the soil in reclaimed lands. However, that is lands which have been drained after fen or other reclamation. The sides of the polder are often higher than the middle, and it is necessary by means of small dams or sluices to make separate watertight compartments of polder engine, each having its own unit of measurement. Some polders also have a winter pail, as a precaution against the increased fall of water in that season. The summer water level of the pasture polders south of the former Y is about 4 to 8 ft below the Amsterdam zero, but in the Noorderkwartier to the north, it reaches 10-12 ft below a P in the Biscotel polder, and in reclaimed lands Droogmakerrijgen may be still lower. Thus in the Reeuwijk polder north of Gouda, it is 21-14 ft below. The drainage of the country is affected by natural or artificial means, according to the slope of the ground. Nearly all the polders of Zeeland and South Holland are able to discharge naturally into the sea at average low water, self-regulating sluices being used. But in North Holland and Utrecht, on the contrary, the polder water has generally to be raised in some deep polders and drained lands, where the water cannot be brought to the required height. At once windmills are found at 2 or even 3 different levels. The final removal of polder water, however, is only truly effected upon its discharge into the outer waters of the country, that is, the sea itself, or the large rivers freely communicating with it. And this happens with but a small proportion of Dutch polders, such as those of Zeeland, the Holland Ussel, and the Noorderkwartier. As the system of impoldering extended, the small sluggish rivers were gradually cut off by dikes from the marshy lands through which they flowed, and by sluices from the waters with which they communicated. Their level ranges from about 112 to 4 ft above that of the pasture polders. In addition, various kinds of canals, 590, and endiked or embanked lakes had come into existence, forming altogether a vast network of more or less stagnant waters. These waters are utilized as the temporary reservoirs of the superfluous polder water, each system of reservoirs being termed a bosom or basin, and all lands watering into the same bosom being considered as belonging to it. The largest bosom is that of Friesland, which embraces nearly the whole province. It sometimes happens that a polder is not in direct contact with the bosom to which it belongs, but first drains into an adjacent polder from which the water is afterwards removed. In the same way, some bosoms discharge first into others, which then discharge into the sea or rivers. This is usually the case where there is a great difference in height between the surface of the bosom and the outer waters, and may be illustrated by the Alblasserwaard and the Rot bosoms in the provinces of South and North Holland, respectively. In time of drought, the water in the canals and bosoms is allowed to run back into the polders, and so serve a double purpose, as waterreservoirs. Bosoms, like polders, have a standard water level which may not be exceeded, and as in the polder this level may vary in the different parts of an extended bosom. The height of the bosom pale ranges between 113 ft above to 156 ft below the Amsterdam zero, though the average is about 1 to 123 ft below. Some bosoms again, which are less easily controlled, have a danger water level at which they refuse to receive any more water from the surrounding polders. The Skye or Delflin's bosom of South Holland is of this kind, and such a bosom is termed besloot or sequestered in contradistinction to a free bosom. A third kind of bosom is the reserve or bergbosom, which in summer may be made dry and used for agriculture, while in winter it serves as a special reserve. The centuries of labor and self-sacrifice involved in the making of this complete and harmonious system of combined defense and reclamation are better imagined than described, and even at the present day, the evidences of the struggle are far less apparent than real. Geology except in Limburg, where in the neighborhood of Maastricht the upper layers of the chalk are exposed, and followed by Oligocene and Miocene beds, the whole of Holland is covered by recent deposits of considerable thickness, beneath which deep borings have revealed the existence of Pliocene beds, similar to the crags of East Anglia. They are divided into the Dacian, corresponding in part with the English coralline crag, the Scaldician and Poderlian, corresponding with the Walton crag, and the Amstellian, corresponding with the Red Crag of Suffolk in the south of Holland. The total thickness of the Pliocene series is only about 200 ft, and they are covered by about 100 ft of quaternary deposits, but towards the north the beds sink down and at the same time increase considerably in thickness, so that at Utrecht, a deep boring reached the top of the Pliocene at a depth of 513 ft, and at 1198 ft, it had not touched the bottom. At Amsterdam, the top of the Pliocene lay 625 ft below the surface, but the boring 1098 ft deep did not reach the base of the uppermost division of the Pliocene, viz. The Amstellian. Eastward and westward of Amsterdam, as well as southward, the Pliocene beds rise slowly to the surface and gradually decrease in thickness. They were laid down in a broad bay which covered the east of England and nearly the whole of the Netherlands, and was open to the North Sea. There is evidence that the sea gradually retreated northwards during the deposition of these beds, until at length the Rhine flowed over to England and entered the sea north of Cromer. The appearance of northern shells in the upper divisions of the Pliocene series indicates the approach of the glacial period, and glacial drift, containing Scandinavian boulders, now covers much of the country east of the Zuider Zee. The more modern deposits of Holland consist of alluvium, wind-blown sands, and peat. Climate situated in the temperate zone between 50 and 53 N, the climate of Holland shows a difference in the lengths of day and night extending in the north to 9 hours, and there is a correspondingly wide range of temperature. It also belongs to the region of variable winds on an average of 50 years. The mean annual temperature was 49 far, the maximum 93 far, the minimum 5 far. The mean annual barometric height is 29, in the mean annual moisture 81, the mean annual rainfall 27, in the mean annual number of days with rain is 204, with snow 19, and with thunderstorms 18. The increased rainfall from July to December, the summer and autumn rains, and the increased evaporation in spring and summer 5 in more than the rainfall, are of importance as regards poldering and draining operations. The prevalence of southwest winds during 9 months of the year and of northwest during 3 April-June has a strong influence on the temperature and rainfall, tides, river mouths and outlets, and also geologically on dunes and sand drifts, and on fens and the accumulation of clay on the coast. The west winds, of course, increase the moisture and moderate both the winter cold and the summer heat, while the east winds blowing over the continent have an opposite influence. It cannot be said that the climate is particularly good owing to the changeableness of the weather, which may alter completely within a single day. The heavy atmosphere likewise, and the necessity of living within doors, or in confined localities, cannot but exercise an influence on the character and temperament of the inhabitants, only of certain districts. However, can it be said that they are positively unhealthy? To this category belong some parts of the Holland provinces, Zeeland and Friesland, where the inhabitants are exposed to the exhalations from the marshy ground, and the atmosphere is often burdened with sea fogs. Fauna. In the densely populated Netherlands with no extensive forests, the fauna does not present any unusual varieties. The otter, marten and badger may be mentioned among the rarer wild animals, and the weasel, ermine and polecat among the more common. In the 18th century, wolves still roamed the country in such large numbers that hunting parties were organized against them. Now they are unknown. Roebuck and deer are found in a wild state in Gelderland, and Overijssel foxes are plentiful in the dry wooded regions on the borders of the country, and hares and rabbits in the dunes and other sandy stretches. Among birds may be reckoned about 240 different kinds, which are regular inhabitants, although nearly 200 of these are migratory: the woodcock, partridge, hawk, water-cell, magpie, jay, raven, various kinds of owls, woodpigeon, golden-crested wren, tufted lark, and titmouse are among the birds which breed here. Birds of passage include the buzzard, kite, quail, wild fowl of various kinds, golden thrush, wagtail, linnet, finch, and nightingale. Storks are plentiful in summer and might almost be considered the most characteristic feature of the prevailing landscape. Flora. The flora may be most conveniently dealt with in the four physiographical divisions, to which it belongs. These are namely the heathlands, pasturelands, dunes, and coasts. Heath erica tetralix and Ling calluna vulgaris cover all the waste sandy regions in the eastern division of the country. The vegetation of the meadowlands is monotonous in the more damp and marshy places. The bottom is covered with marsh trefoil, carrick, smooth equisedum, and rush. In the ditches and pools, common yellow and white water lilies are seen, as well as water soldier, stratiotes, aloids, great and lesser, reedmace, sweet flag, and buried. The plant forms of the dunes are stunted and meager as compared with the same forms elsewhere. The most common plant here is the stiff sandreed Arundo arenaria, called sandotes in Drent and Overrussell, where it is much used for making mats like the sandreed. The dewberry bramble and the shrub of the buckthorn hippophae, rhamnoids, perform a useful service in helping to bind the sand together. Firs and the common juniper are regular dune plants, and may also be found on the heaths of Drent, Overrussell, and Gelderland thyme, and the small white dunarose, Rosa pimpinellifolia, also grow in the dunes. And wallpepper, sedum acre, field feverwort, reindeer, moss, common asparagus, sheep's fescue, grass, the pretty Solomontial polygonatum officinale, and the broad-leaved or marsh orchis orchis, latifolia. The seaplants which flourish on the sand and mud banks along the coasts greatly assist the process of littoral deposits, and are specially cultivated in places. Siester flourishes in the Wadden of Friesland, and Groningen, the Dollart, and the Zeeland estuaries, giving place nearer the shore to Sandspurry, spergularia, or sepoa, or floating meadow grass, Glyceria maritima, which grows up to the dikes and affords pasture for cattle and sheep along the coast of Overrussell, and in the Biesbosch Lake. Clubrush or Serpis is planted in considerable quantities for the hat-making industry, and common sirach, Zostera marina, is found in large patches in the northern half of the Zuider Zee, where it is gathered for trade purposes during the months of June, July, and August. Except for the willow plots found along the rivers on the clay lands, nearly all the wood is confined to the sand and gravel soils, where copses of birch and alder are common. Population. The following table shows the area and population in the 11 provinces of the Netherlands. Province area. SQ Roman 1000 population. Population. Density per SQ Roman 1000 in North Brabant 1980 509,628, 553,842, 280. Gelderland 1965 512,202, 566,549, 288. South Holland 1166 940, 9,641, 1,144,448, 981. North Holland 1070 829,480, 968,130, 1905. Zealand 690 199,230, 216,290, 313. Utrecht 530 221,007, 251,030, 470. Friesland 1282 335,550, 340,262, 265. Overrussell 1291 295,445, 330, 3,338, 258. Groningen 790 272,780, 290, 9,602, 379. Drent 1030 130,704, 148,544, 144. Limburg 850 255,721, 280, 1,934, 332. Total 12,648, 4,511,415, 5,104,130, 7, 404. This total includes 158 persons, assigned to no province. The extremes of density of population are found in the provinces of North Holland and South Holland on the one hand, and Drent on the other. This divergence is partly explained by the difference of soil, which in Drent comprises the maximum of waste lands, and in South Holland the minimum and partly also by the greater facilities which the seaward provinces enjoy of earning a subsistence, and the greater variety of their industries. The largest towns are Amsterdam, Rotterdam, The Hague, Utrecht, Groningen, Haarlem, Arnhem, Leiden, Nijmegen, Tilburg. Other considerable towns are Dordrecht, Maastricht, Leeuwarden, Zwolle, Delft, Hertogenbosch, Schiedam, Deventer, Breda, Apeldoorn, Helder, Enschede, Gouda, Zaandam, Kampen, Hilversum, Flushing, Amersfoort, Middelburg, Zutphen, and Alkmaar. Many of the smaller towns, such as Assen, Enschede, Helmond, Hengelo, Tile, Venlo, Vlaardingen, Zaandam, Ursek, show a great development, and it is a noteworthy fact that the rural districts taken as a whole have borne an equal share in the general increase of population. This, taken in conjunction with the advance in trade and shipping, the diminution in emigration, and the prosperity of the savings banks, points to a favorable state in the condition of the people. Communications. The roads are divided into national or royal roads, placed directly under the control of the Waterstaat, and supported by the state-provincial roads, under the direct roads control of the states of the provinces, and almost all supported by the provincial treasuries. Communal and polder roads, maintained by the communal authorities, and the polder boards, and finally private roads. The system of national roads, mainly constructed between 1821 and 1827, but still in process of extension, brings into connection nearly all the towns. The canal system of Holland is peculiarly complete and extends into every part of the country, giving to many inland towns almost a maritime appearance. The united length of the canals exceeds 1,500 Roman 1,000. As a matter of course, the smaller canal streams have been largely utilized in their formation, while the necessity for a comprehensive drainage system has also contributed in no small degree. During the years 18,151,830, a large part of the extensive scheme of construction, inaugurated by King William Roman I, was carried out. The following canals, among others coming into existence in that period: the North Holland Ship Canal, depth 1612 ft, from Amsterdam to Den Helder; the Grift Canal between Apeldoorn and Hattem; the Willemsvaart connecting Zwolle with the Ussel; the Zuid-Willemsvaart, or South Williams Canal, 612 ft from S. Hertogenbosch to Maastricht; and the Terneuzen-Ghent Ship Canal. After 1849, the canal program was again taken up by the state, which alone, or in conjunction with the provincial authorities, constructed the Apeldoorn-Dieren Canal, 18,591,869, the drainage canals of the Peel Marsh in North Brabant and of the eastern provinces, namely the Geuen Canal, 18,761,892, from the Maas to Hellenaveen; the Almelo, 18,511,858, and Overrussel, 18,841,888. Canals from Zwolle, Deventer, and Almelo to Coevorden, and the Stieltjes, 18,801,884, and Orange, 18,530,1,858, and 18,811,889. Canals in Drent. The North Williams Canal, 18,561,862, between Assen and Groningen; the Ems, 18,661,876, Ship Canal, from Groningen to Delfzijl and the New Merwede, and enlarged the canal from Harlingen, by way of Leeuwarden, to the Lauwers Zee; the large ship canals to Rotterdam and Amsterdam, called the New Waterway, and the North Sea Canal, respectively, were constructed in 18,661,872 and 18,651,876, at a cost of £212 and £3 million, sterling, the former by widening the channel of the shore north of Rozenburg, and cutting across the Hook of Holland; the latter by utilizing the bed of the Y, and cutting through the dunes at Imuiden in 1876. An agreement was arrived at with Germany for connecting the important drainage canals in Overrussel, Drent, and Groningen with the Ems canal system, as a result of which the Almelo Nordhorn, 18,840,1,888, and other canals came into existence. The canals differ in character in the different provinces in Zeeland. They connect the towns of the interior with the sea, or the river mouths, for example the one from Middelburg to Veer, and Flushing, 18,661,878, from Goes to the East Scheldt, and from Zierikzee also to the East Scheldt. The South Beveland, 18,621,866, canal, connects the East and West Scheldt. Similarly in South Holland, The Voorn Canal unites the Haringvliet with the New Maas, which does not allow the passage of large vessels above Brielle. Whilst owing low the banks and shallows in front of Hellevoetsluis, the new waterway was cut to Rotterdam. Of another character is the Zederik Canal, which unites the principal river of central Holland, the Lek at Vianen, by means of the Linge with the Merwede. At Gorkum, Amsterdam is connected with the Lek, and the Zederik Canal via Utrecht by the Vecht, and the Vaart Rijn 18,811,893, depth 10 ft again. A totally different character belongs to the canals in North Brabant and the east and northeast of Holland, where in the absence of great rivers they form the only waterways which render possible the drainage of the fens and the export of peat, and unite the lesser streams with each other thus in Overussel. In addition to the canals already mentioned, the Dedemsvaart connects the Vecht with the Zwartwater near Hasselt in Drent. The Smildervaart and Drentse-Hoofdvaart unites Assen with Meppel, and receives on the eastern side the drainage canals of the Drent Fens, namely the Orange Canal and the Hoogeveen Vaart. 18,501,860, 18,801,893. Groningen communicates with the Lauwer Zee by the Rietdip 18,730,1876, while the canal to Winscote and the Stadskanal or State Canal 18,771,880 bring it into connection with the flourishing fen colonies in the east of the province, and in Drent in Friesland. Finally, besides the ship canal from Harlingen to the Lauwer Zee, there are canals from Leeuwarden to the Lemmer, whence there is a busy traffic with Amsterdam, and the Casper Robbels or Colonels Diep, and the Hoondip connect it with Groningen. The construction of railways was long deferred, and slowly accomplished. The first line was that between Amsterdam and Haarlem, opened in 1839, by the Holland Railway Company, Hollands Iseren Spoorweg Maatschappij. In 1845, the state undertook railways to develop the railway system, and a company of private individuals was formed to administer it under the title of the Maatschappij tot Exploitatie van Staatspoorwegen in 1860. However, the total length of railways was only 208 Roman 1000, and in that year, a parliamentary bill embodying a comprehensive scheme of construction was adopted. By 1872, this program was nearly completed, and 542 Roman 1000 of new railway had been added in 1873 and 1875. A second and a third bill provided for the extension of the railway system at the cost of the state, and in 1876, 1882 and 1890 laws were introduced readjusting the control of the various lines, some of which were transferred to the Holland Railway. The state railway system was completed in 1892, and since that time the utmost that the state has done has been to subsidize new undertakings. These include various local lines, such as the line Alkmaar-Hoorn, 1898, Ed Barneveld, Nijkerk and Sked Ahaus in Germany 1902, Leeuwarden to Franker Harlingen and Dokkum, and the line Zwolle-Almelo Junction at Marienburg Coevorden Stadskanal Veendam Delfzijl, connecting all the Fen countries on the eastern borders. The electric railway Amsterdam-Zandvoort was opened in 1904. The frame upon which the whole network of the Dutch railways may be said to depend is formed of two main lines from north and south, and four transverse lines from west to east. The two longitudinal lines are the Railway Den Helder, via Haarlem 186,218,674, Rotterdam 18,390,1,847, and Zwolle 18,690,1,877, to Antwerp 18,520,1,855, belonging to the Holland Railway Company, and the State Railway from Leeuwarden and Groningen 1870 Junction, at Meppel 1867, Zwolle 1866, Arnhem 1865, Nijmegen 1879, Venlo 1883, Maastricht 1865. The four transverse lines belong to the State and Holland Railways, alternately, and are beginning with the State Railway. 1. The line Flushing 1872, Roosendaal 1860, Tilburg 1863, Boxtel, whence there is a branch line belonging to the North Brabant and Germany Railway Company, via Vechel to Gach in Germany, opened 1873, Eindhoven Venlo, and across Prussian border 1866, 2. The line Hook of Holland Rotterdam 1893, Dordrecht 18,721,877, Elst 18,821,885, Nijmegen 1879, Cleves, Germany, 1865-3. The line Rotterdam-Utrecht, 18,661,869. And Amsterdam-Utrecht-Arnhem, 18,431,845. To Emmerich in Germany, 1856. This line formerly belonged to the Netherlands Rhine Railway Company, but was bought by the state in 1890. And finally, for the line Amsterdam-Hilversum-Amersfoort-Apeldoorn, 1875, whence it is continued of Via Deventer, Almelo, and Hengelo to Salzburgen, Germany, 1865, B via Zutphen Hengelo, 1865, Enschede, 1866 to Grano, Germany, C via Zutphen, 1876, and Rulo to Winterswijk, 1878. Of these 1 and 2 form the main transcontinental routes, in connection with the steamboat service, to England ports of Queenborough and Harwich. Respectively, 2 other lines of railway, both belonging to the state, also traverse the country west to east, namely, the line Roosendals, Hertogenbosch 1890 Nijmegen, and in the extreme north, the line from Harlingen through Leeuwarden 1863 and Groningen 1866 to the border at Nieuw-Schans 1869, whence it was connected with the German railways in 1876. The northern and southern provinces are further connected by the lines Amsterdam-Zaandam 1878 and Kuizen 1885, whence there is a steam ferry across the Zuider Zee to Staveren, from where the railway is continued to Leeuwarden 18,830,1885, the Netherlands Central Railway Utrecht-Amersfoort, Zwolle-Kampen 1863, and the line Utrecht-Hertogenbosch 18,680,1869, which is continued southward into Belgium by the lines bought in 1898 from the Grand Central Beige Railway, namely via Tilburg to Turnhout 1867, and via Eindhoven 1866, to Hasselt in 1892. Greenwich, meantime, was adopted on the railways, and in the post offices, making a difference of 20 minutes with mean Amsterdam time. Since 1877, railway communication has been largely supplemented by steam tramways, which either run along the main roads or across the country on special embankments. While one of them is 592, carried across the River Ussel at Duisburg, on a pontoon bridge, tramways. The state first began to encourage the construction of these local light railways by means of subsidies in 1893, since when some of the most prominent lines have come into existence, such as Purmerend-Alkmaar, 1898, Zutphen-Emmerich 1902, along the Dedemsvaart in Overijssel 1902, from S. Hertogenbosch via Utrecht and Eindhoven to Turnhout in Belgium 1898, and especially those connecting the South Holland and Zeeland Islands, with the railway, namely between Rotterdam and Numansdorp on the Hollandsche Diep 1898, and from Breda or Bergen op Zoom via Steenbergen to St. Philipsland Zierikzee and Brouwershaven 1900, an electric tramway connects Haarlem and Zandvoort. The number of passengers carried by the steam tramways is relatively higher than that of the railways. The value of the goods traffic is not so high, owing principally to the want of intercommunication between the various lines, on account of differences in the width of the gauge. Agriculture waste lands are chiefly composed of the barren stretches of heaths, found in Drent, Overijssel, Gelderland, and North Brabant. They formerly served to support large flocks of sheep and some cattle, but are gradually transformed by the planting of woods, as well as by strenuous efforts at cultivation. Zeeland and Groningen are the 2 principal agricultural provinces, and after them follow Limburg, North Brabant, Gelderland, and South Holland. The chief products of cultivation on the heavy clay soil are oats, barley, and wheat, and on the sandgrounds rye, buckwheat, and potatoes, flax, and beetroot are also cultivated on the clay lands. Tobacco, hemp, hops, colza, and chicory form special cultures. With the possible exception of oats, the cereals do not suffice for home consumption, and maize is imported in large quantities for cattle feeding, and barley for the distilleries and breweries. Horticulture and market gardening are of a high order and flourish especially on the low fen soil and geest grounds along the foot of the dunes, in the provinces of North and South Holland. The principal market products are cauliflower, cabbage, onions, asparagus, gherkins, cucumbers, beans, peas, Roman 100. The principal flowers are hyacinths, tulips, crocuses, narcissus, and other bulbous plants, the total export of which is estimated at over 200,000 fruit is everywhere grown, and there is a special cultivation of grapes and figs in the westland of South Holland. The woods, or rather the plantations covering 6, consist of 1. The so-called forest timber Opgandhout fr arbors de haute Fudea, including the beech oak, elm, poplar, birch, ash, willow, and coniferous trees, and 2. The copsewood ackermall, or hackhout embracing the elder willow beech oak Roman 100. This forms no unimportant branch of the national wealth. With nearly 35% of the total surface of the country under permanent pasture, cattle breeding forms one of the most characteristic industries of the country. The provinces of Friesland, North and South Holland, and Utrecht take livestock lead as regards both quality and numbers. A smaller, hardier kind of cattle and large numbers of sheep are kept upon the heathlands in the eastern provinces, which also favor the rearing of pigs, and biculture, horsebreeding, is most important in Friesland, which produces the well-known black breed of horse, commonly used in funeral processions. Goats are most numerous in Gelderland, and North Brabant. Poultry, especially fowls, are generally kept. Stock breeding, like agriculture, has considerably improved under the care of the government, state and provincial, which grants subsidies for breeding, irrigation of pasture lands, the importation of finer breeds of cattle and horses, the erection of factories for dairy produce, schools, Roman 100 fisheries. The fishing industry of the Netherlands may be said to have been in existence already in the 13th century, and in the following century received a considerable impetus from the discovery how to cure herring by William Buchel, a Zealand fisherman. It steadily declined during the 17th and 18th centuries, however, but again began to revive in the last half of the 19th century. The fisheries are commonly divided into 4 particular fishing areas, namely the deep-sea fishery of the North Sea, and the inner Binnengoch fisheries of the Wadden, the Zuiderzee, and the South Holland and Zealand waters. The deep-sea fishery may be farther divided into the so-called Great or Soldering fishery, mainly carried on from Vlaardingen and Maasluis during the summer and autumn, and the freshering fishery, chiefly pursued at Scheveningen, Katwijk, and Noordwijk. The value of the herring fisheries is enhanced by the careful methods of smoking and salting, the export of salted fish being considerable in the winter. The largest boats are laid up, and the remainder take to line fishing. Middelharnis, Pernies, and Zwoordjuwal are the centers of this branch of fishery, which yields halibut, cod, ling, and haddock. The trawl fisheries of the coast yield sole, plaice, turbot, brill, skate, Roman 100, of which a large part is brought alive to the market in the Zuiderzee. Small herring, flat fish, anchovies, and shrimps are caught, the chief fishing centers being the islands of Texel, Urk, and Wieringen, and the coast towns of Helder, Bunskoot, Huizen, and Kuizen, Volendam, Kampen, Harderwijk, Vollenhove. The anchovy fishing, which takes place in May, June, and July, sometimes yields very productive results. Oysters and mussels are obtained on the East Scheldt, and anchovies at Bergen op Zoom, while salmon, perch, and pike are caught in the Maas, the Lek, and the New Merwede. The oysterbeds and salmon fisheries are largely in the hands of the state, which lets them to the highest bidder. Large quantities of eels are caught in the Frisian lakes. The fisheries not only supply the great local demand, but allow of large exports. Manufacturing industries. The mineral resources of Holland give no encouragement to industrial activity, with the exception of the coal mining in Limburg, the smelting of iron ore in a few furnaces in Overijssel and Gelderland, the use of stone and gravel in the making of dikes and roads, and of clay in brickworks and potteries, the quarrying of stone at St. Pietersburg, Roman 100. Nevertheless, the industry of the country has developed in a remarkable manner. Since the separation from Belgium, the greatest activity is shown in the cotton industry, which flourishes especially in the Twente district of Overijssel, where jute is also worked into sacks. In the manufacture of woolen and linen goods, Tilburg ranks first, followed by Leiden, Utrecht, and Eindhoven. That of Havellands is best developed at Roermond and Helmond. Other branches of industry include carpetweaving at Deventer, the distillation of brandy, gin, and liqueurs at Schiedam, Rotterdam, and Amsterdam, and beer brewing in most of the principal towns, shoemaking and leather tanning in the Langstraat district of North Brabant, papermaking at Apeldoorn on the Zaan, and in Limburg, the manufacture of earthenware and faience at Maastricht, The Hague, and Delft, as well as at Utrecht, Purmerend, and Macam clay pipes and stearine candles at Gouda, margarine at Osh, chocolate at Weesp, and on the Zaan, mat plating, and brewmaking at Genemuiden and Bloksel, diamond cutting, and the manufacture of quinine at Amsterdam, and the making of cigars and snuff at Eindhoven, Amsterdam, Utrecht, Kampen. Roman 100 shipbuilding is of no small importance in Holland, not only in the greater, but also in the smaller towns along the rivers and canals. The principal shipbuilding yards are at Amsterdam, Kinderdijk, Rotterdam, and at Flushing, where there is a government dockyard for building warships. Trade and shipping to obtain a correct idea of the trade of Holland greater attention than would be requisite in the case of other countries must be paid to the inland traffic. It is impossible to state the value of this in definite figures, but an estimate may be formed of its extent from the number of ships which it employs in the rivers and canals, and from the quantity of produce brought to the public market. In connection with this traffic, there is a large fleet of tugboats, but steam or petroleum-propelled barges are becoming more common. Some of the lighters used in the Rhine transport trade have a capacity of 3,000 tons. A great part of the commercial business at Rotterdam belongs to the commission and transit trade. The other principal ports are Flushing, Terneuzen, for Belgium, Harlingen, Delfzijl, Dordrecht, Zaandam, Schiedam, Groningen, Den Helder, Middelburg, Vlaardingen. Among the national mail steamship services are the lines to the East and West Indies, Africa, and the United States. An examination of its list of exports and imports will show that Holland receives from its colonies its spiceries, coffee, sugar, tobacco, indigo, cinnamon from England, and Belgium its manufactured goods and coals, petroleum, raw cotton, and cereals from the United States, grain from the Baltic provinces, Archangel, and the ports of the Black Sea, timber from Norway, and the basin of the Rhine, yarn from England, wine from France, hops from Bavaria, and Alsace, iron ore from Spain, while in its turn, it sends its colonial wares to Germany, its agricultural produce to the London market, its fish to Belgium and Germany, and its cheese to France, Belgium, and Hamburg, as well as England. The bulk of trade is carried on with Germany and England. Then follow Java, Belgium, Russia, the United States. Roman 100. In the last half of the 19th century, the total value of the foreign commerce was more than trebled. Constitution and government. The government of the Netherlands is regulated by the Constitution of 1815, revised in 1848 and 1887, under which the sovereign's person is inviolable. And 593, the ministers are responsible. The age of majority of the sovereign is 18. The crown is hereditary in both the male and the female line according to primogeniture, but it is only in default of male heirs that females can come to the throne. The prince or heir apparent is the first subject of the sovereign and bears the title of the Prince of Orange. The sovereign alone has executive authority. To him belong the ultimate direction of foreign affairs, the power to declare war and peace, to make treaties and alliances, and to dissolve one or both chambers of parliament, the supreme command of the army and navy, the supreme administration of the state finances and of the colonies and other possessions of the kingdom, and the prerogative of mercy. By the provisions of the same constitution, he establishes the ministerial departments and shares the legislative power with the first and second chambers of parliament, which constitute the States General and sit at The Hague. The heads of the departments, to whom the especial executive functions are entrusted, are 8 in number: ministers, respectively, of the interior, of waterstaat, trade and industry, that is, of public works, including railways, post office. Roman 100, of justice, of finance, of war, of marine, of the colonies, and of foreign affairs. There is a department of agriculture, but without a minister at its head. The heads of departments are appointed and dismissed at the pleasure of the sovereign, usually determined, however, as in all constitutional states, by the will of the nation, as indicated by its representatives. The number of members in the first chamber is 50. South Holland, sending 10; North Holland 9; North Brabant and Gelderland each 6; Friesland 4; Overijssel, Limburg and Groningen each 3; Zeeland, Utrecht and Drent each 2. According to the Fundamental Law Grondwet of 1887, they are chosen by the provincial states, not only from amongst those who bear the greatest burden of direct taxation in each province, but also from amongst great functionaries and persons of high rank. Those deputies who are not resident in The Hague are entitled to receive 16s. A day. During the session, the duration of Parliament is 9 years, a third of the members retiring every 3 years. The retiring members are eligible for re-election. The members of the second chamber are chosen in the electoral districts by all capable male citizens, not under 23 years of age, who pay 1 or more direct taxes ranging from a minimum of 1 guilder 1's 8d. Towards the income tax, the number of members is 100. Amsterdam returning 9; Rotterdam 5; The Hague 3; Groningen and Utrecht 2 members. Each members must be at least 30 years old and receive an annual allowance of 166. Besides traveling expenses, they only and the government have the right of initiating business and of proposing amendments. Their term is 4 years, but they are reeligible. All communications from the sovereign to the States General and from the states to the sovereign, as well as all measures relating to internal administration, or to foreign possessions, are first submitted to the consideration of the Council of State, which consists of 14 members appointed by the sovereign, who is the president. The State Council also has the right of making suggestions to the sovereign in regard to subjects of legislation and administration. The provincial administration is entrusted to the provincial states, which are returned by direct election by the same electors as vote for the second chamber. The term is for 6 years, but one half of the members retire every 3 years subject to re-election or renewal. The president of the assembly is the royal commissioner for the province, as the provincial states only meet a few times. In the year they name a committee of deputy-states which manages current general business, and at the same time exercises the right of control over the affairs of the communes. At the head of every commune stands a communal council, whose members must be not under 23 years of age. They are elected for 6 years, 1/3 of the council, retiring every 2 years by the same voters. As for the provincial states, communal franchise is further restricted, however, to those electors who pay a certain sum to the communal rates. The number of councillors varies according to the population, between 7 and 45. One of the special duties of the council is the supervision of education. The president of the communal council is the burgomaster, who is named by the sovereign in every instance for 6 years, and receives a salary varying from 40 to over 600. Provision is made for paying the councillors a certain fee called presensemnuan. Required, the burgomaster has the power to suspend any of the council's decrees for 30 days. The executive power is vested in a college formed by the burgomaster and 2, 3, or 4 magistrates wethouders to be chosen by and from the members of the council. The provinces are 11 in number. National defense. The home defense system of Holland is a militia with strong cadres based on universal service in the militia or first-line force, is for 8 years in the second line, for 7 every year in the drill. Seasoned contingents of militiamen are called up for long or short periods of training, and the maximum peace strength under arms in the summer is about 35,000, of whom half are permanent cadres and half militiamen. In 1908, 12,300 of the year's contingent were trained for 8 months, and more in 5,200 for 4 months. The war strength of the militia is 105,000, that of the second line or reserve 70,000. The defense of the country is based on the historic principle of concentrating the people and their resources in the heart of the country, covered by a wide belt of inundations. The chosen line of defense is marked by a series of forts, which control the sluices extending from Amsterdam through Muiden, thence along the Vecht, and through Utrecht to Gorinchem on the Waal. The line continues thence by the Hollands Deep and Valkeraak to the sea, and the coast also is fortified. The army in the colonies numbers in all about 26,000, all permanent troops, and, for the most part, voluntarily enlisted European regulars. The military expenditure in 1908 was 2,331,255. The Dutch Navy at home and in Indian waters consists 1909 of 9 small battleships, 6 small cruisers, and 80 other vessels manned by 8,600 officers and men of the Navy, and about 2,250 Marines. Recruiting is by voluntary enlistment, with contingent powers of conscription amongst the maritime population. Justice. The administration of justice is entrusted one to the High Council Huge Rod at The Hague, the Supreme Court of the whole kingdom, and the tribunal for all high government officials, and for the members of the States General 2 to the 5 courts of justice established at Amsterdam, The Hague, Arnhem, Leeuwarden, and Hertogenbosch 3, to tribunals established in each arrondissement 4 to cantonal judges, appointed over a group of communes, whose jurisdiction is restricted to claims of small amount under 200 guilders and to breaches of police regulations, and who at the same time look after the interest of minors. The High Council is composed of 12 to 14 councillors, a procureur general, and 3 advocatus general. Criminal and correctional procedure were formerly divided between the courts of justice and the arrondissement tribunals, but this distinction was suppressed by the Penal Code of 1886, thereby increasing the importance of the arrondissement courts, which also act as court of appeal of the cantonal courts. Besides the prisons, which include one built on the cellular principle at Breda, the state supports 3 penal workhouses for drunkards and beggars. There are also the penal colonies at Veenhuizen in Drent, which were brought from the Society of Charity Maatschappij van Weldadigheid in 1859. The inmates practice agriculture as well as various industries. For supplying all the requirements of the colony, the objection raised against these establishments is that the prisoners do not represent the real vagabondage of the country, but a class of more or less voluntary inmates, children under 16 years of age, are placed in the 3 state reformatories, and there is an institution for vagabond women at Rotterdam. Charitable and other institutions, private charities, have always occupied a distinguished position in the Netherlands, and the principle of the law of 1854 concerning the relief of the poor is that the state shall only interfere when private charity fails. All private and religious institutions have to be inscribed before they can collect public funds. In some cases, these institutions are organized and administered conjointly with the civil authorities. At the head of the charitable institutions stand the agricultural colonies belonging to the Society of Charity C. Drent, of the numerous institutions for the encouragement of the sciences and the fine arts. The following are strictly national: the Royal Academy of Sciences, 1855, the Royal Netherlands Meteorological Institute, 1854, the National Academy of the Plastic Arts, the Royal School of Music, the National Archives, besides various other national collections and museums. Provincial scientific societies exist at Middelburg, Utrecht, Hertogenbosch, and Leeuwarden, and there are private and municipal associations, institutions, and collections in a large number of the smaller towns. Among societies of general utility are the Society for Public Welfare, Maatschappij tot Nut van Algemeen, 1785, whose efforts have been mainly in the direction of educational reform, the Geographical Society at Amsterdam, 1873, Taylor's Stichting or Foundation at Haarlem, 1778, and the Societies for the Promotion of Industry, 1777, and of Sciences, 1752, in the same town, the Institute of Languages, Geography, and Ethnology of the Dutch Indies, 1851, and the Indian Society at The Hague, the Royal Institute of Engineers at Delft, 1848, the Association for the Encouragement of Music at Amsterdam, Roman 100. Religious conviction is one of the most characteristic traits of the Dutch people, and finds expression in a large number of independent religious congregations. The bond between Church 594 and State, which had been established by the Synod of Dort 1618, and the organization of the Low Dutch Reformed Church Nederlandse Hervormd Kerk as the National Protestant Church, practically came to an end in the Revolution of 1795, and in the revision of the Constitution in 1840. 8. The complete religious liberty and equality of all persons and congregations was guaranteed. The present organization of the Reformed Church dates from 1852. It is governed by a General Assembly or Synod of Deputies from the principal judicatures sitting once a year. The provinces are subdivided into classes, and the classes again into circles, ringen, each circle comprising from 5 to 25 congregations, and each congregation being governed by a church council or session. The provincial synods are composed of ministers and elders deputed by the classes, and these are composed of the ministers belonging to the particular class, and an equal number of elders appointed by the local sessions. The meetings of the circles have no administrative character, but are mere brotherly conferences. The financial management in each congregation is entrusted to a special court kerkvoogdij, composed of notables and church wardens. In every province, there is, besides in the case of the Reformed Church, a provincial committee of supervision for the ecclesiastical administration for the whole kingdom. This supervision is entrusted to a common collegium or committee of supervision, which meets at The Hague, and consists of 11 members named by the provincial committee, and 3 named by the synod. Some congregations have withdrawn from provincial supervision, and have thus free control of their own financial affairs. The oldest secession from the Orthodox Church is that of the Remonstrants, who still represent the most liberal thought in the country, and have their own training college at Leiden. Towards 1840, a new congregation calling itself the Christian Reformed Church Christelijke Gereformeerd Kerk arose as a protest against the government and the modern tendencies of the Reformed Church, and for the same reason those who had founded the Free University of Amsterdam 1880 formed themselves in 1886 into an independent body called the Nederlands Gereformeerd Kerk. In 1892, these two churches united under the name of the Reformed Churches, Gereformeerd Kerken, with the doctrine and discipline of Dort. They have a theological seminary at Kampen. Other Protestant bodies are the Walloons, who, though possessing an independent church government, are attached to the Low Dutch Reformed Church. The Lutherans divided into the main body of evangelical Lutherans, and a smaller division calling themselves the Re-established or Old Lutherans Herstelde Lutherschen, who separated in 1791. In order to keep more strictly to the Augsburg Confession, the Mennonites founded by Menno Simons of Friesland, about the beginning of the 16th century, the Baptists whose only central authority is the General Baptist Society founded at Amsterdam in 1811, the Evangelical Brotherhood of Herrnhuters or Moravians, who have churches and schools at Zeist and Haarlem, and a Catholic Apostolic Church 1867 at The Hague. There are congregations of English Episcopalians at The Hague, Amsterdam, and Rotterdam, and German Evangelicals at The Hague, 1857, and Rotterdam 1861. In 1853, the Roman Catholic Church, which before had mission in the hands of papal legates and vicars, was raised into an independent ecclesiastical province, with 5 dioceses, namely the Archbishopric of Utrecht, and the suffragan bishoprics of Haarlem-Breda, Hertogenbosch, and Roermond, each with its own seminary side by side with the Roman Catholic hierarchy, are the congregations of the Old Catholics, or Old Episcopalian Church, Oud Biscopelate Cleresi, and the Jansenists. See Jansenism. The Old Catholics, with whom the Jansenists are frequently confused, date from the 17th century. Besides an archbishop at Utrecht, the Old Catholics have bishops at Deventer and Haarlem, and a training college at Amersfoort. They numbered, in 1905, about 9,000 c. Utrecht, the large Jewish population in Holland, had its origin in the wholesale influx of Portuguese Jews at the end of the 16th and of German Jews in the beginning of the 17th century. In 1870, they were reorganized under the central authority of the Netherlands Israelite Church, and divided into head and ring synagogues and associated churches. The Roman Catholic element preponderates in the southern provinces of Limburg and North Brabant, but in Friesland, Groningen and Drenthe, the Baptists and Christian Reformed are most numerous. Education. Every grade of education in the Netherlands is under the control and supervision of the state, being administered by a special department under the Ministry for the Interior. In 1889, the state recognized private denominational schools, and in 1900, passed a law of compulsory attendance. Infant schools, which are generally in the hands of private societies or the municipal authorities, are not interfered with by the state. According to the law of 1889, primary education is carried on in the ordinary and in continuation schools for boys and girls, coeducation having been long in vogue. These schools are established in every commune, the state contributing aid at the rate of 25 of the total expenditure. The age of admission is 6, and the course is for 6 years. 713, being the legal age, limits the fee from which poverty exempts, is almost nominal. Nature study, continued in the secondary schools, is an essential part in the curriculum of these schools, and elementary general history, English, French, and German, are among the optional subjects, while the boys are instructed in woodwork. Needlework is taught to the girls, its introduction in 1889 having been the first recognition of practical instruction in any form. Continuation schools, Herhelingscholen, must be organized wherever required, and are generally open for 6 months in winter. Pupils of 12 to 14 or 16, attending secondary schools, were established by the law of 1863, and must be provided by every commune of 10,000 inhabitants. They comprise the Burger and evening schools, and the higher Burger schools, the first named schools being mainly intended for those engaged in industrial or agricultural pursuits. The day classes gradually fell into disuse. The length of the course, as prescribed by law, is 2 years, but it is usually extended to 3 or 4 years, and the instruction, though mainly theoretical, has regard to the special local industries. The fees, if any, may not exceed £1 per annum. Special mention must be made in this connection of the School of Engineering in Amsterdam 1878, and the Academy of Plastic Arts at Rotterdam. The higher Burger schools have either a 3 or a 5 years course, and the fees vary from 2 to 5 a year. The instruction given is essentially non-classical and scientific in both schools. Certificates are awarded at the end of the course. That of the higher Burger schools, admitting to the natural science and medical branches of university education, a supplementary examination in Greek and Latin being required for other branches. The gymnasia or classical schools fall, legally speaking, under the head of higher education. By the law of 1876, every town of 20,000 inhabitants, unless specially exempted, must provide a gymnasium, A large proportion of these schools are subsidized by the state to the extent of half their net cost. The curriculum is classical and philological, but in the two upper classes there is a bifurcation in favor of scientific subjects. For those who wish, the fees vary from 5 to 8 a year, but owing to the absence of scholarships and bursaries, are sometimes remitted, as in the case of the higher burgher schools. Among the schools which give specialized instruction, mention must be made of the admirable trade schools Ambitsskolen, established in 1861, and the corresponding industrial schools for girls, the fishery schools and schools of navigation, the many private schools of domestic science, and of commerce and industry, among which the municipal school at Enschede 1886 deserves special mention, and the School of Social Work des Huys at Amsterdam 1900 for the education of medical practitioners, civil and military. The more important institutions are the National Obstetrical College at Amsterdam, the National Veterinary School at Utrecht, the National College for Military Physicians at Amsterdam, and the establishment at Utrecht for the training of military apothecaries for the East and West Indies. The organization of agricultural education under the state is very complete and includes a state professor of agriculture for every province, as well as professors of horticulture in several cases, winter schools of agriculture and horticulture, and a state agricultural college at Wageningen 1876, with courses in home and colonial agriculture. The total fees at this college, including board and lodging, are about 50 a year, according to the law of 1898. The state also maintains or subsidizes experimental or testing stations. Other schools of the same class are the Gerard Adriaan van Swieten Schools of Agriculture, Gardening and Forestry in Drent, the School of Instruction in Butter and Cheese, making zuivelbereiding at Balswoord, and the State Veterinary College at Utrecht. There are 3 state universities in Holland, namely Leiden 1575, Groningen 1585, and Utrecht 1634, the ancient Athenaeums of Franker 1585, and Harderwijk 1603, were closed in 1811, but that of Amsterdam was converted into a municipal university in 1877. In each of these universities, there are 5 faculties, namely law, theology, medicine, science, and mathematics, and literature and philosophy, the courses for which are respectively 4, 5, 8, and 6 or 7 years for the two last named. The fees amount to 200 florins, 1613 per annum, and are payable for 4 years. 2 kinds of degrees are conferred, namely the ordinary candidates and the doctor's degrees. Pupils from the higher burgher schools are only eligible for the first. There is also a free Calvinistic university at Amsterdam, founded in 1880 and enjoying since 1905 the right of conferring degrees. It has, however, no faculties of law or science. The State Polytechnic School at Delft 1864 for the study of engineering in all its branches, architecture and naval construction, has a nominal course of 4 years and confers the degree of engineer. The fees are the same as those of the universities. And as at the universities, there are bursaries. A national institution at Leiden for the study of languages, geography, and ethnology of the Dutch Indies has given place to communal institutions of the same nature at Delft, and at Leiden, founded in 1864 and 1877. The center of Dutch university life, which is non-residential, is the students' corps, at the head of which is a senate elected annually from among the students. Of 4 years standing membership of the corps is gained after a somewhat trying novitiate, but is the only passport to the various social and sports societies. All teachers in the Netherlands must qualify for their profession by examination under the Act of 1898. They are trained either in the state training colleges or in state-aided municipal and private 595 denominational colleges, or else by means of state or private state-aided courses of instruction. The age of admission to this class of training is from 14 to 18, and the course is for 4 years. In the last year, practice in teaching is obtained at the primary practice school attached to each college, and students are also taught to make models explanatory of the various subjects of instruction, after the manner of the Swedish Slöjd system. Assistant teachers, wishing to qualify as head teachers, must have had 2 years practical experience. Pupil teachers can only give instruction under the supervision of a certificated teacher. The minimum salary of teachers is determined by law. The teaching, which follows the so-called heuristic method, and the equipment of schools of every description are admirable. Finance. The following statement shows the revenue and expenditure of the kingdom for the years 1889, 19,001,901, and 1905. Revenues. Source 1889, 1901, 1905. Excise 3,678,075, 4,040,2,500, 4,514,998. Direct taxation 2,300,865, 2,900,000, 175, 3,130, 5,665. Indirect taxation 2,004,745, 1,805,583, 1,940, 6,666. Post Office 539,405, 865,750, 1,103,333. Government telegraphs 106,970, 187,375, 211,333. Export and import duties 440,247, 801,500, 930,912. State domains 213,186, 147,130, 9,000. Pilot dues 106,079, 190, 1,667, 200,000. State lotteries 54,609, 54,250, 52,666. Game and fisheries 11,660, 11,000, 11,750. Railways 361,512, 349,011. Part paid by East Indies on account of interest and redemption of public debt 321,916. Netherland Bank contribution 160,500. Total 9,475,330. 7. 11,390, 4,220 1,017,079. Including various miscellaneous items, not specified in detail. Expenditure. Object 1889, 1901, 1905. National debt 2,727,590. 1. 2,906,214. 2,890, 9,770. Department of War 1,708,698. 1,890, 3,036. 2,474,011. Department of Waterstaat 1,790,290. 1. 2,440, 8,339. 2,869,951. Department of Finance 1,530, 7,404. 2,090, 2,343. 2,290, 7,180. Department of Marine 1,030, 8,536. 1,380, 8,141. 1,390, 6,137. Department of Interior 815,188. 1,330,563. 1,613,134. Department of Justice 426,340. 529,159. 590, 2,073. Department of Colonies 93,829. 109,760. 8. 251,150. Department of Foreign Affairs 57,312. 71,101. 80, 2,403. Royal Household 54,166. 66,667. 66,666. Superior Authorities of the State 52,476. 56,790. 258,251. Unforeseen expenditure 1745, 4166, 4166. Total 10,393,579. 12,890, 6,289. 14,907,781. including besides the ordinary budget the outlays in payment of annuities in funding and discharging debt in railway extension Roman 100. The total debt in 1905 amounted to 96,764,266. The annual interest amounted to 3,396,590. During the years, 18,501,905, 27,416,651 has been devoted to the redemption of the public debt. The total wealth of the kingdom is estimated at 900 millions sterling. The various provinces and communes have separate budgets. The following table gives a statement of the provincial and communal finances. Revenues. Provincial 722,580, 445,330, 718,199. Communal 6,130, 9,311,666, 12,750,083. Expenditure. Provincial 740,333, 445,330, 702,718. Communal 5,680, 3,808,503,250, 12,080, 5,250. Colonies. The Dutch colonies in the Malay archipelago have an area of 600,000 sq Roman 1,000, with a population of 23 million, among which are 35,000 Europeans, 319,000 Chinese, 15,000 Arabs, and 10,000 other immigrant Asiatics. The West Indian possessions of Holland include Dutch Guiana, or the government of Suriname, and the Dutch Antilles, or the government of Curaçao, and its dependencies, St. Eustatius Saba, the southern half of St. Martin Curaçao Bonaire, and Aruba, a total area of 60,000 sq Roman 1,000, with 90,000 inhabitants, of whom a small portion are Europeans, and the rest Negroes and other people of color and Chinese. Bibliography. The chief place is due to the following geographical publications: Dr. H. Blink, Nederland en Zany Bewoners, Amsterdam 18,880, 1892, containing a copious bibliography, Tegenwoordige Staat van Nederland, Amsterdam 1897, R. Schoeling Aardrijkskund van Nederland Zwolle 1884, A Beekman de Strade om het Bestaan Zutphen 1887, A Manual on the Characteristic Hydrography of the Netherlands, and E. Reclus Nouvelle, Geographie Universelle 1879, Vol Roman, for the Jeddenboek Uitgeventur, Geligenheid van het Vijftigjarig Bestaan van het Koninklijk Instituut, Van Ingenieurs 18,471,897, S. Gravenhage 1898, is an excellent aid in studying technically the remarkable works on Dutch rivers, canals, sluices, railways and harbors, and drainage and irrigation, works the Aardrijkskundig Woordenboek van Nederland, by P. H. Witkamp Arnhem 1895, is a complete gazetteer with historical notes and nomina geographica Neerlandica, published by the Netherlands Geographical Society, Amsterdam 1885. Roman 100, contains a history of geographical names Geschiedenies, van den Boerestand en den Landbouw, in Nederland H. Blink Groningen 1902, and the Report on Agriculture published at The Hague by the Royal Commission, appointed in 1896, furnish special information in connection with this subject of more general interest. Are Een have EO 18,480,1898, edited by Dr. P. H. Ritter, Amsterdam 1898, containing a series of articles on all subjects connected with the kingdom during the second half of the 19th century, written by specialists, and Les Pays Bas Leiden 1899, and La Holland Géographique Ethnologique Politique Roman 100 Paris, 1900, both works of the same class as the preceding. Books of travel include some of considerable topographical as well as literary interest, from Lodovico Guicciardini, 1567, down to Edmondo de Amicis Holland, translated from the Italian London 1883. H. Havard Dead Cities of the Zuider Z Roman 100, translated from the French London 1876, and Roman 500 S. Meldrum Holland, and the Hollanders London 1899 in the 19th century. Mention may also be made of Old Dutch Towns and Villages of the Zuider Z, by W. J. Tyne, translated from the Dutch London 1901 Nieuw Wandelingen door Nederland by J. Krondijk and P. A Skipperus Haarlem 1888 Friesland Meers, and Through the Netherlands by H. Roman 1000 Doughty London 1887, On Dutch Waterways by G. Roman 100 Davis London 1887 Holland, Et Hollandize by H. Durand Paris 1893, and Holland and Belgium by Professor N. G. van Kampen, translated from the Dutch London 1860, the last three being chiefly remarkable for their fine illustrations, works of historical and antiquarian interest of a high order, are Merkwaardige Castellan in Nederland by J. van Lennep, and W. J. Hofdijk. Leiden 18,811,880, 4, Noord-Hollandsch Oudheden by G. van Arkel, and a W. Weisman, published by the Royal Antiquarian Society Amsterdam 1891, and Oud Holland, edited by a Roman 500 de Vries, and N. de Roever Amsterdam 18,830,1880, 6, containing miscellaneous contributions to the History of Ancient Dutch Art Crafts and Letters Natural History, is covered by various periodical publications of the Royal Zoological Society, Natura Artis Magistra at Amsterdam, and the Nadualake History, Van Nederland Haarlem, 18,561,863, written by specialists, and including ethnology and flora military and naval defense, may be studied in De Vesting Holland, by a Roman 50 W. Sagevaart Utrecht 1887, and the Handbook of the Dutch Army by Major W. Roman 50 White, Ra London 1896, Ecclesiastical History, in the Church in the Netherlands by P. H. Ditchfield London 1893, and Education, in Val Roman, 8 of the special reports on educational subjects, issued by the Board of Education, London Statistics, are furnished by the annual publication of the Society for Statistics, in the Netherlands Amsterdam. History from 1579 to modern times 5. The political compact, known as the Union of Utrecht, differed from its immediate predecessors, the pacification of Ghent, the Union of Brussels, and the Perpetual Edict in its permanence, the Confederacy of the Northern Provinces consequences of the Union of Utrechthof, the Netherlands, which was effected 29th of January, 1579, by the exertions of John of Nassau, was destined to be the beginning of a new national life. The foundation was laid on which the Republic of the 596 United Netherlands was to be raised. Its immediate results were far from promising the falling away of the Walloon provinces, and the Catholic nobles from the patriot cause threatened it with ruin nothing, but the strong personal influence and indefatigable labors of the Prince of Orange stood in the way of a more general defection everywhere save in staunch and steadfast Holland and Zealand. A feeling of wavering and hesitation was spreading through the land in Holland and Zealand. William was supreme, but elsewhere his aims and his principles were misrepresented and misunderstood. He saw that unaided the patriotic party could not hope to resist the power of Philip Roman II, and he had therefore resolved to gain the support of France by the offer of the sovereignty offered to the Duke of Anjou. The ban against William of Orange. The Act of Abjuration. The apology of the Netherlands to the Duke of Anjou, but Anjou was a Catholic, and this fact aroused among the Protestants a feeling that they were being betrayed. But the prince persisted in the policy he felt to be a necessity, and 23rd of Jan, 1581, a treaty was concluded with the Duke, by which he under certain conditions agreed to accept the sovereignty of the Netherlands provinces except Holland and Zealand. These two provinces were unwilling to have any sovereign but William himself, and after considerable hesitation, he agreed to become their count. 24th of July 1581. He felt that he was justified in taking this step, because of the ban which Philip had published on the 15th of March 1581, in which Orange had been proclaimed a traitor and miscreant, and a reward offered to anyone who would take his life. His practical answer to the king was the Act of Abjuration, by which at his persuasion, the representatives of the provinces of Brabant, Flanders, Holland, Zealand, Gelderland, and Utrecht, assembled at The Hague, declared that Philip had forfeited his sovereignty over them, and that they held themselves henceforth absolved from their allegiance to him. In a written defense, the famous apology published later in the year, William replied at great length to the charges that had been brought against him, and carrying the war into the enemy's camp, endeavored to prove that the course he had pursued was justified by the crimes and tyranny of the king. The Duke of Anjou was solemnly inaugurated as Duke of Brabant February 1582, and shortly afterwards, as Duke of Gelderland, Count of Flanders and Lord of Friesland. Attempt on the life of Orange by Jean, Jorigai William had taken up his residence at Antwerp in order to give the French prince his strongest personal support, and while there a serious attempt was made upon his life March 18th, by a youth named Jean Jorigai, he fired a pistol at the prince close to his head, and the ball passed under the right ear and out at the left jaw. It was a terrible wound, but fortunately not fatal. Meanwhile, Anjou soon grew tired of his dependent position and of the limitations placed upon his sovereignty. He resolved by a secret and sudden attack 17th of January, 1583, to make himself master of Antwerp, and of the person of Orange the French fury. The assault was made, but it proved an utter failure. The citizens resisted stoutly behind barricades, and the French were routed with heavy loss. The French fury, as it was called, rendered the position of Anjou in the Netherlands impossible, and made William himself unpopular in Brabant. He accordingly withdrew to Delft in the midst of his faithful Hollanders. He felt that he could still organize resistance and stem the progress made by Spanish arms and Spanish influence under the able leadership of Alexander of Parma. Antwerp, with St. Aldegond as its burgomaster, was still in the hands of the patriots and barred the way to the sea, and covered Zeeland from invasion. Never for one moment did William lose heart or relax his efforts and vigilance. He felt that with the two maritime provinces secure, the national cause need not be despaired of, but his own days had now drawn to their end. The failure of Jorigai did not deter a young Catholic zealot by name Balthazar Gerard from attempting to assassinate the man whom he looked upon as the archenemy of God and the king, under the pretext of seeking a passport. Assassination of William the Silent. Gerard penetrated into the Prinsenhof at Delft, and firing point-blank at William as he left the dining hall, mortally wounded him. 10th of July, 1584, amidst general lamentations. The father of his country, as he was called, was buried with great state in the Nieuw Kirk at Delft at the public charge. But though the great leader was dead, he had not striven or worked in vain. The situation was critical, but there was no panic throughout the revolted provinces. There was a general determination to continue the struggle to the bitter end, to make head, however, against the victorious advance of Parma, before whose arms all the chief towns of Brabant and Flanders, Bruges, Ghent, Brussels, and lastly, after a valiant defense, Antwerp itself had fallen. It was necessary to look for the protection of a foreign ruler. The government, now that the commanding personal influence of William was no more, was without any central authority which could claim obedience. The States General were but the delegates of a number of sovereign provinces. Maurice of Nassau, and amongst these Holland, by its size and wealth after the occupation by the Spaniards of Brabant and Flanders, was predominant. Maurice of Nassau, William's second son, had indeed on his father's death been appointed captain and admiral general of the Union, president of the Council of State, and stadtholder of Holland and Zeeland. But he was as yet too young, only 17, to take a leading part in affairs. Count Hohenlohe took the command of the troops with the title of lieutenant general. Two devoted adherents of William of Orange, Paul Buys, advocate the sovereignty offered to Henry Roman III, and declined off Holland, and Johann van Oldenbarnevelt, pensionary of Rotterdam, were the statesmen who, at this difficult juncture, took the foremost part in directing the policy of the Confederacy. They turned first to France. The sovereignty of the provinces was offered to Henry Roman III, but the king, harassed by civil discords in his own country, declined the dangerous honor. 1585, repelled in this direction, the States General next turned themselves to England. Elizabeth was alarmed by the successes of the Spanish arms, and especially by the fall of Antwerp, and though refusing the sovereignty, she agreed to send a force of 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse to the aid of the provinces, under the command of the Earl of Leicester, her expenses being Leicester Governor-General guaranteed by the handing over to her the towns of Flushing, Brill, and Ramekins as pledges. 10th of August, 1585, Leicester, on landing in Holland, was in the presence of the States General and of Maurice of Nassau, invested with the title of Governor-General and practically sovereign powers. February 1586. The new governor had great difficulties to contend with. He knew nothing of the language or the character of the people he was called upon to govern. His own abilities, both as general and statesman, were mediocre, and he was failure and withdrawal of Leicester hampered constantly in his efforts by the niggardliness and changing whims of his royal mistress in trying to consolidate forces of the provinces for united action and to centralize its government. He undoubtedly did his best according to his lights for the national cause, but he was too hasty and overbearing his edict prohibiting all commercial intercourse with the enemy at once aroused against him the bitter hostility of the merchants of Holland and Zealand, who thrived by such traffic. His attempts to pack the Council of State, on which already 2 Englishmen had seats with personal adherents, and to override the opposition of the provincial states of Holland to his arbitrary acts at last, made his position impossible. The traitorous surrender of Deventer and Zutphen by their English governors Stanley and York, both Catholics, rendered all Englishmen suspect the states of Holland, under the leadership of Johan van Oldenbarnevelt, took up an attitude of resolute hostility to him, and the states of Holland dominated the States General in the midst of these divided councils. The important seaport of Sluys was taken by Parma. Utterly discredited Leicester, 6th of August 1587, abandoned the task 597, in which he had met with nothing but failure, and returned to England. Nothing could have been worse than the position of the states at the beginning of 1588. Had Parma had a free hand, in all probability, he would have crushed out the revolt and reconquered the northern Netherlands. But the Johan van Oldenbarnevelt attention of the Spanish king was at this time concentrated upon the success of the Invincible Armada. The army of Parma was held in readiness for the invasion of England, and the United Provinces had a respite. They were fortunately able to avail themselves of it. The commanding abilities of Oldenbarnevelt, now advocate of Holland, gradually gathered into his hands the entire administration of the Republic. He became indispensable, and as his influence grew more and more did the policy of the provinces acquire unity and consistency of purpose. At the same time, Maurice of Nassau, now grown to man's estate, began to display those military talents which were to gain for him the fame of being the first general of his time. But Maurice was no politician. He had implicit trust in the advocate, his father's faithful friend and counselor, and for many years to come the statesman and the soldier worked in harmony together for the best interests of their country. See Oldenbarnevelt and Maurice, Prince of Orange. At the side of Maurice, as a wise adviser, stood his cousin William Louis, Stadtholder of Friesland, a trained soldier and good commander in the field. After the destruction of the Armada, Parma had been occupied with campaigns on the southern frontier against the French, and the Netherlanders had been content to stand on guard against attack. The surprise of Breda, by a campaign of 1591 stratagem, 8th of March 1590, was the only military event of importance up to 1591. But the 2 stadtholders had not wasted the time. The state's forces had been reorganized and brought to a high state of military discipline and training. In 1591, the States General, after considerable hesitation, were persuaded by Maurice to sanction an offensive campaign. It was attended by marvelous success. Zutphen was captured on the 20th of May. Deventer, on the 20th of June. Parma, who was besieging the fort of Knodsenburg, was forced to retire with loss. Hulst fell after a 3 days' investment, and finally Nijmegen was taken on the 21st of October. The fame of Maurice, a consummate general at the early age of 24, was on all men's lips. The following campaign was signalized: death of Parma. New province of Stat en Landenby, the capture of Steenwijk and Coevorden on the 8th of December 1592, Parma died, and the states were delivered from their most redoubtable adversary. In 1593, the Leaguer of Geertruidenberg put the seal on Maurice's reputation. As an invincible besieger, the town fell after an investment of 3 months. Groningen was the chief fruit of the campaign of 1594. With its dependent district, it was formed into a new province under the name of Stat en Landen. William Louis became the stadtholder. C. Groningen, the soil of the northern Netherlands, was at last practically free from the presence of Spanish garrisons. The growing importance of the new state was signalized by the conclusion in 1596 of a triple alliance between England, France, and the United Provinces. It was of short duration and purchased by hard conditions, but a triple alliance of France, England, and the United Provinces implied the recognition by Henry Roman IV and Elizabeth of the States General as a sovereign power with whom treaties could be concluded. Such a recognition was justified by the brilliant successes of the campaign of 1597. It began with the complete rout of a Spanish force of 4,500 men at Turnhout in January, with scarcely any loss to the victors. Then in a succession of sieges, Reinberg, Moers, Groenlo, Bredevoort, Enschede, Uitmarsum, Oldenzaal, and Lingen fell into the hands of Maurice. The relations of the Netherlands to Spain were in 1598 completely changed. Philip Roman II, feeling death approaching, resolved to marry his elder daughter the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia to her cousin the Cardinal Archduke Albert of Austria, who Albert and Isabel sovereigns of the Netherlands had been Governor-General of the Netherlands since 1596, and to erect the provinces into an independent sovereignty under their joint rule. The instrument was executed in May. Philip died in September. The marriage took place in November. In case the marriage should have no issue, the sovereignty of the Netherlands was to revert to the King of Spain. The Archduke, such was their official title, did not make their joyeuse entree into Brussels until the close of 1599. The step was taken too late to effect a reconciliation with the rebel provinces. Peace overtures were made, but the conditions were unacceptable. The States General never seriously considered the question of giving in their submission to the new sovereigns. The traders of Holland and Zealand had thriven mightily. By the war their ships had penetrated to the East and West Indies, and were to be found in every sea. The year 1600 saw the foundation of the Chartered East India Company, see Dutch East India Company. The question of freedom of trade with the Indies had become no less vital to the Dutch people than freedom of religious worship. To both these concessions, Spanish policy was irreconcilably opposed. Dunkirk, as a nest of freebooters who preyed upon Dutch commerce, was made the objective of a daring offensive campaign in 1600 by the orders of the States General, under the influence of Oldenbarnevelt in the teeth of the opposition. The Battle of Nieuwpoort, the stadholders Maurice and William Louis, by a bold march across Flanders. Maurice reached Nieuwpoort on the 1st of July and proceeded to invest it. The Archduke Albert, however, followed hard on his steps with an army of seasoned troops, and Maurice, with his communications cut, was forced to fight for his existence. A desperate combat took place on the dunes between forces of equal strength and valor. Only by calling up his last reserves did victory declare for Maurice. The Archduke had to fly for his life. 5,000 Spaniards were killed, 700 taken, and 105 standards. To have thus worsted the dreaded Spanish infantry in open fight was a great triumph for the States troops and their general, but it was barren of results. Maurice refused to run further risks and led back his army to Holland. For the following 3 years, all the energies alike of the Archdukes and siege of Ostend, States General, were concentrated on the siege of Ostend. 15th of July, 160,120th of Sept 1604. The solitary possession of the Dutch in Flanders, the heroic obstinacy of the defense, was equaled by the perseverance of the attack, and there was a vast expenditure, especially on the side of the Spaniards, of blood and treasure. At last, when reduced to a heap of ruins, Ostend fell before the resolution of Ambrosio de Spinola, a Genoese banker, to whom the command of the besiegers had been entrusted. See Spinola. A month before the surrender, however, another and more commodious seaport, Sluys, had fallen into the possession of the States Army under Maurice, and thus the loss of Ostend was discounted. Spinola proved himself to be a general of a high order, and the campaigns of 1606 and 1607 resolved themselves into a duel of skill between him and Maurice, without much advantage accruing to either side. But the Archduke's negotiations for peace treasury was now empty, and their credit exhausted. Both sides were weary of fighting, and serious negotiations for peace were set on foot. The disposition of the Spaniards to make concessions was further quickened by the destruction of their fleet at Gibraltar by the Dutch Admiral Heemskerk, April 1607. But there were many difficulties in the way. The peace party in the United Provinces, headed by Oldenbarnevelt, was opposed by the stadholders Maurice and William Louis, the great majority of the military and naval officers, the Calvinist preachers, and many leading merchants. The Spaniards, on their side, were obdurate on the subjects of freedom of trade in the Indies and of freedom of religious worship. At last, after the negotiations had been repeatedly on the point of breaking off, a compromise was effected by the mediation of the envoys of France and England on the 9th of April 1609. 598. A truce, for 12 years, was agreed upon on all points. The Dutch demands were granted. The treaty was concluded with the 12 years' truce. The provinces, in the quality of free states, over whom the archdukes made no pretensions, the Uti as regards territorial possession, was recognized. Neither the granting of freedom of worship to Roman Catholics, nor the word Indies was mentioned. But in a secret treaty, King Philip undertook to place no hindrance in the way of Dutch trade, wherever carried on. One of the immediate results of this triumph of his policy was the increase of Oldenbarnevelt's influence and authority in the government of the Republic. But though Maurice and his other opponents had reluctantly yielded to theological strife in Holland, advocates skillful diplomacy and persuasive arguments. A soreness remained between the statesman and the stadtholder, which was destined never to be healed. The country was no sooner relieved from the pressure of external war than it was torn by internal discords after a brief interference in the affairs of Germany, where the intricate question of the Cleves-Jülich succession was already preparing the way for the 30 Years' War. The United Provinces became immersed in a hot and absorbing theological struggle with which were Arminius and Gomarus mixed up important political issues. The province of Holland was the arena in which it was fought out. Two professors of theology at Leiden, Jacobus Arminius, c. Arminius, and Franciscus Gomarus, became the leaders of two parties who differed from one another upon certain tenets of the abstruse doctrine of predestination. Gomarus supported the orthodox Calvinist view. Arminius assailed it. The Arminians appealed to the States of Holland, 1610, in a remonstrance in which their theological position was defined. They were henceforth known as remonstrants, and contra-remonstrants. Their opponents were styled contra-remonstrants. The advocate and the States of Holland took sides with the remonstrants. Maurice and the majority of the States General, 4 provinces out of 7, supported the contra-remonstrants. It became a question of the extent of the rights of sovereign princes under the Union. The States General wished to summon a national synod. The States of Holland refused their assent and made levies of local militia wargelders for the maintenance of order. The States General, 9th of July, 1618, took up the challenge, and the Prince of Orange, as Captain General, was placed at the head of a commission to go in the first place to Utrecht, which supported Oldenbarnevelt, and then to the various cities of wargelders Holland, to insist on the disbanding of the wargelders on the side of Maurice, whom the army obeyed. Was the power of the sword. The opposition collapsed. The recalcitrant provincial states were purged, and the leaders of the party of state rights, the advocate himself, Hugo de Groot, C. Grotius, pensionary of Rotterdam, and Hugerbeets, pensionary of Leiden, were arrested and thrown into prison. The whole proceedings were illegal, and the illegality was consummated by the prisoners being brought before a Oldenbarnevelt executed special tribunal of 24 judges, nearly all of whom were personal enemies of the accused. The trial was merely a preliminary to condemnation. The advocate was sentenced to death and executed 13th of May 1619 in the Binnenhof at The Hague. The sentences of Grotius and Hugerbeets were commuted to perpetual imprisonment. Meanwhile, the National Synod had been summoned and had met at Dort on the 13th of November 1618. 100 members, many of them foreign divines, composed Synod of Dort, Thy's Great Assembly, who after 154 sittings gave their seal to the doctrines of the Netherlands Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism. The Arminians were condemned, their preachers deprived, and the Remonstrant party placed under a ban. 6th of May 1619. In 1621, the 12 years' truce came to an end, and war broke out once more with Spain. Maurice, after the death of Oldenbarnevelt, was supreme in the land, but he missed sorely the wise counsels of the old statesman, whose tragic end renewal of the war. Death of Maurice had been so largely instrumental in bringing about he and Spinola found themselves once more at the head of the armies in the field. But the health of the stadtholder was undermined, and his military genius was under a cloud. Deeply mortified by his failure to relieve Breda, which was blockaded by Spinola, Maurice fell seriously ill and died on the 23rd of April 1625. He was succeeded in his dignities by his younger brother Frederick Henry, c. Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, who was appointed stadtholder of Holland-Zeeland, Utrecht, Overyssel, and Gelderland, captain and adjutant general of the Union and head of the Council of State. Frederick Henry was as a general scarcely inferior to Maurice, and a far more able statesman. The moderation of his views and his conciliatory temper did much to heal the wounds left by civil and religious strife. And during his time, the power and influence of the stadtholderate, the period of Frederick Henry at in their highest point, such was his popularity and the confidence he inspired that in 1630, his great offices of state were declared hereditary in favor of his 5-year-old son by the Acte de Survivance. He did much to justify the trust placed in him, for the period of Frederick Henry is the most brilliant in the history of the Dutch Republic. During his time, the East India Company, which had founded the town of Batavia in Java as their administrative, the East and West India Compagnieschapittel, under a succession of able governor-generals, almost monopolized the trade of the entire Orient, made many conquests, and established a network of factories and trade posts stretching from the Cape of Good Hope to Japan's Dutch East India Company. The West India Company, erected in 1621, though framed on the same model, aimed rather at waging war on the enemy's commerce than in developing their fleets, for some years brought vast booty into the company's coffers. The Mexican treasure ships fell into the hands of Piet Hein, the boldest of their admirals, in 1628, and they were able to send armies across the ocean, conquer a large part of Brazil, and set up a flourishing Dutch dominion in South America. See Dutch West India Company. The operations of these two great chartered companies occupy a place among memorable events of Frederick Henry's stadtholderate. They are therefore mentioned here, but for further details, the special articles must be consulted. When Frederick Henry stepped into his brother's place, he found the United Provinces in a position of great danger and of critical importance. The Protestants of Germany were on the point of being crushed by the forces of the policy of Frederick Henry Austrian Habsburgs, and the Catholic League, it lay with the Netherlands to create a diversion in the favor of their coreligionists, by keeping the forces of the Spanish Habsburgs fully occupied, but to do so with their flank exposed to imperialist attack from the east was a task involving grave risks and possible disaster. In these circumstances, Frederick Henry saw the necessity of securing French aid. It was secured by the skillful diplomacy of Francis van Arsens Roman V. But on hard conditions, Richelieu required the assistance of the Dutch fleet to enable him to overcome the resistance of the Huguenot stronghold of La Rochelle. The far-sighted stadtholder, despite popular opposition, by his powerful personal influence, induced the States General to grant the naval aid, and thus obtain the French alliance on which the safety of the Republic depended. The first great military success of Frederick Henry was in 1629. His capture of Hertogenbosch Boisleduc, hitherto supposed to be impregnable after a siege of 5 months, was a triumph of engineering skill. Wessel sieges of Hertogenbosch and Maastricht also was taken by surprise. This same year, in 1631, a large Spanish fleet carrying a picked force of 6,000 soldiers for the invasion of Zealand was completely destroyed by the Dutch in the Sloch, and the troops made prisoners. The campaign of the following year was made memorable by the siege of Maastricht. This important frontier town, lying on both sides of the River Meuse, was taken by the Prince of Orange in the teeth of two relieving armies, Spanish 599 and Imperialist, whose united forces were far larger than his own. This brilliant feat of arms was the prelude to peace negotiations. Death of the Infanta Isabel led to a lengthy exchange of diplomatic notes. No agreement, however, was reached. The death of the Infanta Isabel in November 1633, and the reversion of the Netherlands to the sovereignty of the King of Spain, rendered all efforts to end the war for the time being fruitless. At this juncture, a strengthening of the French alliance seemed to the prince not merely expedient but necessary. He had to contend against a strong peace party in Holland, headed by the pensionary Pau. But with the aid of alliance with France, diplomatic skill of Arsens, all opposition was overcome. Paul was replaced as pensionary by Jacob Cats, and the objections of Richelieu were met and satisfied. A defensive and offensive alliance with France was concluded early in 1635 against the King of Spain, and each party bound itself not to make a peace or truce without the assent of the other. A large French force was sent into the Netherlands and placed under the command of the Prince of Orange. The military results of the alliance were, during the first 2 campaigns, inconsiderable. The Cardinal Infant Ferdinand had been appointed governor of the Netherlands, and he proved himself an excellent general, and there were dissensions in the councils of the Allies. In 1637, the stadtholder was able to add to his fame as an invincible besieger of cities. His failure to relieve Breda had hastened the death of Maurice. Capture of Breda fell in 1625 into the hands of Spinola. After a blockade of 11 months, it was now retaken by Frederick Henry. After a siege of 11 weeks in the face of immense difficulties, the reluctance of the states of Holland, and of Amsterdam in particular, to grant adequate supplies, caused the campaigns of 1638 and 1639 to be in the main defensive and dilatory. An attempted attack on Antwerp was foiled by the vigilance of the Cardinal Infant. A body of 6,000 men under Count William of Nassau were surprised and utterly cut to pieces. The year 1639, which had begun with abortive negotiations, and in which the activity of the stadtholder had been much hampered by ill health, was not to end, however, without a signal triumph of the Dutch arms. But it was to be on sea, and not on land. A magnificent Spanish armada, consisting of 77 vessels manned by 24,000 soldiers and sailors under the command of Admiral Oquendo, were sent to the Channel in September with orders to drive the Dutch from the narrow seas and land a large body of troops at Dunkirk, attacked by battle of the Down's small Dutch fleet under Admiral Martin. Tromp. The Spaniards sheltered themselves under the English Downs, by the side of an English squadron. Tromp kept watch over them until he had received large reinforcements, and then 21st of October boldly attacked them. As they lay in English waters, Oquendo himself, with 7 vessels, escaped under cover of a fog. All the rest of the fleet was destroyed. This crushing victory assured to the Dutch the command of the sea during the rest of the war. The naval power of Spain never in fact recovered from the blow. The triumph of Tromp had, however, a bad effect on public feeling in England. The circumstances under which the Battle of the Downs was won were galling to the pride of the English people, and intensified the growing English and Dutch commercial rivalry. Marriage of William and Marian, friendliness between two nations, one of whom possessed and the other claimed supremacy upon the seas. The prosperity of the worldwide Dutch commerce was looked upon with eyes of jealousy across the Channel. Disputes had been constantly recurring between Dutch and English traders in the East Indies and elsewhere, and the seeds were already sown of that stern rivalry, which was to issue in a series of fiercely contested wars. But in 16,391,640 civil discords in England stood in the way of a strong foreign policy, and the adroit Arsons was able so to sweeten the bitterness of the pill as to bring King Charles not merely to overlook the scandal of the Downs, but to consent to the marriage of the Princess Royal with William, the only son of the stadtholder. The wedding of the youthful couple, aged respectively 14 and 10 years, took place on the 12th of May 1641. See William Roman II, Prince of Orange. This royal alliance gave added influence and position to the House of Orange-Nassau. About this time, various causes brought about a change in the feelings which had hitherto prevented any possibility of peace between Spain and the United Netherlands. The revolt of Portugal, December 1640, weakened, changed relations of the United Provinces with France and Spain's Spanish power, and involved the loss to Spain of the Portuguese colonies. But it was in the Portuguese colonies that the conquests of the Dutch East and West India Companies had been made, and the question of the Indies, as between Netherlander and Spaniard, assumed henceforth quite a different complexion. Arsons, the strongest advocate of the French alliance, passed away in 1641, and his death was quickly followed by those of Richelieu and Louis Roman XIII. The victory of Condé at Rocroi opened the eyes of Frederick Henry to the danger of a French conquest of the Belgian provinces, and feeling his health growing enfeebled, the prince became anxious before his death to obtain peace and security for his country by means of an accommodation with Spain. In 1643, negotiations were opened which, after many delays, and in the face of countless difficulties, were at length 4 years later to terminate successfully. The course of the pourparlers would doubtless have run more smoothly, but for the infirm health, and finally, the death of the Prince of Orange himself. Frederick Henry expired on the 14th of March 1647, and was buried. Death of Frederick Henry. His last campaigns, the side of his father and brother in Delft. In his last campaigns, he had completed with signal success the task which, as a military commander, he had set himself off, giving to the United Provinces a thoroughly defensible frontier of barrier fortresses. In 1644, he captured Sas de Ghent. In 1645, Hulst, that portion of Flanders which skirts the south bank of the Scheldt, thus passed into the possession of the States, and with it the complete control of all the waterways to the sea. The death of the great stadtholder did not, however, long delay the carrying out of the policy on which he had set his heart, of concluding a separate peace with Spain behind the back of France. Notwithstanding the compact of 1635, the Peace of Munsterwith, that power a provisional draft of a treaty, had already been drawn up before the demise of Frederick Henry, and afterwards, despite the strenuous opposition of the new Prince of Orange, who under the Acte de Survivance had inherited all his father's offices and dignities, and of 2 of the provinces, Zeeland and Utrecht. The negotiations were by the powerful support of the States of Holland, and of the majority of the States General, quickly brought to a successful issue. The treaty was signed at Munster on the 30th of January 1648. It was a peace practically dictated by the Dutch. and involved a complete surrender of everything for which Spain had so complete triumph of the Dutch long fought. The United Provinces were recognized as free and independent, and Spain dropped all her claims. The Udipocites basis was adopted in respect to all conquests. The Scheldt was declared entirely close to clause, which meant the ruin of Antwerp for the profit of Amsterdam. The right to trade in the East and West Indies was granted, and all the conquests made by the Dutch from the Portuguese were ceded to them. The two contracting parties agreed to respect and keep clear of each other's trading grounds. Each was to pay in the ports of the other only such tolls as natives paid, thus triumphantly, for the revolted provinces. The 80 Years' War came to an end at this moment. The Republic of the United Netherlands touched, perhaps, the topmost point of its prosperity and greatness. No sooner was peace concluded than bitter disputes arose between the provincial states of Holland and the Prince of Orange, supported by the other 6 provinces, upon the question of the disbanding of the military forces. William was a young the form of government in the United Provincesmen. He was 21 at the time of his father's death. Of 600 the highest abilities, and of soaring ambition, he was totally opposed to the peace with Spain, and wished to bring about a speedy resumption the war. With this view, he entered into secret negotiations for a French alliance, which, as far as can be gathered from extant records, had for its objects the conquest and partition by the allies of the Belgic provinces, and joint action in England on behalf of Charles Roman II. As a preliminary step, William aimed at a centralization of the powers of government in the United Provinces in his own person. He saw clearly the inherent defects of the existing federation, and he wished to remedy a system which was so complicated as to be at times almost unworkable. The States General were but the delegates, the stadtholders, the servants of a number of sovereign provinces, each of which had different historical traditions and a different form of government, and one of which, Holland in wealth and importance, outweighed the other 6 taken together. Between the States of Holland and the States General, there was constant the position of Holland and Amsterdam, jealousy and friction. And yet, strangely enough, the States of Holland themselves were not really representative of the people of that province, but only of the limited self-coopting burgher aristocracies of certain towns, each of which, with its rights and liberties, had a quasi-independence of its own. Foremost among these was the great commercial capital Amsterdam, whose rich burgher patriciate did not scruple on occasion to defy the authority of the States General, the stadtholder, and even of the States of Holland themselves. The States of Holland had, in the years that followed the truce of 1609, measured their strength with that of the States General, but the issue had been decided conclusively in favor of the federal authority by the sword of the position in 1650. Maurice, the party and the principles of Oldenbarnevelt, however, though crushed, were not extinguished, and though Frederick Henry, by his personal influence and prudent statesmanship, had been able to surmount the difficulties placed in his way, he had had to encounter at times strong opposition, and had been much hampered in the conduct both of his campaigns and of his policy. With the conclusion of the Peace of Munster and the death of the veteran stadtholder, the struggle for predominance in the Union between the Orange Federalist and the Hollander States Rights parties was certain to be renewed. The moment seemed to be favorable for the assertion of provincial sovereignty because of the youth and inexperience of the new Prince of Orange. But William Roman II, though little more than a boy, was endowed with singular capacity and great strength of will, and he was intent upon ambitious projects, the scope of which has been already indicated. The collision came, which was perhaps inevitable. The States General, the question of disbanding the forces in the disbanding of the forces, wished to retain the cadres of the regiments complete in case of a renewal of the war. The States of Holland objected, and although the army was a federal force, gave orders for the general disbanding of the troops in the pay of the province. The officers refused to obey any orders, but those of the Council of State of the Union, the provincial states on their part, threatened them with loss of pay. At this juncture the States General, as in 1618, appointed a commission headed by the Prince of Orange to visit the towns of Holland and provide for the maintenance of order and the upholding of the Union. Both parties put themselves in the wrong. The province, by refusing its quota to the federal warsheet, the Generality, by dealing with individual towns instead of with the states of the province. The visitation was a failure. The town councils, though most of them willing to receive William in his capacity as stadtholder, declined to give a hearing to the commission. The prisoners of Loevenstein, Amsterdam, refused absolutely to admit either stadtholder or commission. In these circumstances, William resolved upon strong measures. 6 leading members of the States of Holland were seized 30th of July 1650, and imprisoned in Loevenstein Castle, and troops under the command of William Frederick Stadtholder of Friesland were sent to surprise Amsterdam, but the town council had been warned, and the gates were shut and guarded the coup d'etat. Nevertheless, was completely successful. The anti-Orange party, remembering the fate of Oldenbarnevelt, were stricken with panic at the imprisonment of their leaders. The States of Holland and the town council of Amsterdam gave in their submission. The prisoners were released, and public thanks were rendered to the prince by the various provincial states for his great trouble, care, and prudence. William appeared to be master of the situation, but his plans for future action were sudden death of William Roman II, never to be carried into effect. Busily engaged in secret negotiations with France, he had retired to his hunting seat at Dieren, when he fell ill with smallpox on the 27th of October. A few days later, he expired at The Hague, 6th of November, aged but 24 years. A week after his death, his widow, the Princess Mary of England, gave birth to a son, who, as William Roman III, was to give added luster to the House of Orange. The anti-Orange particularist party, which had just suffered decisive defeat, now lifted up its head again at the instance of Holland. A Grand Assembly was summoned consisting of delegates from all the provinces to consider the Grand Assembly state of the Union, the army and religion. It met at The Hague on the 18th of January 1651. The conclusions arrived at were that all sovereign powers resided in the provinces, and that to them severally, each within its own borders, belonged the control of the military forces and of religion. There was to be no captain general of the Union. All the provinces except Friesland and Groningen, which remained true to William Frederick of Nassau Diets, agreed to leave the office of stadtholder vacant. The practical result was the establishment of the hegemony of Holland in the Union, and the handing over of the control of its policy to the patrician oligarchies who formed the town councils of that province. Such a system would have been unworkable, but for the fact that with the revival of the political principles of Oldenbarnevelt, there was found a statesman of commanding ability to fill the office in which the famous advocate, the office of Grand Pensionary of Holland, had for so many years been minister of all affairs in the forming state. The title of advocate had indeed been replaced by that of Grand Pensionary Rod Pensionaris, but the duties assigned to the office remained the same, the only change of importance being that the advocate was appointed for life, the Grand Pensionary for a term of 5 years. The Grand Pensionary was nominally the paid servant of the States of Holland, but his functions were such as to permit a man of talent and industry in the stadtholderless republic to exercise control in all departments of policy and of government. All correspondence passed through his hands. He wrote all dispatches, conducted the debates over which he presided, kept the minutes, drafted the resolutions, and was ex officio the leader and spokesman of the delegates who represented the province of Holland in the States General. Such was the John de Witt position to which John de Witt, young man of 28 years of age, belonging to one of the most influential patrician families of Dordrecht, his father Jacob de Witt, was one of the prisoners of Loevenstein, was appointed in 1653. From that date until 1672, it was his brain and his will that guided the affairs of the United Netherlands. He was supreme in the States of Holland, and Holland was dominant in the States General. See John de Witt. The death of William Roman II had left the Dutch Republic at the very highest point of commercial prosperity, based upon an almost universal carrying trade, and the strictest system of monopoly. Friction and disputes had disputes between English and Dutch traders frequently arisen between the Dutch and the English traders in different parts of the world, and especially in the East Indies, culminating in the so-called Massacre of Ambana, and the strained relations between the two nations would, but for the civil discords in England, have probably led to active hostilities during the reign of Charles Roman I. With the accession of Cromwell to power, the breach 601 was widened. A strong party in the provinces were unfriendly to the Commonwealth, and insults were offered in The Hague to the English envoys. The Parliament replied by passing the memorable Navigation Act 1651, which struck a deadly blow at the Dutch carrying trade. It was the beginning of that struggle for supremacy upon the seas which was to end, after naval struggle with England, 3 great wars in the defeat of the weaker country. The First English War lasted from May 1652 to April 1654, and within 15 months, 12 sea fights took place which were desperately contested, and with varying success. The leaders on both sides, the Netherlanders Tromp killed in action on the 10th of August 1653, and de Ruyter the Englishmen Blake and Monk covered themselves with equal glory. But the losses to Dutch trade were so serious that negotiations for peace were set on foot by the burgher party of Holland and Cromwell, being not unwilling an agreement. Peace of Westminster was reached in the Treaty of Westminster signed on the 5th of April 1654. The Dutch conceded the striking of the flag and compensation for English claims against the Dutch in the East Indies, and elsewhere the Act of Seclusion, which barred the young Prince of Orange from holding the office of stadtholder and of captain general, had been one of the conditions on which Cromwell had insisted. The consent of the States General was refused, but by a secret treaty Holland, under the influence of the Act of Seclusion accepted it in their own name as a sovereign province. The popular feeling throughout the United Provinces was strongly antagonistic to the Act of Seclusion, by which, at the dictation of a foreign power, a ban of exclusion was pronounced against the House of Orange-Nassau, to which the Republic owed its independence. In 1658, the States General interfered to save the Danes from Charles Gustavus of Sweden. In 1659, a treaty of peace was concluded between France, England, and the United Provinces, with a view to the settlement of the Dano-Swedish War with Sweden question, which ended in securing a northern peace in 1660, and in keeping the Baltic open for Dutch trade. The foreign affairs of the Republic were throughout these years ably conducted by De Witt, and the position of Dutch colonial expansion in the eastern seas, made secure and firm, an advantageous peace with Portugal was made in 1662. Meanwhile, the Commonwealth in England had been followed in 1660 by the restoration of the monarchy. To conciliate the new king, the Act of Seclusion was repealed, and the education of the young Prince of Orange was undertaken. Second English Warby, the States of Holland, under the superintendence of De Witt. But Charles owed a grudge against Holland, and he was determined to gratify it. The Navigation Act was reenacted, old grievances revived, and finally the Dutch colony of New Netherland was seized in time of peace, 1664, and its capital New Amsterdam, renamed New York. War broke out in 1665, and was marked by a series of terrific battles. On the 13th of June 1665, the Dutch Admiral Obdam was completely defeated by the English under the Duke of York. The 4 days' fight, 11th–14th of June 1666, ended in a hard-won victory by de Ruyter over Monk. But later in this year, August 3rd, de Ruyter was beaten by Ayscue and forced to take refuge in the Dutch harbors. He had his revenge, for on the 22nd of June 1667, the Dutch fleet under de Ruyter and Cornelius de Witt made their way up the Medway as far as Chatham, and burnt the English fleet as it lay at anchor. Negotiations between the two countries were already in progress. Peace of Breda. The Triple Alliance. This event hastened a settlement. The Peace of Breda was signed 31st of July 1667, on terms on the whole favorable to the Dutch. New Netherland was retained by England in exchange for Suriname in the following year. By the efforts of Sir William Temple, the much-vaunted Triple Alliance was concluded between Great Britain, the United Provinces, and Sweden to check the ambitious designs of Louis Roman XIV. The instability of Charles Roman II, who sold himself to Louis by the Treaty of Dover 1670, speedily rendered it of no effect, and left the United Provinces to face unaided the vengeance of the French king. From 1668 to 1672, Louis made ready to destroy the Dutch, and so well had his diplomacy served him that they were left without a friend in Europe. In 1672, the storm broke. The English, without a declaration of war, tried unsuccessfully the French invasion to intercept the Dutch Mediterranean fleet, and the French at the same time set forth in apparently irresistible strength to overcome the despised traders of Holland. The States were ill-prepared on land, though their fleet was strong, and ready. Party spirit had become intensely bitter. As the Prince of Orange c. William Roman III grew to man's estate, and the ruling burgher party, knowing how great was the popularity of William, especially in the army, had purposely neglected their land forces. Town after town fell before the French armies, and to De Witt and his supporters there seemed to be nothing left but to make submission and accept the best terms that Louis Roman XIV would grant. The young prince alone rose to the height of the occasion, and set his face against such William Roman III, stadtholder and captain general. The Third English War. Murder of the brothers de Witt. Courtly counsels, and he had the enthusiastic support of the great majority of the people. Amidst general acclamation, William was elected stadtholder first of Zeeland, then of Holland, and was appointed captain general of the Union. June 1672, Meanwhile, the fleet under de Ruyter had encountered a combined English and French force in Solebay 7th of June, and after a desperate fight, in which the French had but slackly supported their allies, had more than held its own. William in his turn, with an army wholly insufficient to meet the French in the open field, was able to persuade his countrymen to open the dikes, and by flooding the land to prevent its occupation by the enemy. The courage and resourcefulness of their youthful leader inspired the people to make heroic sacrifices for their independence, but unfortunately such was the revulsion of feeling against the Grand Pensionary that he himself and his brother Cornelius were torn in pieces by an infuriated mob at The Hague 20th of August. William, now supreme in the States, while on land struggling with checkered success against the superior forces of the French, strove by his diplomacy, and not in vain, to gain allies for the Republic. The growing power of peace of Westminster France caused alarm to her neighbors and Sweden, Denmark, Spain, and the Emperor lent a willing ear to the persuasions of the stadtholder, and were ready to aid his efforts to curb the ambition of Louis on sea. In 1673, de Ruyter, in a series of fiercely contested battles, successfully maintained his strenuous and dogged conflict against the united English and French fleets in England. The war was exceedingly unpopular, and public opinion forced Charles Roman II to conclude peace. The Treaty of Westminster, which provided that all conquests should be restored, was signed on the 14th of February 1674. The French now found themselves threatened on many sides. The war with France. Death of de Ruyter. Peace of Nimwegen were reduced to the defensive. The prince, however, suffered a defeat at Senef, and was in 1674 prevented from invading France. The war, nevertheless, during the following years, was on the whole advantageous to the Dutch. In 1676, a Dutch squadron fought two hard but indecisive battles with a superior French force off Stromboli 8th of January and off Messina 22nd of April. In the last-named fight, Admiral de Ruyter was badly wounded and died 29th of April. In 1677, negotiations for peace went on and were forwarded by the marriage at the close of the year of William of Orange with his cousin, the Princess Mary, daughter of the Duke of York. At last, August 1678, a peace was concluded at Nimwegen, by which the Dutch secured the integrity and independence of their country. All the conquests made by the French were given up. The aggressive policy of Louis Roman XIV in the years that followed the Peace of Nimwegen enabled William to lay the foundations of the famous Confederacy, which changed the whole aspect 602 of European politics. The League of Augsburg 1686, which League of Augsburg followed the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, placed Orange at the head of the resistance to French domination. The League was formed by the Emperor, Spain, Sweden, the United Provinces, and by several German states in England. William and Mary were looked upon as the natural successors to the throne on the death of James Roman II, and William kept up close relations with the malcontents in church and state, who disliked the arbitrary and papistical policy of his father-in-law. But with the birth of a Prince of Wales, the situation was changed, and William determined to intervene actively in English affairs. His opportunity came when Louis Roman XIV, having declared war against the Empire, had invaded the Palatinate. The opposition of Amsterdam to an English Revolution of 1688 expedition, in the absence of danger from the side of France, was overcome. The Revolution of 1688 ensued, and England became, under William's strong rule, the chief member of the great coalition against French aggression in the Grand Alliance of 16,891,690. He was accused of sacrificing Dutch to English interests, but there can be no doubt that William loved his native country better than his adopted one, and was a true patriot. If the United Provinces suffered in prosperity through their close relations, the Grand Alliance and subordination to Great Britain during a long series of years, it was due not to the policy of William, but to the fact that the territory of the Republic was small, open to attack by great military powers, and devoid of natural resources. The stadtholder's authority and popularity continued unimpaired despite of his frequent absences in England. He had to contend, like his predecessors, with the perennial hostility of the burgher aristocracy of Amsterdam, and at times with other refractory town councils. But his power in the States during his life was almost autocratic. His task was rendered lighter by the influence and ability of Heinsius, the Grand Pensionary of Holland. William and Heinsius, a wise and prudent statesman whose tact and moderation in dealing with the details and difficulties of internal administration were conspicuous. the stadtholder gave to Heinsius his fullest confidence, and the pensionary on his part loyally supported William's policy and placed his services ungrudgingly at his disposal. See Heinsius. The conduct of the war by the Allies was far from successful. In 1690, July 1st, Waldeck was defeated by Luxembourg at Fleurus, and the Anglo-Dutch fleet was so severely handled by Tourville X. July off Beachy Head war with France that for 2 years, the command of the sea remained in the possession of the French. A striking victory off Cape La Hague, 29th of May 1692, restored however supremacy to the Allies on land. The combined armies fared Roman 99. In 1691, the French took Mons, and in 1692, Namur, in which year after a hard-fought battle William was defeated at Steenkirk, and in 1693 at Neerwinden. But William's military genius never shone so brightly as in the hour of defeat. He never knew what it was to be beaten. And in 1695, his recapture of Namur was a real triumph of skill and resolution. At last, after long negotiations, exhaustion compelled the French king to sign the Peace of Ryswick. Death of William Roman III Ryswick in 1697, in which William was recognized by France as King of England, the Dutch obtaining a favorable commercial treaty, and the right to garrison the Netherland barrier towns. This peace, however, did no more than afford a breathing space, during which Louis Roman XIV prepared for a renewal of the struggle. The great question of the Spanish succession was looming in all men's eyes, and though partition treaties between the interested powers were concluded in 1698 and 1700, it is practically certain that the French king held himself little bound by them. In 1701, he elbowed the Dutch troops out of the barrier towns. He defied England by recognizing James Roman III on the death of his father, and it was clear that another war was imminent when William Roman III died in 1702. In 1672, the stadtholdership in 5 provinces had been made hereditary in the family of the Prince of Orange, but William died childless, and the Republican Burgher Party was strong enough to prevent the posts being filled up. William's stadtholderless government that wished that his cousin Count John William Fries of Nassau, stadtholder of Friesland and Groningen, should succeed him, but his extreme youth and the jealousy of Holland against a Frisian stood in the way of his election. The result was a want of unity in counsel and action among the provinces Friesland and Groningen, standing aloof from the other 5, while Holland and Zeeland had to pay for their predominance in the Union by being left to bear the bulk of the charges. Fortunately, there was no break of continuity in the policy of the states, the chief conduct of affairs remaining until his death in 1720, in the capable and tried hands of the Grand Pensionary Heinsius, who had at his side a number of exceptionally experienced and wise counselors. Among these Simon van Slingeland, for 4 to 5 years, 16,801,725, Secretary of the Council of State, and afterwards Grand Pensionary of Holland, 17,271,736, and Francis Fagel, who succeeded his father in 1699 as Recorder Griffier of the States General, and held that important office for 50 years. The tradition of William Roman III was thus preserved, but with the loss of the firm hand and strong personality of that great ruler, the United Provinces were relegated to a subordinate place in the councils of the nations, and with the gradual decadence of its navy, the Dutch Republic ceased to rank as a power to be reckoned with. In the War of the Spanish Succession, which broke out in 1702, Dutch troops took part in the campaigns of Marlborough and Eugene, and had their share in winning the great victories of Blenheim, 1704, Ramillies, 1706, Oudenarde, War of the Spanish Succession, and Malplaquet, 1709, at the Peace of Utrecht concluded in 1713. The interests of the Netherlands were but half-heartedly supported by the English plenipotentiaries, and the French were able to obtain far more favorable terms than they had the power to exact, but they were compelled to abandon all claim to the Spanish Netherlands, which were formally handed over to the United Provinces as trustees to be by them, after the conclusion of a satisfactory barrier treaty, given up to the Emperor. Treaty of Utrecht be known henceforth as the Austrian Netherlands. The Peace of Utrecht taught the Dutch that the great powers around them, while ready to use their resources for war, would not scruple to abandon them when they wanted peace. They therefore determined henceforth to stand clear of all foreign complications. With 1713, the influence of the United Netherlands upon European politics comes almost to an end. The ruling party in the States took an active part in securing George Roman I on the throne of England, and they succeeded in coming to an agreement both with France and with Austria over the difficulties connected with the barrier peace policy towns, and were thus able in tranquility to concentrate their energies upon furthering the interests of their trade under the close oligarchical rule of the patrician families who filled all offices in the town, councils the states of Holland, in which the influence of Amsterdam was dominant, and which in their turn exercised predominance in the States General, became more and more an assembly of shopkeepers whose policy was to maintain peace for the sake of the commerce, on which they thrived for 30 years after the Peace of Utrecht. Provinces kept themselves free from entanglement in the quarrels of Ostend East India Company. Their neighbors the foundation of the Ostend East India Company, see Ostend Company, however by the Emperor Joseph Roman II, in 1723, at once aroused the strong opposition of the Amsterdam merchants, who looked upon this invasion of their monopoly with alarm, and declared that the Ostend Company had been set up in contravention to the terms of Article Roman V of the Treaty of Munster. In maintaining this position, the states had the support of England, but it was not until 1731 that they succeeded in obtaining the suppression of the company by consenting to 603 guarantee the pragmatic sanction of Charles Roman VI. This step led in 1743 to their being involved in the War of the Austrian Succession. Revolution of 1747. William Roman IV Austrian succession, and thus being drawn into hostilities with France which invaded the barrier country in 1744, they formed with Great Britain, Austria, and Saxony a quadruple alliance, and put a contingent of troops in the field. The Dutch took an active part in the campaign of 1745, and suffered heavily at Fontenoy, after which battle Marshal Saxe overran the Austrian Netherlands. The French captured all the barrier towns, and in 1747 entered Dutch Flanders, and made an easy conquest the United Provinces, as in 1672 seemed to lie at the mercy of their enemies. And as in that eventful year popular feeling broke down the opposition of the burgher oligarchies, and turned to William Roman IV Prince of Orange, as the savior of the state. John William Fries had died young in 1711, leaving a posthumous son, William Charles Henry Fries, who was duly elected stadtholder by the two provinces, Friesland and Groningen, which were always faithful to his family, and in 1722 he became also, though with very limited powers, stadtholder of Gelderland. The other provinces, however, under pressure from Holland, bound themselves not to elect stadtholders, and they refused to revive the office of Captain General of the Union. By the conquest of Dutch Flanders, Zeeland was threatened, and the states of that province, in which there were always many Orange partisans, elected April 1747 William Stadtholder Captain General and Admiral of Zeeland. The example once given was infectious, and was followed in rapid succession by Holland, Utrecht, and Overijssel. Finally, the States General May 4 appointed the prince, who was the first member of his family, to be stadtholder of all the 7 provinces, captain and admiral general of the Union, and a little later these offices were declared hereditary in both the male and female lines. William Roman IV, though not a man of great ability, was sincerely anxious to do his utmost for securing the maintenance of peace and the development of the resources and commercial prosperity of the country, and his powerful dynastic peace of Aix-la-Chapelle connections. He had married Anne, eldest daughter of George Roman II, gave him weight in the councils of Europe. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748, in which the influence of Great Britain was exerted on behalf of the states, though it nominally restored the old condition of things, left the provinces crippled by debt, and fallen low from their old position among the nations. At first the stadtholders' efforts to promote the trade and welfare of the country were hampered by the distrust and opposition of Amsterdam and other strongholds. Death of William Roman IV. Anne of England, regent of anti-Orange feeling, and just as his good intentions were becoming more generally recognized, William unfortunately died on the 22nd of October 1751, aged 40 years, leaving his 3-year-old son William Roman V heir to his dignities. The Princess Anne of England became regent, but she had a difficult part to play, and on the outbreak of the 7 Years' War, in which the provinces were determined to maintain neutrality, her English leanings brought much unpopularity upon her. She died in 1759, and for the next 7 years, the regency passed into the hands of the states, and the government was practically stadtholderless. In 1766, William Roman V was declared to be of age, and his accession to power was generally welcomed. He was, however, a weak man without energy or resolution, and he allowed himself to be entirely led by his old guardian, the William Roman V Duke of Brunswick, and by his wife Frederica Wilhelmina of Prussia, a woman of marked ability to whom he entirely deferred in the American War of Independence. William's sympathies were strongly on the English side, while those of the majority of the Dutch people were with the revolted colonies. It is, however, certain that nothing would have driven the provinces to take part in the war but for the overbearing attitude of the British government with regard to the right of neutral shipping upon the seas, and the heavy losses sustained by Dutch commerce at the hands of British privateers. The Armed Neutralitifimus Agreement, known as the Armed Neutrality, with which in 1780 the states of the continent, at the instigation of Catherine Roman II of Russia, replied to the maritime claims put forward by Great Britain, drew the provinces once more into the arena of European politics. Every effort was made by the English to prevent the Dutch from joining the League, and in this they were assisted by the stadtholder. But at last the States General, though only by the bare majority of 4 provinces against 3, determined to throw in their lot with the opponents of England. War with England, nothing could have been more unfortunate, for the country was not ready for war, and party spirit was too strong for united action to be taken or vigorous preparations to be made. When war broke out, Dutch commerce was destroyed, and the Dutch colonies were at the mercy of the English fleet, without the possibility of a blow being struck in their defense. An indecisive but bravely fought action with Admiral Parker at the Doggerbank showed, however, that the Dutch seamen had lost none of their old dogged courage, and did much to soothe the national sense of humiliation. In the negotiations Peace of Paris-Off, the Treaty of Paris 1783, the Dutch found themselves abandoned by their allies, and compelled to accept the disadvantageous but not ungenerous terms accorded to them by Great Britain. They had to sacrifice some of their East Indian possessions, and to concede to the English freedom of trade in the eastern seas. One result of this humiliating and disastrous war was the strengthening of the hands of the anti-Orange burgoregents, who had now arrogated to themselves the name of patriots. It was they, and not the stadtholder, who the patriot party. Intervention of the King of Prussia. Difficulty with the emperor had been mainly responsible for the provinces joining the armed neutrality, but the consequences of the war in which this act had involved them was largely visited upon the Prince of Orange. The Patriot party did their utmost to curtail his prerogatives and harass him with petty insults, and at last the Prussian king was obliged to interfere to save his niece, who was even more unpopular than her weak husband, from being driven from the country. In 1784, the Emperor Joseph Roman II took advantage of the dissensions in the provinces to raise the question of the opening of the Scheldt. He himself was, however, no more prepared for attack than the Republic for defense, but the Dutch had already sunk so low that they agreed to pay a heavy indemnity to induce the Austrians to drop a demand they were unable to enforce to hold the mouth of the Scheldt and prevent at all costs. Revival of Antwerp as a commercial port had been for 2 centuries a cardinal point of Dutch policy. This difficulty removed the agitation of the patriots against the stadtholderate form of government, increased in violence, and William speedily found his position untenable. An insult offered Prussian invasion. Restoration to power of William Roman V to the Prince of Orange in 1787 led to an invasion of the country by a Prussian army. Amsterdam capitulated, the country was occupied, and the Patriot leaders declared incapable of holding any office. The Orange Party was completely triumphant, and William Roman V, under the protection of Prussia and England, with which states the United Provinces were compelled to ally themselves, was restored to power. It was, however, impossible to make the complicated and creaking machinery of the Constitution of the worn-out Republic of the United Netherlands work smoothly, and in all probability it would have been within a very short time replaced by an hereditary monarchy, had not the cataclysm of the French Revolution swept it away from its path, never to be revived. When war broke out between the French revolutionary government and the coalition of kings, the provinces remained neutral as long as they could. It was not till Dumouriez had overrun all the Austrian Netherlands. The French invaded the Netherlands in 1792 and had thrown open the passage of the Scheldt that they were drawn into the war. The Patriot party sided with 604 the French, but for various reasons the conquest of the country was delayed until 1795. In the closing months of 1794, Pichegru, at the head of a large and victorious army, invaded the provinces. The very severe frost of that winter gave his troops an easy passage over all the rivers, and lowlying lands town after town fell before him. He occupied overthrow of the stadholderate. Flight of William Roman V, the Batavian Republic. Changes of government. Amsterdam, and crossing the ice with his cavalry, took the Dutch fleet. As it lay frostbound at the Texel, the stadholder and his family fled to England, and the disorganized remnants of the Allied forces under the Duke of York retreated into Germany. The Patriots, as the anti-Orange Republicans still styled themselves, received the French with open arms and public rejoicings, and the government was reorganized so as to bring it into close harmony with that of Paris. The stadholderate, the offices of captain and admiral general, and all the ancient organization of the United Netherlands were abolished, and were transformed into the Batavian Republic in close alliance with France. But the Dutch had soon cause to regret their revolutionary ardor. French alliance meant French domination and participation in the wars of the Revolution. Its consequences were the total ruin of Dutch commerce, and the seizure of all the Dutch colonies by the English. Internally, one change of government succeeded another. After the States General came a national convention, then in 1798, a constituent assembly with an executive directory, then chambers of representatives, then a return to the earlier systems under the names of the 8 provincial and 1 central commissions. 1801. These changes were the outcome of a gradual reaction in a conservative direction. The Peace of Amiens gave the country a little rest, and the Dutch got back the Cape of Good Hope and their West Indian colonies. It was, however, but the brief and deceptive interlude between 2 storms when war began. Constitution of 1805. Again, England once more took possession of all she had restored in 1805. The autocratic will of Napoleon Bonaparte imposed upon them a new constitution, and Rutger Jan Schimmelpenninck, 17,651,825, was made under the ancient title of Grand Pensionary Head of the Government. In the next year, the French Emperor added Holland, as the United Provinces were now named to the ring of dependent sovereignties, by means of which he sought to build up a universal empire, and he forced his brother Louis to be the unwilling king of an unwilling people. The new Louis Bonaparte, King of Holland, was a man of excellent intentions, and did his best to promote the interest of his subjects, but finding himself unable to protect them from the despotic overlordship of his brother, after a 4 years' reign, Louis abdicated in 1810. The northern Netherlands, by decree of Napoleon, were incorporated in the French Empire, and had to bear the burdens of conscription and of a crushing weight of taxation. The defeat of Leipzig in 1813 was the signal for a general revolt in the Netherlands. The Prince of Orange, son, the sovereign prince. Creation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The 100 days of William Roman V was recalled, and amidst general rejoicing, accepted at Amsterdam the offer of the sovereignty, under a free constitution Dec 1 1813. With the title of Sovereign Prince. On the downfall of Napoleon, the great powers determined to create in the Low Countries a powerful state, and by the Treaty of London June 14, 1814, the Belgians were united with the Dutch provinces to form the Kingdom of the Netherlands, which was also to include the Bishopric of Liege and the Duchy of Bouillon, and the Prince of Orange was placed upon the throne on the 15th of March 1815, as William Roman, 1 King of the Netherlands. See William Roman, 1 King of the Netherlands. The ancestral possessions of the House of Nassau were exchanged for Luxembourg, of which territory King William, in his personal capacity, became Grand Duke. The carrying out of the treaty was delayed by the 100 Days Campaign, which for a short time threatened its very existence. The daring invasion of Napoleon, however, afforded the Dutch and Belgian contingents of the Allied army the opportunity to fight side by side, under the command of William, Prince of Orange, eldest son of the new king, who highly distinguished himself by his gallantry at Quatre Bras, and afterwards at Waterloo, where William Roman I crowned at Brussels. Constitution of the Netherlands was wounded. See William Roman II, King of the Netherlands. The Congress of Vienna confirmed the arrangements made by the Treaty of London, and William Roman I was crowned King of the Netherlands at Brussels on the 27th of September 1815. Under the Constitution, the king as hereditary sovereign possessed full executive powers, and the initiative in proposing laws. He had the power of appointing his own Council of State. The legislative body bore the time-honored title of States General, and was divided into an upper chamber nominated by the king, and a lower chamber elected by the people. Freedom of worship, freedom of the press, and political equality were principles of the Constitution guaranteed to all. The union of the Dutch and Belgian provinces, like so many of the territorial arrangements of the Congress of Vienna, was an attempt to create a strong state out of diverse and jarring elements. It was an artificial union difference between the Dutch and Belgic provinces which, nothing but consummate tact and statesmanship, could have rendered permanent, and solid. North and South were divided from one another by religious belief, by laws and usages, by material interests, and by 2 centuries and a half of widely severed national life. The Belgians were strict Catholics, the Dutch Calvinistic Protestants. The Dutch were chiefly a commercial and seafaring people with interests in distant lands and colonial possessions. The Belgians were agriculturists, except where their abundance of minerals made them manufacturers. The national traits of the Dutch were a blend of German and English. The national leaning of the Belgians was towards France and French ideals. Nevertheless, the materials were there out of which a really broad-minded and conciliatory handling of religion and racial difficulties might have gradually built up a Netherland nation able to hold from its population and resources a considerable place among European powers, for it must not be forgotten that some 2/3 of the Belgian people are by origin and language of the same race as the Dutch. But when difficulties and differences arose between North and South, as they were sure to arise, they were not dealt with wisely. The king had good intentions, but his mind was warped by Dutch prejudices, and he was ill-advised and acted unadvisedly. The Belgian Revolution. Reign of William Roman II, accession of William Roman III, the Constitution of 1848. Consequences were the Belgian Revolution of 1830, which ended in the intervention of the great powers, and the setting up in 1831 of Belgium as an independent kingdom. The final settlement. Outstanding questions between the 2 countries was not reached till 1839. For an account of the Belgian Revolution, see Belgium. King William Roman I, in the following year, having become unpopular through his resistance to reform, resigned his crown to his son William Roman II, who reigned in peace till his death in 1849, when he was succeeded by his eldest son, William Roman III. See William Roman III, King of the Netherlands. His accession marked the beginning of constitutional government in the Netherlands. William Roman I had been to a large extent a personal ruler, but William Roman II, though for a time following in his father's steps, had been moved by the revolutionary outbreaks of 1848 to concede a revision of the Constitution. The fundamental law of 1848 enacted that the first chamber of the States General should be elected by the provincial estates instead of being appointed by the king, and that the second chamber should be elected directly by all persons paying a certain amount in taxation. Ministers were declared responsible to the States General, and a liberal measure of self-government was also granted during the long reign of William Roman 318,490,1890. The chief struggles of parties in the Netherlands centered round religious education. On 605, the one side are the liberals divided into moderates, and progressives, the representatives, to a large extent of the commercial towns. Opposed to them is the coalition of political parties in the Netherlands, Orthodox Protestant conservatives, styled anti-revolutionaries, supported by the Calvinistic peasantry, and the Catholics, who represent about 1/3 of the population and have their headquarters in Dutch Brabant, Dutch Flanders, and Limburg. There is also in the Netherlands a small but very strenuous socialist party, which was founded by the active propaganda of an ex-pastor Dom Nieuwenhuis. It draws its chief strength from Amsterdam and certain country districts of Friesland. The Liberals were in power from 1871 to 1888 continuously, but a Catholic anti-revolutionary ministry under Baron Mackay held office from 1888 to 1891. And again, a coalition ministry was formed in 1901 with Dr. Kuyper at its religious education head from 1894 to 1897, a ministry of moderate liberals supported by a large part of the Catholic and anti-revolutionary parties were in power. The Constitution of 1848 made it the duty of the state to provide free primary secular education, but it allowed to members of all creeds the liberty of establishing private schools, and this was carried into effect by a law passed in 1857 by the joint efforts of the liberals and Catholics against the opposition of the Orthodox Calvinists. But the long liberal ascendancy closed the ranks of the Catholic Calvinist coalition and united them against the neutral schools, and in 1889, were able to pass a law enabling not only the unsectarian public schools, but all private schools organized by societies and bodies recognized by the law to receive subventions from the state in 1890. There were 3,000 public schools with 450,000 scholars and 1,300 private schools with 195,000 scholars. The subject of the extension of the franchise has also been the cause of violent party strife and controversy. It was taken in hand as early as 1872, but as a revision of the Constitution was necessary, no change was actually carried out till 1887. The law of that year lowered the qualification of the payer of a direct tax to 10 FL votes were given to all householders paying a certain minimum house duty, and to all lodgers who had for a given time paid a minimum of rent, also to all who possessed certain educational and social qualifications, whose definition was left to be specified. Later law, the passing of such a law was deferred by the Coalition Catholic Orthodox Ministry of 18,880,1891. The Liberal Ministry of 1891 attempted to deal with the question, and a proposal was made by the minister Tack van Poortvliet, which almost amounted to universal extension of the suffrage. The educational qualification was to be able to write the social that of not receiving charitable relief. This proposal caused a cleavage right through all parties. It was supported by the radical left by a large portion of the Orthodox Calvinists under Dr. Kuyper, and by some Catholics it had against it the moderate liberals, the aristocratic section of the Orthodox Calvinists, the bulk of the Catholics, and a few radicals under an influential leader Van Houten. After a fierce electoral fight, the Tackians were victors at the first polls, but were beaten at the second ballots of the 46. Tackians 35 were liberals of the 54 anti-Tackians 24 were Catholics. A moderate liberal ministry was formed 1894, and in 1896 carried into law what was known as the Van Houten Project. It gave the right of voting to all Dutchmen over 25 years of age, who paid 1 FL in direct taxation were householders or lodgers as defined in 1887, or tenants of a vessel of at least 24 tons, were the recipients of certain salaries, or had certain deposits in the public funds or savings banks. By this reform, the number of electors which had been raised in 1887 from 140,000 to 300,000 was augmented to military service. The question of universal military service has also divided parties. The principle of personal service has been strongly opposed by the Catholics and conservatives, but became the law of the land in 1898, though exemptions were conceded in favor of ecclesiastics and certain classes of students. The long-continued and costly wars with the Sultan of Achin have, during a series of years, been a source of trouble to Dutch ministries. In 18,711,872, Great Britain, in exchange for certain possessions of Holland on the coast of the Achin, War Guinea, agreed to recognize the right of the Dutch to occupy the north of Sumatra. The Sultan of Achin opposed by force of arms the efforts of the Dutch to make their occupation effective, and has succeeded in maintaining a vigorous resistance. The Dutch colonial troops, suffering severely from the effects of the insalubrious climate. Until 1871, the surplus derived from the colonial budget had been turned into a deficit, and the necessity of imposing fresh taxes to meet the war expenses has led to the downfall both of individual ministries and of cabinets. William Roman III, dying in 1890, was succeeded by his only surviving child Wilhelmina. The new queen being a minor, her mother, the Queendochter Emma, became regent. One effect of the accession of Queen Wilhelmina was the Queen Wilhelmina's of the bond between the Netherlands and Luxembourg, the Grand Duchy being hereditary only in the male line, passed to the nearest, Agnate the Duke of Nassau in 1890. 8. The Queen having reached the age 18 assumed the government. She married in 1901 Prince Henry of Mecklenburg. The outbreak of the Boer War in 1899 led to a strong outburst of sympathy among the Dutch on behalf of their kinsmen in South Africa, and there were times during the war, especially after President Kruger had fled from the Transvaal in a Dutch war vessel, and had settled in Holland, when it was a task of some difficulty for the Dutch government to prevent the relations between Great Britain and the Netherlands from becoming strained. The ministry, however, under Dr. Kuyper, were able to keep the popular feeling in favor of the Boers in restraint, and to maintain towards Great Britain a correct attitude of strict neutrality. In 1903, the government took strong measures to prevent a threatened general strike of railway Employees the military were called out and occupied the stations. A bill was passed by the States General declaring railway strikes illegal. The elections of 1905 for the second chamber gave the Liberals a narrow majority of 4. Dr. Kuyper accordingly resigned, and a moderate Liberal cabinet was formed by Th. de Meester. The fact that up to 1908 the Queen had not become a mother gradually caused some public concern as to the succession, but in 1909 Queen Wilhelmina, amid national rejoicings, gave birth to a princess. Bibliography. C. For the general history, J. Wagenar Vaderlandsche History, to 1751, 21 vols, 17,490, 1750. 9. Continuation, by As P. Lusts, from 17,511,810, 48 vols, 17,861,811. W. Bilderdijk Geschiedenies, der Vaderlands, 13 vols, 18,321,853. Groen G. van Prinsterer Handboek, der Geschiedenis, van het Vaderland, 6th ed., 1895, for particular periods, Roman 50 ob Aitzema Saken van Spiet en Oorlog, in end Omtrent de Verenigd Nederlanden, 16,211,668. 15 vols, 16,571,671. Continuation, by Lambert van den Bos Lambertus Silvius, 4 vols, 16,851,699. The work of Aitzema contains a large number of important diplomatic and other documents, a de Wiquefort Histoire des Provinces des Pays-Bas depuis la Paix de Munster, 16,480,1650. 8. 2 vols, 17,190, 1743. In these volumes will be also found a rich collection of original documents. R. Fruentine, Jaren Uit den Tactic Jaregen Oorlog, 15,880, 1590, 8 6th ed., 1905. A standard work, J. Roman 50, Motley History of the United Netherlands, 15,840, 1609, 4 vols, 18,600, 1868. P. J. Block History of the People of the Netherlands, Vol. Roman 315,680, 1621. Trans. by Ruth Putnam, 1900. Cambridge Modern History, Vol. Roman 3 ch. Roman 19 and Vol. Roman 4 ch. Roman 25. C. The Bibliographies, Ant. Roman 50 Pontels, Vingt ans de République parlementaire, au 17 mi siècle Jean de Witt Grand Pensionnaire de Holland 1884, E. Roman 100 de Jurlesche Histoire du Royaume des Pays-Bas, 18,140, 1833 vols, 1859. Bosch J. de Kemper Geschiedenis, van Nederland, na 1835 vols, 18,730, 1882. Also the following important works, Groen G. van Prinsterer Archives, O Correspondence Inédite de la Maison d'Orange Nassau, 2 Isarai, 15,840, 1688. 5 vols, 18,570, 1860. J. de Witt, Breven 16,521,669. 6 vols, 17,230, 1725. A Kluwet History, der Hollandsche Staatsregering, tot 1795 5 vols, 18,021,805. G. W. Vreed Inleiding tot 1. Geschiedenis der Nederlandsche Diplomatic 6 vols, 18,501,865. J. Roman 100 de Jange Geschiedenis, van het Nederlandsche Zeewessen, 6 vols, 18,330, 1848. E. Luzak Hollands Rijkdom 4. Vol 1781. R. Fruin Geschiedenis, der Staatsinstellingen, in Nederland tot den Val, der Republik Eden Kolenbrander 1901. N.G. van Kampen Geschiedenis, der Nederlanders buiten Europa 4 vols 1833 W.J. A Jonkbloot 606 Geschiedenis, der Nederlandsche Letterkunde, 2 vols 1881 Roman 100 Busken, Hewitt het Land van Rembrandt Studien, over de Noord-Nederlandsche Beschaving in de 17 EO, 2 vols 1886 Roman 50 Roman 500, Petty Repertorium, der Verhindelingen en Bijdragen betreffen de Geschiedenis des Vaderlands, in Tijdschriften en Mengel Werken tot op 1900 Versionen, 2 parts 1905. Other parts of this valuable repertorium are in course of publication. G.A. 1 at Maastricht. However, a portion lies on the left bank of the river measured, according to the treaty with Belgium 19th of April 1839 Art 4, by an average radius of 1200 Dutch fathoms, 78-74 ft, from the outer glacis of the fortress. 2. The datum plane or basis of the measurement of heights is throughout Holland, and also in some of the border districts of Germany, the Amsterdamsche Peil AP or Amsterdam water level, and represents the average high water level of the Y at Amsterdam at the time when it was still open to the Zuider. Z local and provincial pails are however also in use on some waterways. 3. C.J. Laurie contributions à la géologie des Pays, 18,851,895. Archives, du Musée Taylor Harlem sur 2 vol. Roman 2 pp 109,240. Vol Roman 3 pp 11,375,461. Vol Roman 4 pp 165,309. And Bull Soch, Belge Gil Vol Roman 30, 1889 mem. pp 409,449. F. W. Harmer, on the Pliocene deposits of Holland Roman 100 Courtjourn, Gil Soch, London Vol Roman 521,896. pp 748,781. PLS, Roman 30, 4 Roman 30. 5. The dates indicate the period of construction of the different sections. 5. For the history of the Netherlands previous to the Confederacy of the Northern Provinces, in 1579, see Netherlands. Holland County and Province of the first mention of Holland in any document is found in an imperial gift brief, dated May 2, 1064. In this, the phrase omnes comitatus in Holland occurs, but without any further description of the locality indicated. A comparison with other documentary evidence, however, leads to the identification of Holland with the Forestum Merwede, or the Bushgrown Fenland, lying between the Val, the Old Meuse, and the Merwe. It is the district surrounding the town of Dordrecht. A portion of the original Holland was submerged by a great inundation in 1421, and its modern appellation of Biesbosch Riedforest is descriptive of what must have been the condition of the entire district. In early times, the word Holland is indeed, by many authorities, thought to be a corruption of Holtland. It was sometimes so spelt by 13th century writers, and to signify woodland. The earliest spelling is however Holland, and it is more probable that it means lowly England Hall Hollow, a derivation which is equally applicable to the district in Lincolnshire which bears the same name. The title Count of Holland appears to have been first borne by the Frisian Count Dirk Roman III, who founded Dordrecht about 1015, and made it his residence. See below. It was the first Count of Holland, not however, till late in the 11th century that his successors adopted the style Hollandensis comes as their territorial designation. It is found for the first time on a seal of Dirk Roman V, and that the name Holland became gradually extended northwards to connote all the land subject to the rule of the counts between Texel and the Maas. The beginnings of the history of this feudal state the later Holland centre round the Abbey of Egmont, in whose archives its records have been preserved. In 922 Charles the Simple gave in full possession to a count in Frisia Dirk Roman I Dirk, by name, a shortened form of Diederic Latin Theodoricus, the church of Egmont with all that belonged to it from Swiftardeshage to Kinham. This man, usually known as Dirk Roman I, died about 939, and was succeeded by his son of the same name. Among the records of the Abbey of Egmont is a document by which the Emperor Arnulf gave to a certain Count Gerolf the same land between Swiftardeshage and Kinham, afterwards held by Dirk Roman I. It is generally assumed that this Gerolf was his father, otherwise their deed of gift would not have been Dirk Roman II. Extent of his dominions. Arnulf's Dirk Roman III, preserved among the family papers. Dirk Roman II was the founder of the Abbey of Egmont. His younger son Egbert became Archbishop of Treves. His elder son Arnulf married Liutgardi's daughter of Siegfried of Luxembourg, and sister-in-law of the Emperor Henry Roman II. He obtained from the Emperor Otto Roman III, with whom he was in great favor in 983, a considerable extension of territory that now covered by the Zuider Zee, and southward down to Nijmegen. In the deed of gift, he is spoken of as holding the 3 countships of Maasland, Kinham, or Kennemerland, and Texla or Texel. In other words, his rule extended over the whole country from the right bank of the Maas or Meuse to the Vilai. He appears also to have exercised authority at Ghent. He died 988. Arnulf was count till 993, when he was slain in battle against the West Frisians, and was succeeded by his 12-year-old son Dirk Roman III during the guardianship of his mother Liutgardes. The boy was despoiled of almost all his possessions, except Kennemerland and Mossland. But no sooner was he arrived at man's estate than Dirk turned upon his enemies with courage and vigor. He waged war successfully with Adelbold, the powerful Bishop of Utrecht, and made himself master not only of his ancestral possessions, but of the district on the Meuse, known as the bushland of Merwede Forestum Merwede, hitherto subject to the See of Utrecht. In the midst of this marshy tract at a point commanding the courses of the Meuse and the Val foundation of Dordrecht. Defeat of Godfrey of Lorraine. Beginning of the county of Holland, built a castle about 1015, and began to levy tolls around this castle, sprang up the town of Thuredrecht, or Dordrecht. The possession of this stronghold was so injurious to the commerce of Tile Cologne and the Rhenish towns with England that complaints were made by the Bishop of Utrecht, and the Archbishop of Cologne to the Emperor Henry Roman II took the part of the complainants, and commissioned Duke Godfrey of Lorraine to chastise the young Frisian Count. Duke Godfrey invaded Dirk's lands with a large army, but they were impeded by the swampy nature of the country, and totally defeated with heavy loss. July 29, 1018. The Duke was himself taken prisoner. The result was that Dirk was not merely confirmed in his possession of Dordrecht and the Merwede bushland, the later Holland, but also of the territory of a vassal of the Utrecht. See Dirk Bavo by name, which he conquered. This victory of 1018 is often regarded as the true starting point of the history of the county of Holland. Having thus established his rule in the south, Dirk next proceeded to bring into subjection the Frisians in the north. He appointed his brother Siegfried or Sicca as governor over them. In his later years, Dirk went upon a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, from which he returned in 1034, and ruled in peace until his death in 1039. His son Dirk Roman IV was one of the most enterprising of his warlike and strenuous race. He began the long strife with the Counts of Flanders as to the lordship over Walcheren and other islands of Zeeland. The quarrel was important. Dirk Roman IV quarrel with Flanders about Zeelandes, dealing with the borderland between French and German overlordship. This strife, which lasted 400 years, did not at first break out into actual warfare, because both Dirk and Baldwin, Roman V of Flanders, had a common danger in the Emperor Henry Roman III, who in 1046 occupied the lands in dispute. Dirk allied himself with Godfrey the Bearded of Lorraine, who was at war with the emperor, and his territory was invaded by a powerful imperial fleet, an army. 1047, but Dirk entrenched himself in his stronghold at Vlaardingen, and when winter came on, he surrounded and cut off with his light boats a number of the enemy's ships, and destroyed a large part of their army as they made their way amidst the marshes which impeded their retreat. He was able to recover what he had lost, and to make peace on his own terms. 2 years later, he was again assailed by a coalition headed by the Archbishop of Cologne and the Bishop of Utrecht. They availed themselves of a very hard winter to penetrate into the land. Over the frozen water, Dirk offered a stout resistance, but according to the most trustworthy account was enticed into an ambuscade, and was killed in the fight. 1049. He died unmarried, and was succeeded by his brother Florus Roman. One Florus, like his predecessors, was hard-fighting and tenacious. He gradually recovered possession of his ancestral lands. He found a formidable adversary in the able and warlike William, who, becoming Bishop of Utrecht in 1054, Florus Roman I was determined to recover the lost possessions of his see, and in 1058, in alliance with Hanno Archbishop of Cologne, Egbert Margrave of Brandenburg, the Bishop of Liege, and others, invaded the Frisian territory. At first, success attended the invaders, and many places fell into their hands, but finally they were surprised and defeated near Dordrecht. The Counts of Gelders and Leuven were among the prisoners that fell into the hands of Floris. The attack was renewed in 1061. In a battle at Nederhemert, Floris met with his death in the hour of victory. He is said to have been killed as, wearied with pursuing, he lay asleep under a tree. He was succeeded by his Dirk Roman V son Dirk Roman V, a child under the guardianship of his mother Gertrude of Saxony. Bishop William seems now to have seized his opportunity and occupied all the territory that he claimed. In this, he was confirmed by 2 charters of the Emperor Henry Roman IV, April 30 and May 2, 1064. Among the possessions thus assigned to him is found Comitatus Omnes 607, in Holland cum omnibus ad banum regalum pertinentibus. An examination of these documents shows the possessions of Dirk as in Westflinge et circa Ores, Reni Roman 1 e west of the Villi, and around the mouths of the Rhine Gertrude, and her son appear to have withdrawn to the islands of Frisia Zealand, leaving William in undisturbed occupation of the disputed lands. In 1063 Gertrude contracted a marriage with Robert, the second son of Baldwin Roman V of Flanders, a man famous for his adventurous career. See Flanders on his marriage. His father Robert the Frisian guardian to his stepson invested him with imperial Flanders as an appanage, including the islands of Frisia Zealand west of the Scheldt. He now became guardian to his stepson, in whose inheritance lay the islands east of the Scheldt. Robert thus in his own right, and that of Dirk, was ruler of all Frisia Zealand, and thus became known among his Flemish countrymen as Robert the Frisian. The death of his brother Baldwin Roman VI, in 1070, led to civil war in Flanders, the claim of Robert to the guardianship of his nephew Arnulf being disputed by Richelde, the widow of Baldwin. The issue was decided by the decisive victory of Robert at Castle February 1071, when Arnulf was killed, and Richelde taken prisoner. See Flanders. While Robert was thus engaged in Flanders, an effort was made to recover the county of Holland and other lands now held by William of Utrecht. The people rose in revolt, but by command of the Emperor Henry Roman IV, were speedily brought back under episcopal rule by Godfrey, the Hunchback of Lorraine conquers Holland. The Bishop of Utrecht surrenders it to Dirk Roman V. Floris Roman II, Dirk Roman VI, an army, under the command of Godfrey, the Hunchback Duke of Lower Lorraine. Again, in 1076, at the request of the bishop, Duke Godfrey visited his domains in the Frisian borderland, at Delft, of which town tradition makes Godfrey the founder. The duke was treacherously murdered February 26, 1076. William of Utrecht died on the 17th of the following April. Dirk Roman V, now grown to man's estate, was not slow to take advantage of the favorable juncture. With the help of Robert, his stepfather, he raised an army, besieged Conrad, the successor of William, in the castle of Usselmond, and took him prisoner. The bishop purchased his liberty by surrendering all claim to the disputed lands. Henceforth, the Frisian counts became definitively known as Counts of Holland. Dirk Roman V died in 1091 and was succeeded by his son Floris Roman II. This count had a peaceful and prosperous reign of 31 years after his death. 1122, his widow Petronilla of Saxony governed in the name of Dirk Roman VI, who was a minor. The accession of her half-brother Lautera of Saxony to the imperial throne on the death of Henry Roman V greatly strengthened her position. The East Frisian districts Oostergoo and Westergoo were by Lautera transferred from the rule of the bishops of Utrecht to that of the Counts of Holland. 1125. These Frisians proved very troublesome subjects to Dirk Roman VI. In 1132, they rose in insurrection under the leadership of Dirk's own brother Floris the Black. The Emperor Conrad Roman 30, 1138, who was of the rival house of Hohenstaufen, gave back these Frisian districts to the bishop. It was in truth somewhat of an empty gift. The Frisian peasants and fisher folk loved their independence, and were equally refractory to the rule of any distant overlord, whether count or bishop. Dirk Roman VI was succeeded in 1157 by Floris Roman III. Floris Roman III reversed the traditional policy of his house. By allying himself with the Hohenstaufens, he became a devoted adherent and friend of Frederick Barbarossa. He had Floris Roman III troubles with West Friesland and Groningen, and a war with the Count of Flanders concerning their respective rights in West Zealand, in which he was beaten in 1170. A great flood caused immense devastation in the north and helped to form the Zuider Zee. In 1189, Floris accompanied Frederick Barbarossa upon the Third Crusade, of which he was a distinguished leader. He died in 1190 at Antioch of Dirk Roman VII, pestilence. His son Dirk Roman VII had a stormy, but on the whole successful reign. Contests with the Flemings in West Zealand and with the West Frisians, stirred up to revolt by his brother William, ended in his favor. The brothers were reconciled, and William was made Count of East Friesland in 1202. However, Dirk was defeated and taken prisoner by the Duke of Brabant, and had to purchase peace on humiliating terms. He only survived his defeat a short time and died early in 1204, leaving, as his only issue, a daughter Ada, 17 years of age. The question of female succession thus raised was not likely to be accepted without a challenge by William. It had been the intention of Dirk Roman VII to secure the recognition of his daughter's rights by appointing his brother her guardian. His widow Alida, however, an ambitious woman of strong character, as soon as her husband was dead, hurried on a marriage between Ada and Count Louis of Loon, and attempted with the nobles of Holland, who now for the first time make their appearance as a power in the country, to oppose the claim which William had made to the countship. As heir in the male line, a struggle William Roman I ensued. William was supported by the Zealanders, and Ada was forced to fly to England. William, by a treaty concluded with Louis of Loon, in 1206, became undisputed count. He took an active part in the events of his time. He fought by the side of the Emperor Otto Roman IV in the Great Battle of Bouvines in 1214 c. Philip Augustus, and was taken prisoner 2 years later. He accompanied Louis, the eldest son of Philip Augustus, in his expedition against King John of England. William is perhaps best known in history by his taking part in the Fourth Crusade. He distinguished himself greatly at the capture of Damietta 1219. He did not long survive his return home, dying in 1222. The earliest charters conveying civic privileges in the county of Holland date from his Rieinthos of Geertruidenberg 1213 and of Dordrecht Floris Roman 40 1220. His son Floris Roman IV, being a minor, succeeded him under the guardianship of his maternal uncle Gerard Roman III of Gelderland. He maintained in later life close relations of friendship with Gerard and supported him in his quarrel with the Bishop of Utrecht 12,240 1226. Floris was murdered in 1235 at a tournament at Corby in Picardy by the Count of Clermont. Another long minority followed his death, during which his brother Otto, Bishop of Utrecht, acted as guardian to his nephew William Roman II. William Roman II became a man of mark. Pope Innocent Roman IV, having deposed the Emperor Frederick Roman II, after several princes had refused to allow themselves to be nominated in the place of the Hohenstaufen, caused the young William Roman II, elected King of the Romans. Floris Roman V, Count of Holland, to be elected King of the Romans 1247, by an assembly composed chiefly of German ecclesiastics. William took Aachen in 1248, and was their crowned king, and after Frederick's death in 1250, he had a considerable party in Germany. He brought a war with Margaret of Flanders, Black Margaret, to a successful conclusion. 1253, he was on the point of proceeding to Rome to be crowned emperor, when in an expedition against the West Frisians, he perished going down horse and armor through the ice. 1256, like so many of his predecessors, he left his inheritance to a child. Floris Roman V was but 2 years old on his father's death, and he was destined during a reign of 40 years to leave a deeper impress upon the history of Holland than any other of its counts. Floris was a man of chivalrous character and high capacity, and throughout his reign, he proved himself an able and beneficent ruler alike in his troubles with his turbulent subjects, and in the perennial disputes with his neighbors. He pursued a strong, far-sighted, and successful policy, but his active interest in affairs was not limited to the Netherlands' alliance with Edward Roman I of England. He allied himself closely with Edward Roman I of England in his strife with France, and secured from the English king great trading advantages for his people. The staple of wool was placed at Dordrecht, and the Hollanders and Zealanders got fishing rights on the English coast. So intimate did their relations become that Floris sent his son John to be educated at the court of Edward, with a view to his marriage with an English princess. To 608 balance, the power of the nobles, he granted charters to many of the towns. Floris made himself master of Amstelland, and first charter to Amsterdam Guiland, and Amsterdam, destined to become the chief commercial town of Holland, counts him the founder of its greatness. Its earliest extant charter dates from 1275. In 1296, Floris forsook the alliance of Edward Roman I for that of Philip Roman IV of France, probably because Edward had given support to Guy, Count of Flanders, in his dynastic dispute with John of Avesnes, Count of Hainaut. Floris' nephew, c. Flanders. The real motives of his policy will however never be known, for shortly afterwards, a conspiracy of disaffected nobles, headed by Gijsbrecht van Amstel, murder of Floris Roman V, Gerard van Velzen, and Wolfert van Borselen, was formed against him. He was by them basely murdered in the castle of Muiden, June 27, 1296. The tragic event has been immortalized in dramas from the pens of Holland's most famous writers C. Vondel. Hooft. The burghers, and people who knew him to be their best friend, took such vengeance on his slayers as permanently to reduce the power of the nobles. John Roman I, his son, was in England when his father was murdered. He was but 15 years of age, feeble in body and mind. He was married to a leaner daughter of Edward Roman His reign was a struggle between John of Avesnes, the John Roman one young count's guardian and next heir, and Wolfert van Borselen, who had a strong following in Zeeland in 1299. Van Borselen was killed, and a few months later John Roman I died. John of Avesnes was at once recognized as his successor by the Hollanders. Thus, with John Roman I, ended the first line of counts. After a rule of nearly 400 years, Europe has perhaps never seen extinction of the first line of counts. Their high character and abler series of princes than these 14 lineal descendants of Dirk Roman I. Excepting the last, there is not a weak man among them, physically handsome and strong model knights of the days of chivalry, hard fighters, wise statesmen. They were born leaders of men, always ready to advance the commerce of the country. They were the supporters of the growing towns, and likewise the pioneers in the task of converting a land of marshes and swamps into a fertile agricultural territory, rich in flocks and herds. As individuals they had their failings, but one and all were worthy members of a high-souled race. John of Avesnes, who took the title of John Roman II, was the son of John of Avesnes, Count of Hainaut, and Alida, sister of William Roman II of Holland. On his succession to the countship, the Hollanders were willing to receive him, John Roman II of the House of Avesnes, but the Zeelanders were hostile, and a long struggle ensued before his authority was generally recognized. In 1301, Bishop William of Utrecht invaded Amsteland, but was killed in battle. John made use of his victory to secure the election of his brother Guy as bishop in his place. A war with the Flemings followed, in which the Flemings were at first victorious, but after a struggle of many vicissitudes they were at length driven out of Holland and Zeeland. In 1304 John Roman II died in that year, and was succeeded by his son William Roman III, surnamed the Good. 13,041,337. In his reign, the long-standing quarrel William Roman III with Flanders, which had during a century and a half caused so many wars, was finally settled by the Treaty of 1323, by which the full possession of West Zeeland was granted to William, who on his part renounced all claim in Imperial Flanders. The Amsteland, with its capital Amsterdam, which had hitherto been held as a fief of Utrecht, was by William, on the death of his uncle Bishop Guy, finally annexed to Holland. This count did much to encourage civic life and to develop the resources of the country. He had close relations through marriage with the three principal European dynasties of his time. His wife was Jeanne of Valois, niece of the French king. In 1323, the Emperor Louis the Bavarian wedded his daughter Margaret, and in 1328, his third daughter Philippa of Hainaut was married to Edward Roman III of England. By their alliance, William Roman III occupied a position of much dignity and influence, which he used to further the interests and increase the welfare of his hereditary lands. He was in all respects a great prince and a wise and prudent statesman. He was succeeded by his William Roman IV son William Roman IV, who was the ally of his brother-in-law Edward Roman III in his French wars. He was fond of adventure, and in 1343 made a journey to the Holy Land in disguise, and on his way took part in an expedition of the Knights of the Teutonic Order against the infidel Wends and Lithuanians. He was killed in battle against the Frisians in 1345. He left no children, and the question as to the succession now brought on Holland a period of violent civil commotions. The Empress Margaret, his inheritance was claimed by his eldest sister, the Empress Margaret, as well as by Philippa of Hainaut, or in other words, by Edward Roman III of England. Margaret came in person, and was duly recognized as Countess in Holland, Zeeland, and Hainaut, but returned to her husband. After appointing her second son, the eldest Louis renounced his rights. Duke William of Bavaria as stadtholder in her place. William was but 16, and disorder and confusion soon reigned in the land. The sudden death of the emperor in 1347, added to the difficulties of his position in 1349, Margaret was induced to resign her sovereignty, and William Roman V of the House of Bavaria stadtholder became count. Under the title of William Roman V, this was the time of the formation of the famous parties in Holland, known as Kabeljauws Kods and Hoeks Hooks. The former, the Burger Party, were the supporters of William. Possibly the name was derived from the light blue scaly-looking Bavarian coat of arms, the latter the party of the disaffected nobles who wanted to catch and devour the fat burger fish in 1350. Such was the disorder in the land that Margaret request of the nobles came to Holland to take into her own hands the reins of government. The struggle between the nobles and the cities broke out into civil war. Edward Roman III came to Margaret's aid, winning a sea fight off Veer in 1351. A few weeks later the Hooks and their English allies were defeated by William, and the Cods at Vlaardingen overthrow, which ruined Margaret's cause. Edward Roman III shortly afterwards changed sides, and the Empress saw herself compelled 1354 to come to an understanding with her son, he being recognized as Count of Holland and Zealand. She of Hainaut Margaret died 2 years later, leaving William, who had married Matilda of Lancaster, in possession of the entire Holland-Hainaut inheritance, July 1356. His tenure of power was however very brief. Before the close of 1357. He showed such marked signs of insanity that his wife, with his Albert of Bavaria own consent, and the support of both parties, invited Duke Albert of Bavaria, younger brother of William Roman V, to be regent, with the title of Reward. 1358. William lived in confinement for 31 years. Albert died in 1404, having ruled the land well and wisely for 46 years, first as Reward, then as Count. Despite outbreaks from time to time of the hook and cod troubles, he was able to make his authority respected, and to help forward in many ways the social progress of the country. The influence of the towns was steadily on the increase, and their government began to fall into the hands of the burgher patrician class, who formed the cod party. Opposed to them were the nobility and the lower classes forming the hook party. In Albert's latter years, a fresh outbreak of civil war, 13,921,395, was caused by the counts espousing the side of the cods, while the Hooks had the support of his eldest son. William Albert was afterwards reconciled. William Roman VI Jacqueline of Bavariado, his son, who succeeded him as William Roman VI in 1404. On his accession to power, William upheld the Hooks and secured their ascendancy. His reign was much troubled with civil discords, but he was a brave soldier and was generally successful in his enterprises. He died in 1417, leaving an only child, a daughter, Jacqueline or Jacoba, who had in her early youth been married to John, heir to the throne of France. At a gathering held at The Hague, August 15, 1416, the nobles and representatives of the cities of Holland and Zealand had promised at William's request to support his daughter's claims to the succession, but John of France died April 1417, and William Roman VI, about a month later, leaving the widow Jacqueline at 17 years of age face to face with a difficult situation. She was at first welcomed in Holland and Zealand, but found her claims opposed by her uncle John of Bavaria, supported by the cod party. Everyone from whom she might have expected help betrayed her. In turn, her second husband John Roman IV of Brabant, her third husband Humphrey of Gloucester, her cousin Philip, the Good of Burgundy, all behaved shamefully. To her romantic and sad life has rendered the courageous and accomplished Jacqueline the most picturesque figure in the whole history of Holland. She struggled long against her powerful kinsfolk, nor did she know happiness till near the end of her life, when she abandoned the unequal strife, and found repose with Francis of Borcellin. Reward of Holland, her fourth husband, him Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, craftily seized, and thereby, in 1433, the Duchess Jacqueline was compelled to cede her rights over the counties of Holland and Hainaut. Consequently, at her death, in 1436, as she left no accession of the Burgundian dynasty, Philip the Good, flourishing state of Holland. Children Philip succeeded to the full and undisputed possession of her lands. He had already acquired by inheritance, purchase, or force almost all the other Netherlands states, and now, with the extinction of the Bavarian line of Counts, Holland ceased to have an independent existence and became an outlying province of the growing Burgundian power. See Burgundy. During the years that followed the accession to the sovereignty of Duke Philip, Holland plays but an insignificant part. It was governed by a stadtholder, and but small respect was shown for its chartered rights and privileges. The quarrels between the Hook and Cod factions still continued, but the outbreaks of civil strife were quickly repressed by the strong hand of Philip. Holland, during this time, contented herself with growing material prosperity. Her herring fishery, rendered more valuable by the curing process discovered or introduced by Binkel, soon brought her increasing wealth, and her fishermen were already laying the foundations of her future maritime greatness. It was in the days of Duke Philip that Lawrence Coster of Haarlem contributed his share to the discovery of printing. During the reign of Charles the Bold, 14,671,477, Charles the Bold, Mary of Burgundy. Hollanders, like the other subjects of that warlike prince, suffered much from the burden of taxation. An outbreak at Hoorn was by Charles sternly repressed. The Hollanders were much aggrieved by the establishment of a high court of justice for the entire Netherlands at Mechelen, 1474. This was regarded as a serious breach of their privileges. The succession of Mary of Burgundy led to the granting to Holland as to the other provinces of the Netherlands of the Great Privilege of March 1477, which restored the most important of their ancient rights and liberties. See Netherlands. A High Court of Justice was established for Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland, and the use of the native language was made official. The hook and cod troubles again disturbed the country. Hook uprisings took place at Leiden and Dordrecht, and had to be repressed by armed force. By the sudden death of the Duchess Mary in 1482, her possessions, including the County of Holland, passed to her infant son Philip under the guardianship of his father, the Archduke Maximilian of Austria, thus the Burgundian Maximilian of Austria. Philip Roman II, the fair dynasty was succeeded by that of the Habsburgs. During the regency of Maximilian, the turbulence of the Hooks caused much strife and unrest in Holland. Their leaders Francis of Brederode and John of Naaldwijk seized Rotterdam and other places. Their overthrow finally ended the strife between Hooks and Cods. The bread and cheese war and uprising of the peasants in North Holland caused by famine is a proof of the misery caused by civil discords and oppressive taxation. In 1494, Maximilian, having been elected Emperor, Philip was declared of age. His assumption of the government was greeted with joy in Holland, and in his reign the province enjoyed rest, and its fisheries benefited from the commercial treaty concluded the Emperor Charles Roman V. Charles Roman III. Philip Roman III, William of Orange Stadtholder. The Revolt of the Netherlands. Union of Utrecht. Abjuration of Philip's sovereignty. With England, the story of Holland during the long reign of his son and successor, Charles Roman 315,061,555, better known as the Emperor Charles Roman V, belongs to the general history of the Netherlands. See Netherlands. On the abdication of Charles, his son Philip Roman II of Spain became Philip Roman III, Count of Holland, the ruler whose arbitrary rule in church and state brought about the revolt of the Netherlands. His appointment of William, Prince of Orange, as stadtholder of Holland and Zeeland was destined to have momentous results to the future of those provinces. See William the Silent. The capture of Brill and of Flushing in 1572 by the sea beggars led to the submission of the greater part of Holland and Zeeland to the authority of the Prince of Orange, who as stadtholder summoned the states of Holland to meet at Dordrecht. This act was the beginning of Dutch independence. From this time forward, William made Holland his home. It became the bulwark of the Protestant faith in the Netherlands, the focus of the resistance to Spanish tyranny. The sieges of Haarlem, Alkmaar, and Leiden saved Holland from being overwhelmed by the armies of Alva and Requesens, and stemmed the tide of Spanish victory. The Act of Federation between Holland and Zeeland, brought about by the influence of William, was the germ of the larger Union of Utrecht between the 7 northern provinces in 1579, but within the larger union, the inner and closer union between Holland and Zeeland continued to subsist in 1580, when the sovereignty of the Netherlands was offered to the Duke of Anjou. The 2 maritime provinces refused to acquiesce and forced William to accept the title of Count of Holland and Zeeland. In the following year, William, in the name of the 2 provinces, solemnly abjured the sovereignty of the Spanish king, July 24, after the assassination of William 1584. The title of Count of Holland was never revived. In the long struggle of the United Provinces with Spain, which followed the death of Orange, the brunt of the conflict fell upon Holland. More than half the burden of the charges of the war fell upon this one province, and with Zeeland, it furnished the fleets which formed the chief defense of the country. Hence the importance attached to the vote of Holland in the Assembly of the States General. That vote was given by deputies, at the head of whom was the advocate in later times called the Grand Pensionary of Holland, and who were responsible to, and the spokesmen of the provincial states. These states, which met at The Hague in the same building as the States General, consisted of representatives of the burgher, oligarchies, regents of the principal towns, together with representatives of the nobles, who possessed one vote. Only the advocate was the government of Holland. Johan van Oldenbarnevelt, paid minister of the states, he presided over their meetings, kept their minutes, and conducted all correspondence, and as stated above, was their spokesman in the States General, the advocate or Grand Pensionary of Holland. Therefore, if an able man had opportunities for exercising a very considerable influence, becoming in fact a kind of minister of all affairs, it was this influence as exerted by the successive advocates of Holland, Paul Buys and Johan van Oldenbarnevelt, which rendered abortive the well-meant efforts of the Earl of Leicester to centralize the government of the United Provinces, After his departure 1587, the advocate of Holland Oldenbarnevelt became the indispensable statesman of the struggling republic. The multiplicity of his functions gave to the advocate an almost unlimited authority in the details of administration, and for 30 years, the conduct of affairs remained in his hands. Oldenbarnevelt. This meant the undisputed hegemony of Holland in the federation, in other words, of the burgher oligarchies, who controlled the town corporations of the province, and especially of Amsterdam. This authority of Holland was, however, more than counterbalanced 610 by the extensive powers with which the stadtholder princes of Orange were invested, and the chief crises in the internal contest between the principles of national and provincial sovereignty history of the Dutch Republic are to be found in the struggles for supremacy between two in reality different principles of government. On the one side, the principle of provincial sovereignty, which gave to the voice of Holland a preponderating weight that was decisive; on the other side, the principle of national sovereignty, personified in the Princes of Orange, to whom the States General and the provincial states delegated executive powers that were little less than monarchical. The conclusion of the 12 years' truce in 1609 was a triumph for Oldenbarnevelt and the province of Holland over the opposition of Maurice, Prince of Orange, in 1617. The outbreak of the religious dispute between the remonstrant Maurice, Prince of Orange, and John of Oldenbarnevelt. Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange. William Roman II, Prince of Orange. Contra-remonstrant parties brought on a life and death struggle between the sovereign province of Holland and the States General of the Union. The sword of Maurice decided the issue in favor of the States General. The claims of Holland were overthrown, and the head of Oldenbarnevelt fell upon the scaffold. 1619. The stadtholder Frederick Henry of Orange ruled with well-nigh monarchical authority, 16,251,647. But even he, at the height of his power and popularity, had always to reckon with the opposition of the States of Holland and of Amsterdam, and many of his plans of campaign were thwarted by the refusal of the Hollanders to furnish supplies. His son William Roman II was but 21 years of age on succeeding to the stadtholdership, and the States of Holland were sufficiently powerful to carry through the negotiations for the Peace of Munster 1648. In spite of his opposition, a life-and-death conflict again ensued, and once more. In 1650, the Prince of Orange by armed force crushed the opposition of the Hollanders. The sudden death of William in the hour of his triumph caused a complete revolution in the government of the Republic. He left no heir but a posthumous infant, and the party of the burgher regents of Holland was John de Witt's more in the ascendant. The office of stadtholder was abolished, and John de Witt, the Grand Pensionary Rod Pensionaris of Holland, for 2 decades held in his hands all the threads of administration, and occupied the same position of undisputed authority in the councils of the land as Oldenbarnevelt had done at the beginning of the century. Amsterdam, during this period, was the center and head of the United Provinces. The principle of provincial sovereignty was carried to its extreme point in the separate treaty, concluded with Cromwell in 1654, in which the province of Holland agreed to exclude forever the Prince of Orange from the office of Stadtholder of Holland or Captain General of the Union. In 1672, William Roman III, Prince of Orange. The revolution took place. John de Witt was murdered, and William Roman III was called to fill the office of dignity and authority which had been held by his ancestors of the House of Orange, and the stadtholdership was declared to be hereditary in his family. But William died without issue. See William Roman III, and a stadtholderless period during which the province of Holland was supreme in the Union followed till 1737. This change was effected smoothly, for though William had many differences with Amsterdam, he had in Anthony Heinsius van der Heim, who was Grand Pensionary of Holland from 1690 to his death in 1720, statesmen whom he thoroughly trusted, who worked with him in the furtherance of his policy during life, and who continued to carry out that policy after his death in 1737. There was once more a reversion. William Roman IV, Prince of Orange. The stadtholdership in the person of William Roman IV, whose powers were strengthened and declared hereditary, both in the male and female line in 1747, but until the final destruction of the Federal Republic by the French armies. The perennial struggle went on between the Holland or Federal Party Staatsgezinde, centered at Amsterdam, out of which grew the Patriot Party under William Roman V, and the Orange or Unionist Party Orangegezinde, which was strong in the smaller provinces and had much popular support among the lower classes. The French conquest swept away the old condition of things, never to reappear, but allegiance to the Orange dynasty survived, and in 1813 became the rallying point of a united Dutch people at the same time. The leading part played by the province of Holland in the history of the Republic has not been unrecognized, for the country ruled over by the sovereigns of the House of Orange is always popularly and often officially known as Holland. The full title of the States of Holland in the 17th and 18th centuries was De Edelgroot, Mogend Herenstaten van Holland en Westfriesland. After 1608, this assembly consisted of 19 members, 1 representing the constitution of the States of Holland nobility, Riddershap, and 18 the towns. The member for the nobles had precedence and voted first. The interests of the country districts het plat land were the peculiar charges of the member for the nobles. The nobles also retained the right of appointing representatives to sit in the College of Deputed Councillors in certain colleges of the Admiralty, and upon the Board of Directors of the East India Company, and to various public offices. The following 18 towns sent representatives: South Quarter 1, Dordrecht 2, Haarlem 3, Delft 4, Leiden 5, Amsterdam 6, Gouda 7, Rotterdam 8, Gorinchem 9, Schiedam 10, Schoonhoven 11, Brill North Quarter, Alkmaar 13, Hoorn 14, and Enkhuizen 15, Edam 16, Monnikendam 17, Medemblik 18, Purmerend. Each town, as did also the nobles, sent as many representatives as they pleased, but the 19 members had only one vote each. Each town's deputation was headed by its pensionary, who was the spokesman on behalf of the representatives. Certain questions, such as peace and war, voting of subsidies, imposition of taxation, changes in the mode of government, Roman 100 required unanimity of votes. The Grand Pensionary Rod Pensionaris. The Grand Pensionary was at once the president and chief administrative officer of the states. He presided over all meetings, conducted the business, kept the minutes, and was charged with the maintenance of the rights of the states, with the execution of their resolutions, and with the entire correspondence. Nor were his functions only provincial. He was the head and the spokesman of the deputation of the states to the States General of the Union, and in the stadholderless period the influence of such grand pensionaries of Holland as John de Witt and Anthony Heinsius enabled the complicated and intricate machinery of government in a confederacy of many sovereign and semi-sovereign authorities, without any recognized head of the state, to work with comparative smoothness and a remarkable unity of policy. This was secured by the indisputable predominance in the Union of the province of Holland. The policy of the States of Holland swayed the policy of the Generality, and historical circumstances decreed that the policy of the States of Holland during long and critical periods should be controlled by a succession of remarkable men filling the office of Grand Pensionary. The States of Holland sat at The Hague in the months of March, July, September, and November during the periods of prorogation. The continuous oversight of the business and interests of the province was, however, never neglected. College of Deputed Councillors. This duty was confided to a body called the College of Deputed Councillors, Het Collegie der Gekomitteerd Raden, which was itself divided into 2 sections, one for the South Quarter, another for the North Quarter. The more important, that for the South Quarter, consisted of 10 members, 1 the senior member of the nobility, who sat for life, 2 representatives for periods of 3 years of the 8 towns, Dordrecht, Haarlem, Delft, Leiden, Amsterdam, Gouda, Rotterdam, and Gorinchem, with a 10th member, usually elected biennially for the towns of Schiedam, Schoonhoven, and Brill conjointly. The Grand Pensionary presided over the meetings of the college, which had the general charge of the whole provincial administration, especially of finance, the carrying out of the resolutions of the states, the maintenance of defenses, and the upholding of the privileges and liberties of the land. With particular regard to this last-named 611 duty, the college deputed 2 of its members to attend all meetings of the States General, to watch the proceedings and report at once any proposals which they held to be contrary to the interests, or to infringe upon the rights of the province of Holland. The institution of the College of Deputed Councillors might thus be described as a vigilance committee of the states in perpetual session. The existence of the college, with its many weighty and important functions, must never be lost sight of by students who desire to have a clear understanding of the remarkable part played by the province of Holland in the history of the United Netherlands. G.A. Holland, a city of Ottawa County, Michigan, USA, on Makatawa Bay, formerly called Black Lake, near Lake Michigan, and 25 Roman 1000 WSW of Grand Rapids, Pop 1890-39, 45 1977-90, of whom a large portion were of Dutch descent, 1904-89, 66 1910 10,490. It is served by the Pierre Marquette Railroad by steamboat lines to Chicago and other lake ports and by electric lines connecting with Grand Rapids, Saugatuck, and the neighboring summer resorts on Macatawa Bay are Ottawa Beach, Macatawa Park, Jenison Park, Central Park, Castle Park, and Wakazoo. In the city itself are Hope College Coeducational, founded in 1851, and incorporated as a college in 1866, an institution of the Dutch Reformed Church in America, and the Western Theological Seminary, 1869, suspended 18,771,884 of the same denomination. Holland is a grain and fruit shipping center, and among its manufactures are furniture, leather, grist mill products, iron, beer, pickles, shoes, beet, sugar, gelatine, biscuit. Holland, Rusk electric and steam launches and pianos. In 1908-7 weekly 1 daily and 2 monthly papers, 4 denominational, were published at Holland, 5 of them in Dutch. The municipality owns its waterworks and electric lighting plant. Holland was founded in 1847 by Dutch settlers under the leadership of the Rev. A Roman 100 van Ralt, and was chartered as a city in 1867. In 1871, much of it was destroyed by a forest fire. Holland, a cloth so called from the country where it was first made. It was originally a fine plain linen fabric of a brownish color, unbleached flax. Several varieties are now made: Hollands, pale Hollands, and fine Hollands. They are used for aprons, blinds, shirts, blouses, and dresses. Holler Wenzel, or Wenceslaus Vaclav, Holler 16,071,677, Bohemian etcher, was born at Prague on the 13th of July, 1607, and died in London, being buried at St. Margaret's Church, Westminster, on the 28th of March, 1677. His family was ruined by the capture of Prague in the 30 Years' War, and young Holler, who had been destined for the law, determined to become an artist. The earliest of his works that have come down to us are dated 1625 and 1626. They are small plates, and one of them is a copy of a Virgin and Child by Dürer, whose influence upon Holler's work was always great. In 1627, he was at Frankfurt working under Matthew Merian, an etcher and engraver. Thence he passed to Strasbourg, and thence in 1633 to Cologne. It was there that he attracted the notice of the famous amateur Thomas Earl of Arundel, then on an embassy to the imperial court, and with him Holler traveled to Vienna and Prague, and finally came in 1637 to England, destined to be his home for many years. Though he lived in the household of Lord Arundel, he seems to have worked not exclusively for him, but to have begun that slavery to the publishers, which was afterwards the normal condition of his life. In his first year in England, he made for Stent the Princeler the magnificent view of Greenwich, nearly a yard long, and received 30 shillings for the plate, perhaps a 20th part of what would now be paid for a single good impression. Afterwards, we hear of his fixing the price of his work at 4d. an hour, and measuring his time by a sandglass. The Civil War had its effect on his fortunes, but none on his industry. Lord Arundel left England in 1642, and Holler passed into the service of the Duke of York, taking with him a wife and 2 children. With other royalist artists, notably Inigo Jones and Faithorne, he stood the long and eventful siege of Basing House, and as we have some 100 plates from his hand dated during the years 1643 and 1644, he must have turned his enforced leisure to good purpose. Taken prisoner, he escaped or was released, and joined Lord Arundel at Antwerp, and there he remained 8 years, the prime of his working life, when he produced his finest plates of every kind, his noblest views, his miraculous muffs and shells, and the superb portrait of the Duke of York. In 1652, he returned to London, and lived for a time with Faithorne, the engraver, near Temple Bar. During the following years were published many books which he illustrated: Ogilby's Virgil, and Homer Stapleton's Juvenal, and Dugdale's Warwickshire, St. Paul's, and Monastic. In part 1, the booksellers continued to impose on the simple-minded foreigner, pretending to decline his work, that he might still further reduce the wretched price he charged them, nor did the Restoration improve his position. The court did nothing for him, and in the Great Plague he lost his young son, who we are told might have rivaled his father as an artist. After the Great Fire, he produced some of his famous views of London, and it may have been the success of these plates which induced the king to send him in 1668 to Tangier to draw the town and forts during his return to England. occurred the desperate and successful engagement fought by his ship, the Mary Rose, under Captain Kempthorne against 7 Algerine men for a brilliant affair, which Haller etched for Ogilby's Africa. He lived 8 years after his return, still working for the booksellers, and retaining to the end his wonderful powers. Witness the large plate of Edinburgh, dated 1670. One of the greatest of his works. He died in extreme poverty, his last recorded words being a request to the bailiffs that they would not carry away the bed on which he was dying. Haller's variety was boundless. His plates number some 2740 and include views, portraits, ships, religious subjects, heraldic subjects, landscapes, and still life in 100 different forms. No one that ever lived has been able to represent fur or shells or a butterfly's wing, as he has done his architectural drawings, such as those of Antwerp and Strasbourg cathedrals, and his views of towns are mathematically exact, but they are pictures as well. He could reproduce the decorative works of other artists quite faultlessly, as in the famous chalice after Mantegna's drawing his Theatrum Mulierum, and similar collections reproduce for us with literal truth the outward aspects of the people of his day, and his portraits, a branch of art in which he has been unfairly disparaged, are of extraordinary refinement and power. Almost complete collections of Haller's works exist in the British Museum and in the library at Windsor Castle. 2 admirable catalogues of his plates have been made, one in 1745 2nd ed., 1759 by George Virtue, and one in 1853 by Parthe. The latter, published at Berlin, is a model of German thoroughness and accuracy. Hals, Denzil Hals, Baron, 15,990,1680, English statesman and writer, second son of John Hals, 1st Earl of Clare, Roman 1,001,637, by Anne, daughter of Sir Thomas Stanhope, was born on the 31st of October 1599, the favorite son of his father and endowed with great natural abilities. Denzil Hals grew up under advantageous circumstances, destined to become later one of the most formidable antagonists of King Charles' arbitrary government. He was in early youth that prince's playmate and intimate companion. The Earl of Clare was, however, no friend to the Stuart administration, being especially hostile to the Duke of Buckingham, and on the accession of Charles to the throne, the king's offers of favour were rejected. In 1624, Hals was returned to Parliament for Mitchell in Cornwall, and in 1628, for Dorchester. He had from the first a keen sense of the humiliations which attended the foreign policy of the Stuart kings. Writing to Strafford, his brother-in-law, on the 29th of November 1627, he severely censures Buckingham's conduct of the expedition to the Isle of Rhe. Since England was England, the declared it received not so dishonourable a blow, and he joined in the demand for Buckingham's impeachment in 1628. To these discontents were now added the abuses arising from the king's arbitrary administration. On the 2nd of March 1629, when Sir John Finch, the Speaker, refused to put Sir John Eliot's protestations, and was about to adjourn the House by the King's 612 command, Hals, with another member, thrust him back into the chair and swore he should sit still till it pleased them to rise. Meanwhile Eliot, on the refusal of the Speaker to read the protestations, had himself thrown them into the fire. The usher of the Black Rod was knocking at the door for admittance, and the King had sent for the guard, but Hals, declaring that he could not render the King or his country better service, put the protestations to the House from memory, all the members rising to their feet and applauding in consequence. A warrant was issued for his arrest with others on the following day. They were prosecuted first in the Star Chamber, and subsequently in the King's Bench. When brought upon his habeas corpus, before the latter court, Hals offered with the rest to give bail, but refused sureties for good behaviour and argued that the court had no jurisdiction over offences supposed to have been committed in Parliament. On his refusal to plead, he was sentenced to a fine of 1,000 marks, and to imprisonment during the King's pleasure. Hals had at first been committed and remained for some time a close prisoner in the Tower of London. The close confinement, however, was soon changed to a safe one. The prisoner, then having leave to take the air and exercise, but being obliged to maintain himself at his own expense, on the 29th of October, Hals, with Eliot and Valentine, was transferred to the Marshalsea. His resistance to the King's tyranny did not prove so stout as that of some of his comrades in misfortune. Among the papers of the Secretary Sir John Coke is a petition of Hals, couched in humble and submissive terms, to be restored to the King's favour. 1. Having given the security demanded for his good behaviour, he was liberated early in 1630, and on the 30th of October was allowed bail, being still banished from London. He retired to the country paying his fine in 1637 or 1630. The fine was repaid by the Parliament in July 1644, and the judgment was revised on a writ of error in 1668. In 1638, we find him, notwithstanding his recent experiences, one of the chief leaders in his county of the resistance to ship money, though it would appear that he subsequently made submission. Hals was a member of the short and long parliaments assembled in 1640. According to Laud, he was now one of the great leading men in the House of Commons, and in Clarendon's opinion, he was a man of more accomplished parts than any of his party, and of most authority. He was not, however, in the confidence of the Republican Party, though he was at first named one of the managers for the impeachment of Strafford. Hals had little share in his prosecution. According to Laud, he held out to Strafford hopes of saving his life if he would use his influence with the king to abolish episcopacy, but the Earl refused, and Hals advised Charles that Strafford should demand a short respite, of which he would take advantage to procure a commutation of the death sentence. In the debate on the attainder, he spoke on behalf of Strafford's family and later obtained some favors from the Parliament for his eldest son. In all other matters in Parliament, Hals took a principal part. He was one of the chief movers of the protestation of the 3rd of May 1641, which he carried up to the Lords, urging them to give it their approval. Although, according to Clarendon, he did not wish to change the government of the Church, he showed himself at this time decidedly hostile to the bishops. He took up the impeachment of Laud to the House of Peers, supported the Londoners' petition for the abolition of episcopacy and the Root and Branch Bill, and afterwards urged that the bishops impeached for their conduct in the affair of the late canons should be accused of treason. He showed equal energy in the affairs of Ireland. At the outbreak of the rebellion, supported strongly the independence and purity of the judicial bench, and opposed toleration of the Roman Catholics. On the 9th of July 1641, he addressed the Lords on behalf of the Queen of Bohemia, expressing great loyalty to the king and royal family, and urging the necessity of supporting the Protestant religion everywhere. Together with Pym, Hals drew up the Grand Remonstrance, and made a vigorous speech in its support on the 22nd of November 1641, in which he argued for the right of one house to make a declaration, and asserted, if kings are misled by their counselors, we must tell them of it. On the 15th of December, he was a teller in the division in favor of printing it on the great subject of the militia. He also showed activity. He supported Heselrige's militia bill of the 7th of December 1641, and on the 31st of December, he took up to the king the Commons' demand for a guard, under the command of Essex. Hall's force and reputation, said Sir Ralph Verney, are the two things that give the success to all actions. After the failure of the attempt by the court to gain over Hals and others by offering them posts in the administration, he was one of the 5 members impeached by the king. Hals at once grasped the full significance of the king's action, and after the triumphant return to the House of the 5 members, on the 11th of January, threw himself into still more pronounced opposition to the arbitrary policy of the Crown. He demanded that before anything further was done, the members should be cleared of their impeachment. Was himself leader in the impeachment of the Duke of Richmond, and on the 31st of January, when taking up the militia petition to the House of Lords, he adopted a very menacing tone, at the same time presenting a petition of some thousands of supposed starving artificers of London, congregated round the House. On the 15th of June, he carried up the impeachment of the 9 lords who had deserted the Parliament, and he was one of the Committee of Safety appointed on the 4th of July. On the outbreak of the Civil War, Great Rebellion, Hals, who had been made Lieutenant of Bristol, was sent with Bedford to the west against the Marquess of Hertford, and took part in the unsuccessful siege of the latter at Sherborne Castle. He was present at Edgehill, where his regiment of Puritans recruited in London was one of the few which stood firm and saved the day for the Parliament. On the 13th of November, his men were surprised at Brentford during his absence, and routed after a stout resistance. In December, he was proposed for the command of the forces in the West, an appointment which he appears to have refused notwithstanding his activity in the field for the cause of the Parliament. The appeal to arms had been distasteful to Hals from the first. As early as September, he surprised the House by the marked abatement of his former violent and fiery spirit, and his changed attitude did not escape the taunts of his enemies, who attributed it scornfully to his disaster at Brentford or to his new wife. He probably foresaw that, to whichever side victory fell, the struggle could only terminate in the suppression of the Constitution and of the moderate party. on which all his hopes were based, his feelings and political opinions, too, were essentially aristocratic, and he regarded with horror the transference of the government of the state from the king and the ruling families to the parliamentary leaders. He now advocated peace and a settlement of the disputes by concessions on both sides, a proposal full of danger because impracticable and one, therefore, which could only weaken the parliamentary resistance and prolong the struggle. He warmly supported the peace negotiations on the 21st of November and the 22nd of December, and his attitude led to a breach with Pym and the more determined party in June 1643. He was accused of complicity in Waller's plot but swore to his innocency, and his arrest with others of the peace party was even proposed in August when Hals applied for a pass to leave the country. The king's successes, however, for the moment put a stop to all hopes of peace, and in April 1644 Hals addressed the citizens of London at the Guildhall, calling upon them to join with their purses, their persons, and their prayers together to support the army of Essex. In November, Hals and Whitelocke headed the commission appointed to treat with the king at Oxford. He endeavored to convince the royalists of the necessity of yielding in time before the new party of hot men should gain the upper hand. Hals and Whitelocke had a 613 private meeting with the king, when at Charles' request they drew up the answer which they advised him to return to the Parliament. This interview was not communicated to the other commissioners or to Parliament, and though doubtless their motives were thoroughly patriotic, their action was scarcely compatible with their position as trustees of the parliamentary cause. Hals was also appointed a commissioner at Uxbridge in January 1645, and endeavored to overcome the crucial difficulty of the militia by postponing its discussion altogether. As leader of the moderate, or Presbyterian party, Hals now came into violent antagonism with Cromwell and the army faction. They hated one another equally, and Hals would not allow any merit in Cromwell, accusing him of cowardice and attributing his successes to chance and good fortune. With the support of Essex and the Scottish commissioners, Hals endeavored in December 1644 to procure Cromwell's impeachment as an incendiary between the two nations, and passionately opposed the self-denying ordinance. In return, Hals was charged with having held secret communications with the king at Oxford and with a correspondence with Lord Digby, but after a long examination by the House, he was pronounced innocent on the 19th of July, 1645. Determined on Cromwell's destruction, he refused to listen to the prudent counsels of Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, who urged that Cromwell was too strong to be resisted or provoked, and on the 29th of March, 1647, drew up in Parliament a hasty proclamation declaring the promoters of the army petition enemies to the state. In April, challenging Ireton to a duel. The army party was now thoroughly exasperated against Hals. They were resolved one way or other to be rid of him, says Clarendon. On the 16th of June, 1647, 11 members, including Hals, were charged by the army with various offences against the state, followed on the 23rd by fresh demands for their impeachment and for their suspension, which was refused. On the 26th, however, the 11 members, to avoid violence, asked leave to withdraw their reply to the charges against them, was handed into the House on the 19th of July, and on the 20th, Hals took leave of the House in a grave and learned speech after the riot of the apprentices on the 26th, for which Hals disclaimed any responsibility. The 11 members were again 30th of July recalled to their seats, and Hals was one of the Committee of Safety appointed on the flight of the Speaker, however, and part of the Parliament to the army, and the advance of the latter to London. Hals, whose party and policy were now entirely defeated, left England on the 22nd of August for St. Mere-Eglise in Normandy on the 26th of January 1648. The 11 members who had not appeared when summoned to answer the charges against them were expelled not long afterwards. However, on the 3rd of June, these proceedings were annulled, and Hals, who had then returned and was a prisoner in the Tower with the rest of the 11 members, was discharged. He returned to his seat on the 14th of August. Hals was one of the commissioners appointed to treat with the king at Newport on the 18th of September 1648. Aware of the plans of the extreme party, Hals threw himself at the king's feet and implored him not to waste time in useless negotiations, and he was one of those who stayed behind the rest in order to urge Charles to compliance. On the 1st of December, he received the thanks of the House on the occasion of Pride's Purge. On the 6th of December, Hals absented himself and escaped again to France from his retirement there. He wrote to Charles Roman II in 1651, advising him to come to terms with the Scots as the only means of effecting a restoration. But after the alliance, he refused Charles' offer of the Secretaryship of State. In March 1654, Cromwell, who in alarm at the plots being formed against him, was attempting to reconcile some of his opponents to his government, sent Hals a pass, with notable circumstances of kindness, and esteem his subsequent movements, and the date of his return to England are uncertain. But in 1656, Cromwell's resentment was again excited against him. As the supposed author of a tract really written by Clarendon, he appears to have been imprisoned, for his release was ordered by the Council on the 2nd of September 1659. Hals took part in the conference with Monk at Northumberland House, when the restoration was directly proposed, and with the secluded members took his seat again in Parliament on the 21st of February 1660. On the 23rd of February, he was chosen one of the Council to carry on the government during the interregnum. On the 2nd of March, the votes passed against him, and the sequestration of his estates were repealed. And on the 7th, he was made Custos Rotulorum for Dorsetshire. He took a leading part in bringing about the restoration, was chairman of the Committee of Seven, appointed to prepare an answer to the King's letter. And as one of the deputed Lords and Commons, he delivered at The Hague the invitation to Charles to return. He preceded Charles to England to prepare for his reception, and was sworn of the Privy Council on the 5th of June. He was one of the third of 4 commissioners appointed to try the regicides in September and October. On the 20th of April 1661, he was created Baron Hals of Iffield in Sussex, and became henceforth one of the leading members of the Upper House. Hals, who was a good French scholar, was sent as ambassador to France on the 7th of July 1663. He was ostentatiously English, and a zealous upholder of the national honor and interests, but his position was rendered difficult by the absence of home support. On the 27th of January 1666, war was declared, but Hals was not recalled till May Pepys remarks on the 14th of November. Sir G. Carteret tells me that just now my Lord Hals had been with him, and wept to think in what a condition we are fallen. Soon afterwards, he was employed on another disagreeable mission, in which the national honor was again at stake, being sent to Breda to make a peace with Holland in May 1667. He accomplished his task successfully, the articles being signed on the 21st of June. On the 12th of December, he protested against Lord Clarendon's banishment, and was nearly put out of the Council in consequence. In 1668, he was manager for the Lords in the celebrated Skinner's case, in which his knowledge of precedents was of great service, and on which occasion he published the tract The Grand Question, concerning the judicature of the House of Peers, 1669. Hals, who was honorably distinguished by Charles as a stiff and sullen man, and as one who would not yield to solicitation, now became with Halifax and Shaftesbury a leader in the resistance to the domestic and foreign policy of the court. Together with Halifax, he opposed both the arbitrary Conventicle Act of 1670 and the Test Oath of 1675, his objection to the latter being chiefly founded on the invasion of the privileges of the peers which it involved, and he defended with vigor the right of the peers to record their protests. On the 7th of January, 1676, Hals with Halifax was summarily dismissed from the Council on the occasion of the Commons petitioning the King in favor of an alliance with the Dutch. Hals addressed a letter to Van Beuningen at Amsterdam on love to our country and hatred of a common enemy, enlarging upon the necessity of uniting in a common defense against French aggression. And in support of the Protestant religion, the people are strong, but the government is weak, he declares, and he attributes the cause of weakness to the transference of power from the nobility to the people, and to a succession of 3 weak princes. Save what the Parliament did, we have not taken one true step, nor struck one true stroke. Since Queen Elizabeth he endeavoured to embarrass the government. This year, in his tract on some considerations upon the question whether the Parliament is dissolved by its prorogation for 15 months, it was held by the Lords to be seditious and scandalous, while for publishing another pamphlet written by Hals entitled The Grand Question, concerning the prorogation of this Parliament. Otherwise, the Long Parliament, dissolved, the corrector of the proof sheets was committed to the Tower, and fined 1,000 in order to bring about the downfall of Danby, afterwards Duke of Leeds, and the disbanding of the army which he believed to be intended for the suppression of the national liberties. Hals, at this time, 16,771,679, engaged, as did many others, in a 614 dangerous intrigue with Courtin and Barillon, the French envoys, and Louis Roman XIV. He refused, however, the latter's presence on the ground that he was a member of the council, having been appointed to Sir William Temple's new modelled cabinet in 1679. Barillon described him as at this period in his old age, the man of all England for whom the different cabals have the most consideration, and as firmly opposed to the arbitrary designs of the court, he showed moderation in the popish plot. And on the question of the exclusion followed Halifax rather than Shaftesbury, his long and eventful career closed by his death on the 17th of February 1680. The character of Hals has been drawn by Burnet, with whom he was on terms of friendship. Hals was a man of great courage, and of his great pride he was faithful and firm to his side, and never changed through the whole course of his life. He argued well but too vehemently, for he could not bear contradiction. He had the soul of an old stubborn Roman in him. He was a faithful but a rough friend, and a severe but fair enemy. He had a true sense of religion, and was a man of an unblameable course of life and of a sound judgment when it was not biased by passion. 3. Hals was essentially an aristocrat, and a Whig in feeling, making Cromwell's supposed hatred of lords a special charge against him regarding the civil wars, rather as a social than as a political revolution, and attributing all the evils of his time to the transference of political power from the governing families to the meanest of men. He was an authority on the history and practice of Parliament and the Constitution, and besides the pamphlets already mentioned, was the author of the case stated concerning the judicature of the House of Peers in the Point of Appeals 1675, the case stated of the jurisdiction of the House of Lords in the Point of Impositions 1676, letter of a gentleman to his friend, showing that the bishops are not to be judges in Parliament in cases capital 1679, Lord Hals his remains being a second letter to a friend. Concerning the judicature of the bishops in Parliament 4, he also published a true relation of the unjust accusation of certain French gentlemen 1671, an account of Hall's intercession on their behalf, and of his dispute with Lord Chief Justice Keeling, and he left memoirs written in exile in 1649, and dedicated to the unparalleled couple Mr. Oliver St. John and Mr. Oliver Cromwell, published in 1699, and reprinted in Baron Mazarus Select Tracts, relating to the Civil Wars. Roman 1. Several speeches of Hals were printed, and are extant, and his letter to Van Beuningen has been already quoted. Hals married one in 1628, Dorothy, daughter and heiress of Sir Francis Ashley II, in 1642, Jane, daughter and co-heiress of Sir John Shirley of Iffield in Sussex, and widow of Sir Walter Covert of Slowham, Sussex, and 3. in 1666, Esther, daughter and co-heiress of Gideon Lalou of Colombiers in Normandy, widow of James Richer by his first wife. He left one son, Francis, who succeeded him as second Baron. He had no children by his other wives, and the peerage became extinct in the person of his grandson Denzil, 3rd Baron Hals, in 1690, for the estates devolving on John Hals, 16,621,711, 4th Earl of Clare and Duke of Newcastle. Hall's brother John Hals, 2nd Earl of Clare, 15,951,666, was Member of Parliament for East Retford in 3 parliaments. Before succeeding to the peerage in 1637, he took some part in the Civil War, but he was very often of both parties and never advantaged either the earldom of Clare, which had been granted in 1624 by James Roman I to his father John Hals, in return for the payment of 5,000, became merged in the dukedom of Newcastle in 1694, when John Hals, the 4th Earl, was created Duke of Newcastle. Hall's life has been written by Roman 100 H. Firth in the Dictionary of National Biography, by Horace Walpole in Royal and Noble Authors Roman II, by Guizot in Monk's Contemporaries, Eng Trans, 1851, and by a Collins in Historical Collections of Noble Families, 1752, and in the Biographia Britannica. See also S. R. Gardner, History of England, 18,830,1884, and History of the Great Civil War, 1893, Lord Clarendon, History of the Rebellion, edited by W. Roman 500 Macrae G. Burnet, History of His Own Time, 1833, and B. Whitelock Memorials, 1732. P. Roman 100 Y. 1 Hist. MSS. Com. MSS. of Earl Cowper Roman 1. 2. The speech of January 5 attributed to him, and printed in Thomason Tracts, E. 199-55, is a forgery. 3. Burnet's History of His Own Times, Romans 6 268. 4. The rough draft apparently in Hollis' handwriting is in Egerton MSS, FF, 136,149. Holloway Thomas 18,001,883, English patent medicine vendor and philanthropist, was born at Devonport on the 22nd of September 1800 of humble parents. Until his 28th year, he lived at Penzance, where he assisted his mother and brother in the baker's shop, which his father, once a warrant officer in a militia regiment, had left them at his death. On coming to London, he made the acquaintance of Felix Albinello, an Italian, from whom he obtained the idea for the ointment which was to carry his name all over the world. The secret of his enormous success in business was due almost entirely to advertisement, in the efficacy of which he had great faith. He soon added the sale of pills to that of the ointment, and began to devote the larger part of his profits to advertising. Holloway's first newspaper announcement appeared on the 15th of October 1837, and in 1842, his yearly expenses for publicity had reached the sum of 5,000. This expenditure went on steadily increasing as his sales increased, until it had reached the figure of 50,000 per annum at the time of his death. It is, however, chiefly by the two princely foundations, Sanatorium and the College for Women at Egham Curoman 5, endowed by Holloway towards the close of his life, that his name will be perpetuated. More than £1,000,000 having been set apart by him for the erection and permanent endowment of these institutions. In the deed of gift of the college, the founder credited his wife, who died in 1875, with the advice and counsel that led him to provide what he hoped might ultimately become the nucleus of a university for women. The philanthropic and somewhat eccentric donor, he had an unconcealed prejudice against doctors, lawyers, and parsons. Died of congestion of the lungs at Sunninghill on the 26th of December 1883. Holly Ilex aquifolium, the European representative of a large genus of trees and shrubs of the natural order Illicinae, containing about 170 species. The genus finds its chief development in Central and South America, is well developed in Asia, especially the Chinese-Japanese area, and has but few species in Europe, Africa, and Australia. In Europe, where Roman 1 aquifolium is the sole surviving species, the genus was richly represented during the Miocene period by forms at first South American and Asiatic and later North American in type. Skimper Palant Veget Roman 3 1874, the leaves are generally leathery and evergreen, and are alternate and stalked. The flowers are commonly dioecious, are in axillary cymes, fascicles or umbelules, and have a persistent 4 to 5-lobed calyx, a white rotate 4, or rarely 5 or 6-cleft corolla, with the 4 or 5 stamens adherent to its base in the male, sometimes hypogynous in the female flowers, and a 2 to 12-ocelled ovary. The fruit is a globose, very seldom ovoid, and usually red drupe, containing 2 to 16 one-seeded stones. Ilex aquifolium shoot, bearing leaves and fruit about 12 gnat size. Flower with abortive stamens. Flower with abortive pistil. Floral diagram showing arrangement of parts in horizontal section. Fruit. Fruit cut transversely showing the 4 one-seeded stones. The common holly or hulver, apparently the of Theophrastus, 1 Ang Sax Holland, or Holland Roman 1499, Ang Holland, or Holland, whence home and home tree. 2 Welsh Selen Jur Stekpummy, Hulse Hulst o Fr Hu, and Fr Helks. 3 Roman 1 aquifolium is an evergreen shrub or low tree, having smooth ash-colored bark and wavy pointed smooth and glossy leaves 2 to 3 in long, with a spinous margin raised and cartilaginous below, or as commonly on the upper branches of the older trees. Entire 615 peculiarity, alluded to by Southey in his poem, The Holly Tree. The flowers, which appear in May, are ordinarily dioecious, as in all the best of the cultivated varieties in nurseries. Gard Cron, 1877, Roman 1, Darwin Diff Forms of Flow, 1877 p. 297, says of the holly, during several years, I have examined many plants, but have never found one that was really hermaphrodite. Shirley Hibbard, however, Gard Cron, 1877 Roman 2, mentions the occurrence of flowers bearing globose anthers well furnished with pollen, and also perfect ovaries. In his opinion, Roman 1 aquifolium changes its sex from male to female with age. In the female flowers, the stamens are destitute of pollen, though, but slightly or not at all shorter than in the male flowers. The latter are more numerous than the female, and have a smaller ovary, and a larger corolla to which the filaments adhere for a greater length. The corolla in male plants falls off entire, whereas in fruit bearers, it is broken into separate segments. By the swelling of the young ovary, the holly occurs in Britain, northeast Scotland, excepted, and in Western and Southern Europe, from as high as 62 N lat in Norway to Turkey and the Caucasus, and in Western Asia, it is found generally in forest glades or in hedges, and does not flourish under the shade of other trees in England. It is usually small, probably on account of its destruction for timber, but it may attain to 60 or 70 ft in height, and Loudon mentions one tree at Claremont, in Surrey of 80 ft. Some of the trees on Bleak Hill, Shropshire, are asserted to be 14 ft in girth at some distance from the ground. N and Q. 5th. Sir Roman 12. The holly is abundant in France, especially in Brittany. It will grow in almost any soil not absolutely wet, but flourishes best in rather dry than moist sandy loam. Beckman Hist of Invent 1846 Roman 1 says that the plant which first induced J. de Castro to search for alum in Italy was the holly, which is there still considered to indicate that its habitat is a luminiferous. The holly is propagated by means of the seeds, which do not normally germinate until their second year by whipgrafting, and budding, and by cuttings of the matured summer shoots which placed in sandy soil and kept under cover of a handless in sheltered situations, generally strike root in spring. Transplantation should be performed in damp, whether in September and October, or, according to some writers, in spring, or on mild days in winter, and care should be taken that the roots are not dried by exposure to the air. It is rarely injured by frosts in Britain, where its foliage and bright red berries in winter render it a valuable ornamental tree. The yield of berries has been noticed to be less when a warm spring following on a wet winter season has promoted excessive growth. There are numerous varieties of the holly. Some trees have yellow, and others white or even black fruit. In the fruitless variety Laurifolia, the most floriferous of all hollies, Hibbard, the flowers are highly fragrant. The form known as femina is on the other hand remarkable for the number of its berries. The leaves in the unarmed varieties Aurea marginata and Alba marginata are of great beauty, and in ferox they are studded with sharp prickles. The holly is of importance as a hedgeplant, and is patient of clipping, which is best performed by the knife. Evelyn's holly hedge at Says Court Dipford was 400 ft long, 9 ft high, and 5 ft in breadth to form fences, for which Evelyn recommends the employment of seedlings from woods. The plants should be 9 to 12 in height, with plenty of small fibrous roots, and require to be set 1 to 112 ft apart in well-manured and weeded ground, and thoroughly watered. The wood of the holly is even-grained and hard, especially when from the heartwood of large trees, and almost as white as ivory, except near the center of old trunks where it is brownish. It is employed in inlaying and turning, and since it stains well in the place of ebony, as for teapot handles, for engraving it is inferior to box. When dry it weighs about 4712 per cub ft. From the bark of the holly, birdlime is manufactured. From the leaves are obtainable a coloring matter named iloxanthin ilicic acid, and a bitter principle illicin, which has been variously described by different analytical chemists. They are eaten by sheep and deer, and in parts of France serve as a winter fodder for cattle. The berries provoke in man violent vomiting and purging, but are eaten with immunity by thrushes and other birds. The larvae of the moths Sphinx ligustri and Phoxipteryx nivana have been met with on holly. The leaves are mined by the larva of a fly, Phytomyza illicis, and both on them and the tops of the young twigs occurs the Plantlaus aphis illicis Kaltenbach, P. Flansenfeind 1874 p. 427. The custom of employing holly and other plants for decorative purposes at Christmas is one of considerable antiquity, and has been regarded as a survival of the usages of the Roman Saturnalia, or of an old Teutonic practice of hanging the interior of dwellings with evergreens as a refuge for sylvan spirits from the inclemency of winter. A border proverb defines an habitual storyteller as one that lees never. But when the holland is green, several popular superstitions exist with respect to holly in the county of Rutland. It is deemed unlucky to introduce it into a house before Christmas Eve. In some English rural districts, the prickly and non-prickly kinds are distinguished as he and she holly, and in Derbyshire the tradition obtains that according as the holly brought at Christmas into a house is smooth or rough, the wife or the husband will be master holly. That has adorned churches at that season is in Worcestershire and Herefordshire much esteemed and cherished the possession of a small branch, with berries being supposed to bring a lucky year, and Lonosaurus mentions a notion in his time, vulgarly prevalent in Germany, that consecrated twigs of the plant hung over a door are a protection against thunder. Among the North American species of ilex are Roman 1 alpaca, which resembles the European tree, the inkberry Roman 1 Prinos glabra, and the American black alder, or winterberry Roman 1 Prinos verticillata hooker FL, of Brit India Roman 1 606, enumerates 24 Indian species of ilex, the Japanese Roman 1 crenata, and Roman 1 latifolia, a remarkably hardy plant, and the North American Roman 1 cassine, are among the species. Cultivated in Britain, the leaves of several species of ilex are used by dyers. The member of the genus most important economically is Roman 1 paragariensis, the prepared leaves of which constitute Paraguay tea, or mate Q Roman 5 ni holly, is Ruscus aculeatus, or butcher's broom C. holly eryngium maritimum, an umbelliferous plant, and the mountain holly of America Nemapanthes canadensis, also a member of the order Illicinae. Besides the works above mentioned, see Loudon Arboretum Roman 2, 1844. 1 Hist plant Roman 1 3 Roman 3 1, and 4 6, et passim on the aquifolium, or aquifolia of Latin authors, commonly regarded as the holly C. a de Grandsegni Hist, Nat Depline BK Roman 16 notes, pp 199-206. 2. The term home as indicative of a prevalence of holly is stated to have entered into the names of several places in Britain, from its superficial resemblance to the holly. The tree Quercus ilex, the evergreen oak, received the appellation of home oak. 3. Skeet etymologue Dict 1879, with reference to the word holly, remarks the form of the base cull Teutonic hull is probably connected with lat culmen, a peak culmus, a stalk perhaps, because the leaves are pointed. Grim Dute Werder BD Roman 4 suggests that the term hulst as the ohg hules applied to the butcher's broom, or niholly in the earliest times used for hedges, may have reference to the holly as a protecting Hollander plant. Hollyhock from Roman 1000 e hollidoutlis, because brought from the Holy Land, where it is indigenous wedgand, as 616 hock, a mallow althea, rosea, a perennial plant of the natural order Malvaceae, a native of the East which has been cultivated in Great Britain for about 3 centuries. The ordinary hollyhock is single-blossomed, but the florist varieties have all double flowers of white, yellow, rose, purple, violet, and other tints, some being almost black. The plant is in its prime about August, but by careful management examples may be obtained in blossom from July to as late as November. Hollyhocks are propagated from seed, or by division of the root, or by planting out in rich sandy soil in a close frame with a gentle bottom heat. Single eyes from woodshoots or cuttings from outgrowths of the old stalk, or of the lateral offsets of the spike. The seed may be sown in October under cover, the plants obtained being potted in November, and kept under glass till the following April, or if it be late gathered in May or June in the open ground. Whence, if required, the plants are best removed in October or April in many gardens when the plants are not disturbed. Self-sown seedlings come up in abundance about April, and May seedlings may also be raised in February or March by the aid of a gentle heat in a light and rich moist soil. They should not be watered till they have made their second leaves, and when large enough for handling, should be pricked off in a cold frame. They are subsequently transferred to the flowerbed. Hollyhocks thrive best in a well-trenched and manured sandy loam. The spikes, as they grow, must be staked and water, and for the finest blossoms liquid manure should be liberally supplied to the roots. Plants for exhibition require the side growths to be pinched out, and it is recommended in cold, bleak, or northerly localities when the flowering is over, and the stalks have been cut off 4 to 6 in above the soil to earth up the crowns with sand. Some of the finest double-flowered kinds of hollyhock do not bloom well in Scotland. The plant is susceptible of great modification under cultivation. The forms now grown are due to the careful selection and crossing of varieties. It is found that the most diverse varieties may be raised with certainty from plants growing near together. The young shoots of the hollyhock are very liable to the attacks of slugs, and to a disease occasioned by a fungus Puccinia malvacearum, which is a native of Chile, attained notoriety in the Australian colonies, and finally reaching Europe in 1869, threatened the extermination of the hollyhock, the soft parts of the leaves of which it destroys, leaving the venation only remaining. It has been found especially hurtful to the plant in dry seasons. It is also parasitic on the wild mallows, The disease appears on the leaves as minute-hard pale brown pustules filled with spores which germinate without a resting period, but when produced late in the season, may last as resting spores until next spring. Spraying early in the season with Bordeaux mixture is an effective preventive, but the best means of treatment is to destroy all leaves as soon as they show signs of being attacked, and to prevent the growth of other hostplants, such as mallows in the neighborhood. In hot, dry seasons, red spider injures the foliage very much, but may be kept at bay by syringing the plants frequently with plenty of clean water. Holly Springs, a city, and the county-seat of Marshall County, Mississippi, USA, in the end part of the state. 45 Roman 1000 SE of Memphis Pop, 1890-22, 46 1928, 15-15-59, Negroes 1910-21-92. Holly Springs is served by the Illinois Central and the Kansas City, Memphis, Birmingham, Frisco system. Railways. The city has broad and well-shaded streets and a fine courthouse and courthouse square. It is the seat of Rust University, opened in 1867, a Methodist Episcopal institution for Negroes of the Mississippi Synodical College, 1905, Presbyterian for white girls, and of the North Mississippi Agricultural Experiment Station. The principal industries are the ginning, compressing, and shipping of cotton, and the manufacture of cottonseed oil, but the city also manufactures pottery and brick from clay obtained in the vicinity, and has an ice factory, bottling works, and marble works. The municipality owns and operates its waterworks and electric lighting plant. Holly Springs was founded in 1837 and was chartered as a city in 1896. Early, in December 1862, General Grant established here a large depot of supplies designed for the use of the Federal Army while on its march toward Vicksburg, but General Earl Van Dorn, with a brigade of cavalry, surprised the post at daylight on the 20th of this month, burned the supplies, and took 1,500 prisoners. Holly Springs was the home and is the burial place of Edward Carey Walthall, 18,311,890, a Democratic member of the United States Senate in 18,851,894, and in 18,951,898. Homan James, 17,861,857, known as the Blind Traveler, was born at Exeter on the 15th of October 1786. He entered the British Navy in 1798 as first-class volunteer and was appointed lieutenant in April 1807. In 1810, he was invalided by an illness which resulted in total loss of sight. In consideration of his helpless circumstances, he was in 1812 appointed one of the Royal Knights of Windsor, but the quietness of such a life harmonized so ill with his active habits and keen interests that he requested leave of absence to go abroad, and in 1819, 1820, and 1821 journeyed through France, Italy, Switzerland, the parts of Germany bordering on the Rhine, Belgium, and the Netherlands. On his return, he published the narrative of a journey through France. Roman 100, London, 1822. He again set out in 1822 with the design of making the circuit of the world. But after traveling through Russia into Siberia, he was suspected of being a spy, was arrested when he had managed to penetrate 1,000 Roman 1,000 beyond Smolensk, and after being conducted to the frontiers of Poland, returned home by Austria, Saxony, Prussia, and Hanover. He now issued travels through Russia, Siberia. Roman 100, London, 1825. Shortly afterwards, he again set out to accomplish, by a somewhat different method, the design which had been frustrated by the Russian authorities, and an account of his remarkable achievement was published in 4 volumes in 18,340,1835 under the title of A Voyage Round the World, including travels in Africa, Asia, Australasia, America. Roman 100. From 1827 to 1832, his last journeys were through Spain, Portugal, Moldavia, Montenegro, Syria, and Turkey, and he was engaged in preparing an account of this tour when he died in London on the 29th of July, 1857. Holmes Oliver Wendell, 18,090,1894, American writer and physician, was born on the 29th of August, 1809, at Cambridge, Mass. His father, Abiel Holmes, 17,630,1837, was a Calvinist clergyman, the writer of a useful history, Annals of America, and of much very dull poetry. His mother, the second wife of Abiel, was Sarah Wendell, of a distinguished New York family through her Dr. Holmes, was descended from Governors Thomas Dudley and Simon Bradstreet of Massachusetts, and from her he derived his cheerfulness and vivacity, his sympathetic humor and wit from Philip's Andover Academy. He entered Harvard in the famous class of '29, made further illustrious by the charming lyrics which he wrote for the anniversary dinners from 1851 to 1889, closing with the touching After the Curfew after graduation. He studied law perfunctorily for a year and dabbled in literature, winning the public ear by a spirited lyric called forth by the order to destroy the old frigate Constitution. These verses were sung all over the land and induced the Navy Department to revoke its order and save the old ship turning next to medicine, and convinced by a brief experience in Boston that he liked it, he went to Paris in March 1833. He studied industriously under Louis and other famous physicians and surgeons in France, and in his vacations visited the Low Countries, England, Scotland, and Italy, returning to Boston at the close of 1835. Filled with a high professional ambition, he sought practice, but achieved only moderate success. Social, brilliant in conversation, and a writer of gay little poems, he seemed to the grave Bostonians not sufficiently serious. He won prizes, however, for professional papers, and lectured on anatomy at Dartmouth College. He wrote 2 papers on homeopathy, which he attacked with trenchant wit, also a valuable paper on the malarial fevers of New England in 1843. He published his essay on the contagiousness of puerperal fever, which stirred up a fierce controversy and brought upon him bitter personal abuse. But he maintained his position with dignity, temper, and judgment, and in time he was honored 617 as the discoverer. Beneficent Truth, the volume of his medical essays, holds some of his most sparkling wit, his shrewdest observation, his kindliest humanity. In 1840, he married Amelia Lee Jackson, daughter of the Hun Charles Jackson, 17,751,855, formerly Associate Justice of the State Supreme Judicial Court, a lady of rare charm, alike of mind and character. She died in the winter of 18,871,888. Their firstborn child, Oliver Wendell Holmes, afterwards became Chief Justice of that same bench on which his grandfather sat in 1847. Dr. Holmes was appointed professor of anatomy and physiology in the medical school of Harvard University, the duties involving the giving of instruction, also in kindred departments, so that, as he said, he occupied not a chair, but a settee in the school. He delivered the anatomical lectures until November 1882, and in later years these were his only link with the medical profession. They were fresh, witty, and lively, and the students were sent to him at the end of the day when they were fagged, because he alone could keep them awake. In later years, he made few finished contributions to medical knowledge. His eager and impetuous temperament caused him to leave more patient investigators to push to ultimate results the suggestions thrown out by his fertile and imaginative mind. In 1836, being in that year the Phi Beta Kappa poet at Harvard University, he published his first volume of poems, which afterwards reached a second edition. Among these earlier lyrics was The Last Leaf, one of the most delicate combinations of pathos and humor in literature. His collected poetry fills 3 volumes in 18,561,857, a Boston publishing house. Philip Sampson and Co. invited James Russell Lowell to edit a new magazine, which he agreed to do on condition that he could secure the assistance of Dr. Holmes. By this urgent invitation, the doctor was equally surprised and flattered, for heretofore he had stood rather outside the literary coterie of Cambridge and Boston. He accepted with pleasure, and at once threw himself into the enterprise with zeal. He christened it the Atlantic Monthly, and as Mr. Howells afterwards said, he not only named, but made it, for in each number of its first volume there appeared one of the papers of the autocrat of the breakfast table. The opening of the autocrat I was just going to say when I was interrupted, explained by the fact that in the old New England magazine, 1831 to 1833, the doctor had published 2 autocrat papers, which by his wish have never been reprinted. In the commercial panic of 1857, the new magazine would inevitably have failed had it not been for these fascinating essays, their originality of conception, their wit and humor, their suggestions of what then seemed bold ideas, and their expression of New Englandism, all combined to make them so popular that the most harassed merchant in that gloomy winter purchased them as a dose of cheering medicine. Thus Dr. Holmes made the Atlantic Monthly, which in return made him a success so immediate and so splendid. Settled the rest of his career, he ceased to be a physician and became an author. These 12 papers were immediately 1858 published as a volume, No sooner was the autocrat silent than the Professor 1859 succeeded him at the breakfast table. The Professor was preferred by more thoughtful readers, though it has hardly been so widely popular as the autocrat. Its theology, which seemed in those days audacious, frightened many of the strict and old-fashioned religionists of New England, though today it seems mild enough. 12 years later, in 1871, the landlady had another boarder, who took the vacant chair. The poet published 1872, but here Holmes fell a little short in these three books, especially in The Autocrat, and The Professor. The doctor wrote as he talked at many a dinner table in Boston, but less well. The animation and clash of talk roused him. The dinners of the Saturday Club are among Boston's proudest traditions, as they were the chief pleasure of Dr. Holmes' life there. He met Emerson, Longfellow, Whittier, Lowell, Sumner, Agassiz, Motley, and many other charming talkers, and among them all he was admitted to be the best. There were characters and incidents, but hardly a story in The Autocrat, and the Professor. Holmes had an ambition for more sustained work. And in 1861, his novel Elsie Venner, at first called The Professor's Story, was published. The book was illuminated throughout by admirable pictures of character and society in the typical New England town, but the rattlesnake element was unduly extravagant, and in other respects the book was open to criticism. As a work of art, it was written with the same purpose, which informed the greatest part of the doctor's literary work, and which had already been scented and nervously condemned by the religious world by heredity. The doctor was a theologian. No other topic enchained him more than did the stern and merciless dogmas of his Calvinist forefathers. His humanity revolted against them, his reason condemned them, and he set himself to their destruction. As his task in literature, the religious world of his time was still so largely under the control of old ideas that he was assailed as a freethinker and a subverter of Christianity, though before his death opinions had so changed that the bitterness of the attacks upon him seemed incredible even to some of those who had most vehemently made them none the less undaunted and profoundly earnest. He returned 6 years later to the same line of thought in his second novel, The Guardian Angel, published 1867. This, though less well known than Elsie Venner, is in many respects better, no more lifelike and charming picture of the society of the New England country town of the middle third of the 19th century has ever been drawn, and every page sparkles with wit and humor. In 1884 and 1885, it was followed still in the same line by A Mortal Antipathy, a production inferior to its predecessors. Holmes generally held himself aloof from politics, and from those causes of temperance, abolition, and woman's rights, which enthralled most of his contemporaries in New England. The Civil War, however, aroused him for the time. Finding him first a strenuous Unionist, it quickly converted him into an ardent advocate of emancipation. His interest was enhanced by the career of his elder son Oliver C. Below, who was 3 times severely wounded, and finally rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Northern Army. He wrote some ringing war lyrics, and in 1863 delivered the 4th of July oration in Boston, which showed a masterly appreciation of the stirring public questions of the day. In 1878, Dr. Holmes wrote a memoir of the historian John Lothrop, Motley, an affectionate tribute to one who had been his dear friend. In 1884, he contributed the life of Emerson to the American Men of Letters series. He admired the Sage of Concord, but was not quite in intellectual sympathy with him. Both were liberals in thought, but in widely different ways. But in spite of this handicap, the volume proved very popular. In 1888, he began the papers, which he happily christened over the teacups as a tour de force on the part of a man of nearly 80 years. They are very remarkable. After his return from Paris in 1835, Dr. Holmes lived in Boston with summer sojournings at Pittsfield and Beverly Farms and occasional trips to neighboring cities. Until 1886, he then undertook a 4-month journey in Europe, and in England had a sort of triumphal progress. On his return, he wrote Our 100 Days in Europe, 1887, a courteous recognition of the hospitality and praise which had been accorded to him during this visit. Cambridge University made him Doctor of Letters. Edinburgh University made him Doctor of Laws, and Oxford University made him Doctor of Civil Law. Already, in 1880, Harvard University had made him Doctor of Laws. He died on the 7th of October, 1894, and was buried from King's Chapel, Boston, in the cemetery of Mount Auburn. His eldest son Oliver Wendell B. 1841, who graduated from Harvard in 1861, and fought in the Civil War, retiring from the Army as brevet lieutenant colonel in 1864, took up the study of law, and was admitted to the bar in Boston in 1866. He was for some years editor of the American Law Review, and after being professor in the Harvard Law School in 1882 was appointed in the same year a judge of the Massachusetts Supreme Court, rising to be Chief Justice in 1899. In 1902, he was made a judge of the United States Supreme Court. His work on the Common Law 1881 and his edition 1873 of Kent's Commentaries 618 are his principal publications, and he became widely recognized as one of the great jurists of his day. Bibliography Holmes' complete works in 13 volumes were published at Boston in 1891. C.J.T. Morse Life and Letters of Oliver Wendell Holmes, London, 1896. G.B. Ives' Bibliography, Boston, 1907, and the Bibliography in P.K. Foley's American Authors, Boston, 1897. An essay by Sir Leslie Stephen is prefixed to the Golden Treasury edition, 1903 of The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. See also monographs by William Sloane Kennedy, Boston, 1882, Emma E. Brown, Boston, 1884. J.T. Moe. Holmfirth, an urban district in the Holmfirth Parliamentary Division of the West Riding of Yorkshire, England, on and home, and the Ribble 6 Roman 1000s of Huddersfield, and on the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway Pop, 1901-89-77. The valley, walled by bold hills, is very picturesque. In 1852, great destruction was wrought in the town by the bursting of a reservoir in the vicinity. The large industrial population is employed in woolen manufactories and in the neighboring stone quarries. Holocaust gr or holy, burnt strictly a sacrifice wholly destroyed by fire, such as the sacrifices of the Jews described in the Pentateuch as whole burnt offerings, see sacrifice. The term is now often applied to a catastrophe on a large scale, whether by fire or not, or to a massacre or slaughter. Holocene from gr whole, recent in geology, the time division which embraces the youngest of all the formations. It is equivalent to the recent of some authors. The name was proposed in 1860 by P. Jervis. The oldest deposits that may be included are those containing Neolithic implements. Deposits of historic times should also be grouped here. Presumably, the youngest are those to be chronicled by the last man. The Holocene formations obviously include all the varieties of deposits which are accumulating at the present day, the gravels and alluvia of rivers, boulder, clays, moraines, and fluvioglacial deposits, estuarine, coastal, and abyssal deposits of the seas, and their equivalents in lakes, screes, taluses, windborne dust and sand, and desert formations, chemical deposits from saline waters, peat, diatomite, marls, foraminiferal, and other oozes, coral, algal, and shell banks, and other organic deposits, mud, lava, and dust, deposits of volcanic origin, and extrusions of asphalt and pitch. To all these must be added the works of man. Halred, Sir Charles, 1861. British artist, was born in Leeds on the 9th of April 1861. He received his art education under Professor Legros at the Slade School, University College London, where he had a distinguished career after passing 6 months at Newlyn, where he painted his first picture exhibited in the Royal Academy. Fisherman, mending a sail, 1885. He obtained a traveling scholarship and studied for 2 years in Italy, a sojourn which greatly influenced his art. At his return, on the invitation of Legros, he became for 2 years assistant master at the Slade School, and there devoted himself to painting and etching. Among his pictures may be mentioned The Death of Torrigiano, 1886, The Satyr King, 1889, The Supper at Emmaus, and perhaps his best picture, Pan and Peasants, 1893. For the Church of Avely, Essex, he painted a triptych altarpiece, The Adoration of the Shepherds, with wings representing St. Michael and St. Gabriel, and designed as well the window, The Resurrection. His portraits, such as that of G.F. Watts Raw in the Legros manner, show much dignity and distinction. Sir Charles Halred has made his chief reputation as an etcher of exceptional ability, combining strength with delicacy, and a profound technical knowledge of the art. Among the best known are the Monte Oliveto series, the Icarus series, the Monte Sabasio series, and the Eve series, together with the plates The Flight into Egypt, The Prodigal Son, A Barn on Tadworth Common etched in the open air, and The Storm. His etched heads of Professor Legros, Lord Courtenay, and Knight are admirable. Alike in knowledge and in likeness, his principal drypoint is the bather. In all his work, Halred displays an impressive sincerity with a fine sense of composition and of style allied to independent and modern feeling. He was appointed the first keeper of the National Gallery of British Art Tate Gallery, and on the retirement of Sir Edward Poynter in 1906, he received the directorship of the National Gallery. He was knighted in 1903. His Michelangelo Buonarroti London Duckworth 1903 is a scholarly work of real value. Holstein Friedrich von 18,371,909, German statesman, for more than 30 years head of the political department of the German Foreign Office. Holstein's importance began with the dismissal of Bismarck in 1890. The new Chancellor Caprivi was ignorant of foreign affairs, and Holstein, as the repository of the Bismarckian tradition, became indispensable. This reluctance to emerge into publicity has been ascribed to the part he had played under Bismarck in the Arnhem affair, which had made him powerful enemies. It was, however, possibly due to a shrinking from the responsibility of office. Yet the weakness of his position lay just in the fact that he was not ultimately responsible. He protested against the dispatch of the Kruger telegram, but protested in vain. On the other hand, where his ideas were acceptable, he was generally able to realize them. Thus, it was almost entirely due to him that Germany acquired Kioch and asserted her interests in China, and the acquisition of Samoa was also largely his work. If the skill and pertinacity with which Holstein carried through his plans in these matters was learned in the school of Bismarck, he had not acquired Bismarck's faculty for foreseeing their ulterior consequences. This is true of his Chinese policy, and true also of his part in the Morocco crisis. The Emperor William Roman II's journey to Tangier was undertaken on his advice as a protest against the supposed attempt at the isolation of Germany, but of the later developments of German policy in the Morocco question, he did not approve on the ground that the result would merely be to strengthen the Anglo-French Entente. And from the 12th of March 1906 onwards, he took no active part in the matter. To the last, he believed that the position of Germany would remain unsafe until an understanding had been arrived at with Great Britain, and it was this belief that determined his attitude towards the question of the fleet, beside which he wrote in February 1909, "All other questions are of lesser account." His views on this question were summarized in a memorandum of December 1907, of which Herr von Rath gives a resume. He objected to the program of the German Navy League on three main grounds: 1. The ill feeling likely to be aroused in South Germany; 2. The inevitable dislocation of the finances through the huge additional charges involved; 3. The suspicion of Germany's motives in foreign countries, which would bind Great Britain still closer to France. As for the idea that Germany's power would be increased, Thiesch wrote in reply to a letter from Admiral Galster, a simple question of arithmetic, for how would the seapower of Germany be relatively increased if for every new German ship Great Britain built 2? Herr von Holstein retired on the resignation of Prince Bülow and died on the 8th of May 1909. See Hermann von Rath, Erinnerungen and Herrn von Holstein in the Deutsche Review for October 1909. He is also frequently mentioned passim in Prince Chlodwig Hohenlohe's memoirs. Holstein, formerly a duchy of Germany, until about 1110, the county of Holstein formed part of the Duchy of Saxony, and it was made a duchy in 1472, from 1460 to 1864. It was ruled by members of the House of Oldenburg, some of whom were also kings of Denmark. It is now the southern part of the Prussian province of Schleswig-Holstein. See Schleswig-Holstein, and for history, Schleswig-Holstein question. Holstein Karl Christian Johann, 18,251,897, German theologian, was born at Güstrow, Mecklenburg, on the 31st of March 1825, and educated at Leipzig, Berlin, and Rostock, where in 1852 he became a teacher of religion in the gymnasium. In 1870, he went to Bern as professor of New Testament studies, passing thence in 1876 to Heidelberg, where he remained until his death on the 26th of January 1897. Holstein was an adherent of the Tübingen school and held to Bohr's views on the alleged antagonism between Petrinism and Paulinism. Among his writings are Zum Evangelium Roman 500 Paulus und Roman 500 Petrus, 1867, Das Evangelium des Paulus dargestellt, 1880, Die Synoptischen Evangelien nach der Form ihres Inhalts, 1886. Holstinius Lucas, the Latinized name of Luke Holst, 15,961,661, German humanist, geographer, and theological writer, was born at Hamburg. He studied at Leiden University, where he became intimate with the most famous scholars of the age J. Mucius, Roman 500 Heinsius, and P. Cluverius, whom he accompanied on his travels in Italy and Sicily. Disappointed at his failure to obtain a post in the gymnasium of his native town, he left Germany for good. Having spent 2 years in Oxford and London, he went to Paris. Here, he obtained the patronage of N. de Peresque, who recommended him to Cardinal Francesco Barberini, papal nuncio, and the possessor of the most important private library in Rome. On the cardinal's return, in 1627, he took Holstenius to live with him in his palace, and made him his librarian. Although converted to Roman Catholicism in 1625, Holstenius showed his liberal-mindedness by strenuously opposing the strict censorship exercised by the Congregation of the Index. He was appointed librarian of the Vatican by Innocent Roman X, and was sent to Innsbruck by Alexander Roman VII to receive Queen Christina's abjuration of Protestantism. He died in Rome on the 2nd of February, 1661. Holstenius was a man of unwearied industry and immense learning, but he lacked the persistency to carry out the vast literary schemes he had planned. He was the author of Notes on Cluver's Italia Antiqua, 1624, an edition of portions of Porphyrius, 1630, with a dissertation on his life and writings described as a model of its kind. Notes on Eusebius, against hierarchals, 1628, on the sayings of the later Pythagoreans, 1638, and the De Dies et Mundo of the Neo-Platonist Sallustius, 1638, Noti et Castigations in Stephani Vicentini, Ethnica, first published in 1684, and Codex Regularum, collection of the early rules of the monastic orders, 1661. His correspondence, Epistolae ad Diversos, ed. J. F. Boysenade, 1817, is a valuable source of information on the literary history of his time. C. N. Wilkins Leben, Des Geliot and Luki Halstenet, Hamburg, 1723. Johann Mahler, Cimbria Literata, Roman 30, 1744. Holster, a leather case to hold a pistol used by a horseman, and properly fastened to the saddlebow, but sometimes worn in the belt. The same word appears in Dutch, from which the English word probably directly derives the root, is hel or hull, to cover, and is seen in the o eng he ulster, a place of shelter or concealment, and in hull, a sheath, or covering. The German word for the same object, halfter, is according to the New English Dictionary from a different root. Holzer John, 16,421,710, Lord Chief Justice of England, was born at Thame, Oxfordshire, on the 30th of December, 1642. His father, Sir Thomas Holt, possessed a small patrimonial estate, but in order to supplement his income, had adopted the profession of law, in which he was not very successful, although he became sergeant in 1677, and afterwards for his political services to the Tories was rewarded with knighthood after attending for some years the free school of the town of Abingdon, of which his father was recorder. Young Holt, in his 16th year, entered Oriel College, Oxford. He is said to have spent a very dissipated youth, and even to have been in the habit of taking purses on the highway. But after entering Gray's in about 1660, he applied himself with exemplary diligence to the study of law. He was called to the bar in 1663, an ardent supporter of civil and religious liberty. He distinguished himself in the state trials, which were then so common, by the able and courageous manner in which he supported the pleas of the defendants. In 16,851,686, he was appointed Recorder of London, and about the same time he was made King's Sergeant, and received the honor of knighthood. His giving a decision adverse to the pretensions of the king to exercise martial law in time of peace led to his dismissal from the office of Recorder, but he was continued in the office of King's Sergeant in order to prevent him from becoming counsel for accused persons, having been one of the judges who acted as assessors to the peers in the Convention Parliament. He took a leading part in arranging the constitutional change by which William Roman III was called to the throne, and after his accession, he was appointed Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench. His merits as a judge are the more apparent, and the more remarkable when contrasted with the qualities displayed by his predecessors in office in judicial fairness, legal knowledge and ability, clearness of statement, and unbending integrity. He has had few, if any, superiors on the English bench over the civil rights of his countrymen. He exercised a jealous watchfulness, more especially when presiding at the trial of state prosecutions, and he was especially careful that all accused persons should be treated with fairness and respect. He is, however, best known for the firmness with which he upheld his own prerogatives in opposition to the authority of the Houses of Parliament on several occasions. His physical as well as his moral courage was tried by extreme tests, having been requested to supply a number of police to help the soldiery in quelling a riot. He assured the messenger that if any of the people were shot, he would have the soldiers hanged, and proceeding himself to the scene of riot he was successful, preventing bloodshed while steadfast in his sympathies with the Whig party. Holt maintained on the bench entire political impartiality, and always held himself aloof from political intrigue. On the retirement of Somers from the chancellorship in 1700, he was offered the Great Seal, but declined it. His death took place in London on the 5th of March 1710. He was buried in the chancel of Redgrave Church. Reports of cases determined by Sir John Holt, 16,811,710, appeared at London in 1738, and the judgments delivered in the case of Ashby Roman 5 White and others, and in the case of John Patey and others printed from original MSS. At London 1837. C. Burnet's Own Times, Tatler No Roman 14, A Life, published in 1764, Welsby Lives of Eminent English Judges of the 17th and 18th Centuries, 1846, Campbell's Lives of the Lord Chief Justices, and Foss Lives of the Judges. Holte Karl Eduard von 17,980, 1880, German poet and actor, was born at Breslau on the 24th of January 1790. The son of an officer of Hussars, having served in the Prussian army as a volunteer in 1815. He shortly afterwards entered the University of Breslau as a student of law, but attracted by the stage he soon forsook academic life, and made his debut in the Breslau theatre as Mortimer in Schiller's Maria Stuart. He led a wandering life for the next 2 years, appearing less on the stage as an actor than as a reciter of his own poems. In 1821, he married the actress Louise Rogie, 18,001,825, and was appointed theatre poet to the Breslau stage. He next removed to Berlin, where his wife fulfilled an engagement at the Court Theatre during his sojourn here. He produced the vaudevilles Die Wiener in Berlin 1824, and Die Berliner in Wien 1825, pieces which enjoyed at the time great popular favor. In 1825, his wife died, but soon after her death, he accepted an engagement at the Königstadter Theater in Berlin, when he wrote a number of plays, notably Lenore 1829, and Der Alte Feldherr 1829. In 1830, he married Julie Halsbecher, 18,091,839, an actress engaged at the same theater, and with her played in Darmstadt. Returning to Berlin in 1831, he wrote for the composer Franz Glaser, 17,980,1861, the text of the opera Des Adlers Horst 1835, and for Ludwig Devrient the drama Der Dumme Peter 1837. In 1833, Holte again went on the stage and toured with his wife to various important cities, Hamburg, Leipzig, Dresden, Munich, and Vienna. In the last, his declamatory powers, as a reciter particularly of Shakespeare's plays, made a furore, and the poet-actor was given the appointment of manager of the Josefstädter Theater in the last-named city. Though proud of his successes both as actor and reciter, Holte left Vienna in 1836, and from 1837 to 1839 conducted the theater in Riga. Here his second wife died, and after wandering through Germany reciting and accepting a short engagement at Breslau, he settled in 1847 at Graz, where he devoted himself to a literary life and produced the novels Die Vagabunden 1851, Christian Lamfell 1853, and Der letzte Komödiant 1863. The last years of his life were spent at Breslau, where, being in poor circumstances, he found a home in the Kloster der Barmherzigen Brüder, and here he died on the 12th of February 1880. As a dramatist, Holte may be said to have introduced the vaudeville into Germany. As an actor, although remaining behind the greater artists of his time, he contrived to fascinate his audience by the dramatic force of his exposition of character. As a reciter, especially of Shakespeare, he knew no rival. August 620, Leuhold said of Holte that by the energy of his poetic conception and plastic force, he brought his audience round to his own ideas, and he added an eloquence, such as his, I have never met with in any other German. Holte was not only a stage poet, but a lyric writer of great charm. Notable among such productions are Schlesische Gedicht 1830, 20th ed. 1893, Gedicht 5th ed. 1861, Stimmen des Waldes. 2nd ed. 1854 mention ought also to be made of Holte's interesting autobiography, Vierzig Jar, 8 vols, 18,430,1853, ed. 1862, with the supplementary volume Nach ein Jahr in Schlesien 1864. Holte's Theatre appeared in 6 vols 1867, his Ursaland Schriffen 39 vols, 18,611,866, C. Roman 1000 König, Karl von Holte ein Lebensbild, 1880 F. Wales und Menschen, 1889, Ostorch K. von Holte, 1898. Holte Ludwig Heinrich Christoph 17,480,1776, German poet, was born on the 21st of December 1748 at the village of Mariensee in Hanover, where his father was pastor in 1769. He went to study theology at Göttingen here. He formed a close friendship with J. Roman 1000 Miller J. H. Voss H. Boy the brothers Stahlberg, and others, and became one of the founders of the famous Society of Young Poets, known as the Göttinger Dichterbund or Hain. When in 1774 he left the university, he had abandoned all intention of becoming a clergyman, but he was not destined to enter any other profession. He died of consumption on the 1st of September, 1776, at Hanover. Holte was the most gifted lyric poet of the Göttingen circle. He was influenced both by Uz and Klopstock, but his love for the Volkslied and his delight in nature preserved him from the artificiality of the one poet and the unworldliness of the other. A strain of melancholy runs through all his lyrics. His ballads are the pioneers of the rich ballad literature on English models, which sprang up in Germany during the next few years. Among his most familiar poems may be mentioned Ubimer True und Redlichkeit tanzt dem Skonen, My Entgegen Rosen auf dem Weg Gestrut, and Wer wollt sich mit Grillen plagen. Holte's Gedichte were published by his friends Count Friedrich Leopold zu Stahlberg and J. H. Voss Hamburg 1783, a new edition enlarged by Voss with a biography 1804, a more complete, but still imperfect edition by F. Voigts Hanover 1857. The first complete edition was that of Karl Helm Leipzig 1870, who had access to MSS, not hitherto known. Ch. Root Holte sein Leben und Dichten Guben 1883, and a Sauer der Göttinger Dichterbund, Vol. Roman 2 Stuttgart 1894, where an excellent selection of Holte's poetry will be found. Holzendorf Joachim Wilhelm Franz Philipp von 18,290,1889, German jurist, born at Wittmannsdorf, in the Mark of Brandenburg, on the 14th of October 1829, was descended from a family of the old nobility. He was educated at Berlin, and at Forda afterwards, studying law at the universities of Bonn, Heidelberg, and Berlin. Struggles of 1848 inspired him with youthful enthusiasm, and he remained for the rest of his life a strong advocate of political liberty. In 1852, he graduated Roman 100 Roman 500 at Berlin. In 1857, he became a private docent, and in 1860 he was nominated a professor extraordinary. The predominant party in Prussia regarded his political opinions with mistrust, and he was not offered an ordinary professorship until February 1873, after he had decided to accept a chair at the University of Munich at Munich. He passed the last 19 years of his life. During the 30 years that he was professor, he successively taught several branches of jurisprudence, but he was chiefly distinguished as an authority on criminal and international law. He was especially well fitted for organizing collective work, and he has associated his name with a series of publications of the first value. While acting as editor, he often reserved for himself among the independent monographs of which the work was composed only those on subjects distasteful to his collaborators, on account of their obscurity or lack of importance. Among the compilations which he superintended may be mentioned his Encyclopaedia der Rechtswissenschaft, Leipzig, 18,701,871. 2. Vols his Handbuch des Deutschen, Strafrechts Berlin, 18,711,877, 4 vols, and his Handbuch des Völkerrechts, auf Grundlage Europäischer Staatspraxis, Berlin, 18,851,894 vols. Among his many independent works may be mentioned Das Irische Gefängnissystem, Leipzig, 1859, Französische Rechtssysteem, Leipzig, 1859, Die Deportation, als Strafmittel, Leipzig, 1859, Die Kurzungsfähigkeit der Freiheitsstrafen, Leipzig, 1861, Die Reform der Staatsanwaltschaft in Deutschland, Berlin 1864, Die Umgestaltung der Staatsanwaltschaft, Berlin 1865, Die Prinzipien der Politik, Berlin 1869, Das Verbrechen des Mords und die Todesstrafe, Berlin 1875, Rumäniens Uferrecht in der Donau, Leipzig, 1883, French edition 1884. He also edited or assisted in editing a number of periodical publications on legal subjects from 1866 to the time of his death. He was associated with Rudolf Ludwig Karl Virchow in editing Sammlung Gemeinverstandlicher Wissenschaftlicher Vorträge, Berlin von Holzendorf, died at Munich on the 4th of February 1889. Holtzmann Heinrich Julius 1832, German Protestant theologian, son of Karl Julius Holtzmann 1840-1877, was born on the 17th of May 1832 at Karlsruhe, where his father ultimately became prelate and counselor to the Supreme Consistory. He studied at Berlin and, eventually 1874, was appointed professor ordinarius at Strasbourg, a moderately liberal theologian. He became best known as a New Testament critic and exegete, being the author of the commentary on the Synoptics 1889 3rd ed., 1901, the Johannine Books 1890 2nd ed., 1893, and the Acts of the Apostles 1901, in the series Handkommentar zum Neuen Testament, on the question of the relationship of the Synoptic Gospels. Holtzmann, in his early work Die Synoptischen Evangelien ihrer Ursprung und geschichtlicher Charakter, 1863, presents a view which has been widely accepted, maintaining the priority of Mark, deriving Matthew in its present form from Mark, and from Matthew's earlier collection of sayings, the Logia of Papias, and Luke from Matthew, and Mark in the form in which we have them. Other noteworthy works are the Lehrbuch der Historikritischen Einleitung in das New Testament, 1885 3rd ed. 1892, and the Lehrbuch der Neutestamentlichen Theologie, 2 vols 18,961,897. He also collaborated with R. Zopfel in the preparation of a small lexicon für Theologie und Kirchenwesen, 1882 3rd ed. 1895, and in 1893 became editor of the Theoljahrespericht. Haleb Emil 18,471,902, Bohemian traveler in South-Central Africa, was born at Halitz, Eastern Bohemia, on the 7th of October 1847. He was educated at Prague University, where he graduated Roman 1000 Roman 500 in 1872. He went to the Kimberley diamond fields, and with the money earned by his practice as a surgeon undertook expeditions into the northern Transvaal Mashonaland and through Bechuanaland to the Victoria Falls, making extensive natural history collections, which he brought to Europe in 1879 and distributed among over 100 museums and schools. In 1883, he went back to South Africa, with his wife intending to cross the continent to Egypt in June 1886. The party crossed the Zambezi west of the Victoria Falls and explored the then almost unknown region between that river and its tributary, the Kafue. When beyond the Kafue, the camp was attacked by the Mashukulumbi, and Haleb was obliged to retrace his steps. He returned to Austria in 1887 with a collection of great scientific interest of over 13,000 objects now in various museums. Haleb died at Vienna on the 21st of February 1902. His principal works are Ein Kulturskes des Maretzi Mambenderich, Vienna 1879, Sieben Jahre in Südafrika, Roman 1002, vols Vienna 18,801,880, one of which an English translation appeared. Die Colonization Afrikas, Vienna 1882, and von der Kapstadt, ins Land der Mashukulumb, 2 vols Vienna 18,180,1890. Holy, sacred, devoted, or set apart for religious worship or observance, a term characteristic of the attributes of perfection and sinlessness of the persons of the Trinity, as the objects of human worship and reverence, and hence transferred to those human persons who, either by their devotion to a spiritual ascetic life or by their approximation to moral perfection, are considered worthy of reverence. The word in Old English was heilig and is common to other Teutonic languages, cf. Ger, and Dutch heilig, Swedehelig, dan helig. It is derived from hal, hail, whole, and cognate with health. The New English Dictionary suggests that the sense of development may be from whole, Roman 1 inviolate, from health, 621 well-being, or from Gutenberg augury. It is impossible to get behind the Christian uses in which from the earliest times it was employed as the equivalent of the Latin caesar and sanctus. Holy Alliance, the famous treaty or declaration known by this name, was signed in the first instance by Alexander Roman I Emperor of Russia, Francis Roman I Emperor of Austria, and Frederick William Roman III King of Prussia on the 26th of September 1815, and was proclaimed by the Emperor Alexander the same day, at a great review of the Allied troops held on the Champ des Verdus near Paris. The English version of the text is as follows. In the name of the most holy and indivisible Trinity, Holy Alliance of Sovereigns of Austria, Prussia, and Russia, Their Majesties the Emperor of Austria, the King of Prussia, and the Emperor of Russia, having in consequence of the great events which have marked the course of the 3 last years in Europe, and especially of the blessings which it has pleased divine providence to shower down upon those states which place their confidence and their hope on it alone, acquired the intimate conviction of the necessity of settling the steps to be observed by the powers in their reciprocal relations upon the sublime truths which the holy religion of our Savior teaches. Government and political relations. They solemnly declare that the present act has no other object than to publish in the face of the whole world their fixed resolution, both in the administration of their respective states and in their political relations with every other government, to take for their sole guide the precepts of that holy religion, namely the precepts of justice, Christian charity, and peace, which, far from being applicable only to private concerns, must have an immediate influence on the councils of princes and guide all their steps, as being the only means of consolidating human institutions and remedying their imperfections. In consequence, their Majesties have agreed on the following articles. Principles of the Christian religion. Art Roman 1, conformably to the words of the Holy Scriptures, which command all men to consider each other as brethren, the 3 contracting monarchs will remain united by the bonds of a true and indissoluble fraternity, and considering each other as fellow countrymen, they will on all occasions and in all places lend each other aid and assistance, and regarding themselves towards their subjects and armies as fathers of families, they will lead them in the same spirit of fraternity with which they are animated to protect religion, peace, and justice. Fraternity and affection. Art Roman 2, in consequence, the sole principle of force, whether between the said governments or between their subjects, shall be that of doing each other reciprocal service, and of testifying by unalterable good will the mutual affection with which they ought to be animated to consider themselves all as members of one and the same Christian nation, the 3 allied princes looking on themselves as merely delegated by Providence to govern 3 branches of the one family, namely Austria, Prussia, and Russia, thus confessing that the Christian world of which they and their people form a part has in reality no other sovereign than him to whom alone power really belongs, because in him alone are found all the treasures of love, science, and infinite wisdom, that is to say, God our divine Savior, the Word of the Most High, the Word of life. Their Majesties consequently recommend to their people with the most tender solicitude as the sole means of enjoying that peace which arises from a good conscience, and which alone is durable, to strengthen themselves every day more and more in the principles and exercise of the duties which the divine Savior has taught to mankind. Accession of foreign powers. Art Roman 3, all the powers who shall choose solemnly to avow the sacred principles which have dictated the present act, and shall acknowledge how important it is for the happiness of nations, too long agitated, that these truths should henceforth exercise over the destinies of mankind, all the influence which belongs to them will be received with equal ardor and affection into this holy alliance. The credit for inspiring this singular document was claimed by the Baroness von Krudener Kuroman 5. In any case, it was the outcome of the Tsar's mood of evangelical exaltation, and was in its inception perfectly sincere. Neither Frederick William nor Francis signed willingly, the latter remarking that if it was a question of politics, he must refer it to his chancellor, if of religion to his confessor Metternich, called it a loud-sounding, nothing Castlereagh, a piece of sublime mysticism, and nonsense, none the less in accordance with its last article. The signatures of all the European sovereigns were invited to the instrument, the Pope and the Ottoman Sultan alone being excepted. The Prince Regent courteously declined to sign on the constitutional ground that all acts of the British Crown required the countersignature of a minister, but he sent a letter expressing his entire concurrence with the principles laid down by the august sovereigns, and stating that it would always be his endeavor to regulate his conduct by their sacred maxims. With these exceptions, all the European sovereigns sooner or later appended their names. In popular parlance, which has found its way into the language of serious historians, the Holy Alliance soon became synonymous with the combination of the great powers, by whom Europe was ruled in concert during the period of the Congresses, and associated with the policy of reaction, which gradually dominated their councils for the understanding of the inner history of the diplomacy of this period. However, a clear distinction must be drawn between the Holy Alliance and the Grand or Quadruple-Quintuple Alliance. The Grand Alliance was established on definite treaties, concluded for definite purposes, of which the chief was the preservation of peace, on the basis of the territorial settlement of 1815. The Holy Alliance was a general treaty, hardly indeed a treaty at all, which bound its signatories to act on certain vague principles for no well-defined end. And in its essence, it was so far from necessarily reactionary that the Emperor Alexander at one time declared that it involved the grant of liberal constitutions by princes to their subjects. Its main significance was due to the persistent efforts of the Tsar to make it the basis of the Universal Union, or General Confederation of Europe, which he wished to substitute for the actual Committee of the Great Powers' efforts, which were frustrated by the vigorous diplomacy of Castlereagh acting as the mouthpiece of the British government. See Europe History. Alexander, Roman I of Russia. Londonderry Robert Stewart, 2nd Marquis of. As a diplomatic instrument, the Holy Alliance never, as a matter of fact, became effective. Nonetheless, its principles and the fact of its signature powerfully affected the course of European diplomacy during the 19th century. It strongly influenced the Emperor Nicholas Roman I of Russia, to whom the brotherhood of sovereigns by divine right was an article of faith, inspiring the principles of the Convention of Berlin between Russia, Austria, and Prussia in 1833, and the Tsar's intervention in 1849 to crush the Hungarian insurrection on behalf of his brother of Austria. That it had become synonymous with a conspiracy against popular liberties was, however, a mere accident of the point of view of those who interpreted its principles. It was capable of other and more noble interpretations, and it was avowedly the inspiration of the famous rescript of the Emperor Nicholas Roman II, embodied in the circular of Count Muraviv to the European courts, August 4, 1898, which issued in the First International Peace Conference at The Hague in 1899. W.A.P. Holyhead Cairgibai, the fort of Saibai, the saint mentioned by Matthew Arnold as meeting St. Serial of Penman, Anglesey, a seaport and market town of Anglesey in Wales, situated on the small Holy Island, at the western end of the County Pop of Urban District, 1901 10079. Here the London and North Western Railway has a terminus 26,312, Roman 1000 from London by rail. Holy Island is connected with Anglesey by an embankment 34 Roman 1000 long over, which passed the railway and main road, the tide flowing fast under the central piers. Once a small fishing village, the town has, since William Roman IV's reign, acquired importance as the Dublin Mail steam station. Its magnificent harbour of refuge was begun in 1847 and opened in September 1873. The East Breakwater scheme, which would have covered the Platters Rockstill, very troublesome, and the Skinners was abandoned for buoys which mark the spots. The North Breakwater is 7860 ft long, instead of 5360 as originally planned. The roadstead 400 acres and enclosed area 267 acres together make a magnificent shelter for shipping. The rubble mound of the breakwater was very costly to the railway company, as time after time it was swept away by storms. On it is a central 622 wall of some 38 ft above low water, and on the wall a promenade sheltered by a parapet. The lighthouse is at the end of the breakwater, of which the whole cost was nearly 112 million sterling. Additional works begun in 1873 by the company to extend the old harbour and lengthen the quay by 4,000 ft were opened by King Edward Roman VII as Prince of Wales in 1880. These cost another $500,000. George Roman IV passed through Holyhead in 1821 on his way to Ireland, and there is a commemorative tablet on the old harbour pier. The church is said to occupy the site of the old monastery 6th or early 7th century of St. Saibai, of whom there is a rude figure in the porch. The churchyard wall 6 ft thick is possibly partly Roman. On the south of the harbour is an obelisk in memory of Captain Skinner of the steam packets, washed overboard in 1833. Pencairgibai rises perpendicularly from the sea to the height of 719 ft. At some 2 Roman 1000 from the town, it is a mass of serpentine rocks off, which lie the north and south stacks each, with a lighthouse with a revolving light visible for 20 Roman 1000 and 197 ft. Above high water on the south stack on the hill, are traces of British fortification, including a circular building, probably a Roman watchtower coasting trade and fishing with some shipbuilding, and the Irish traffic occupy most of the inhabitants. See Hun W. Stanley's Holy Island and Holyhead. Holy Island or Lindisfarne, an irregularly shaped island in the North Sea 2 Roman 1000 from the coast of Northumberland, in which county it is included Pop 1901 405. It is joined to the mainland at low water by flat sands over which a track marked by wooden posts, and practicable for vehicles, leads to the island. There is a station on the Northeastern Railway at Beek 9 Roman 1000 SE of Berwick opposite the island, but 114 Roman 1000 inland. The island measures 3 Roman 1000 from E to W, and 112 N to S extreme distances. Its total area is 1051 acres. On the N it is sandy and barren, but on the S very fertile, and under cultivation. Large numbers of rabbits have their warrens among the sands, and with fish, oysters, and agricultural produce are exported. There are several fresh springs on the island, and in the northeast is a lake of 6 acres. At the southwest angle is the little fishing village formerly much larger, which is now a favorite summer watering place. Here is the harbor offering good shelter to small vessels. Holy Island derives its name from a monastery founded on it by St. Aidan and restored in 1082 as a cell of the Benedictine monastery at Durham. Its ruins, still extensive and carefully preserved, justify Scott's description of it as a solemn, huge, and dark red pile. An islet lying off the SW angle has traces of a chapel upon it, and is believed to have offered a retreat to St. Cuthbert and his successors. The castle, situated east of the village on a basaltic rock, about 90 ft high, dates from Roman 100. When St. Aidan came at the request of King Oswald to preach to the Northumbrians, he chose the island of Lindisfarne as the site of his church and monastery, and made it the head of the diocese which he founded in 635. For some years, the see continued in peace, numbering among its bishops St. Cuthbert, but in 793, the Danes landed on the island and burnt the settlement, killing many of the monks. The survivors, however, rebuilt the church and continued to live there until 883, when through fear of a second invasion of the Danes they fled inland, taking with them the body of St. Cuthbert and other holy relics. The church and monastery were again destroyed, and the bishop and monks, on account of the exposed situation of the island, determined not to return to it, and settled first at Chestrel Street and finally at Durham. With the fall of the monastery, the island appears to have become again untenanted, and probably continued so until the prior and convent of Durham established there a cell of monks from their own house. The inhabitants of Holy Island were governed by 2 bailiffs at least as early as the 14th century, and according to J. Rain in his History of North Durham, 1852, are called burgesses or freemen. In a private paper, dated 1728, in 1323, the bailiffs and community of Holy Island were commanded to cause all ships of the burthen of 30 tons or over to go to Ereswell with their ships provisioned for a month at least, and under double manning, to be ready to set out on the king's service. Towards the end of the 16th century, the fort on Holy Island was garrisoned for fear of foreign invasion by Sir William Reed, who found it very much in need of repair, the guns being so decayed that the gunners dare not give fire, but by train, and the master gunner had been miserably slain in discharging one of them during the civil wars. The castle was held for the king until 1646, when it was taken and garrisoned by the parliamentarians. The only other historical event connected with the island is the attempt made by 2 Jacobites in 1715 to hold it for the Pretender. Holyoake George Jacob, 18,171,906, English secularist and cooperator, was born at Birmingham on the 13th of April 1817. At an early age he became an Owenite lecturer, and in 1840, one was the last person convicted for blasphemy in a public lecture, though this had no theological character, and the incriminating words were merely a reply to a question addressed to him from the body of the meeting. He nevertheless underwent 6 months' imprisonment, and upon his release, invented the inoffensive term secularism as descriptive of his opinions, and established the reasoner in their support. He was also the last person indicted for publishing an unstamped newspaper, but the prosecution dropped upon the repeal of the tax. His later years were chiefly devoted to the promotion of the cooperative movement among the working classes. He wrote The History of the Rochdale Pioneers, 1857, The History of Cooperation in England, 1875, Revised ed. 1906, and The Cooperative Movement of Today, 1891. He also published 1892 his autobiography under the title of 60 Years of an Agitator's Life, and in 1905, 2 volumes of reminiscences, Bygones Worth Remembering. He died at Brighton on the 22nd of January 1906. C.J. McCabe Life and Letters of G.J. Holyoake, 2 vols, 1908, Roman 100 W.F. Goss, Descriptive Bibliography of the Writings of G.J. Holyoake, 1908. Holyoke, a city of Hampden County, Massachusetts, USA, in a bend of the Connecticut River, about 8 Roman 1000 N, of Springfield Pop, 1880, 21,915, 1890, 35,630, 7 1940, 5,712, 1910. Census, 57,730 of the total population in 1900, 18,921, were foreign-born, including 6,991 French-Canadians, 5,650 Irish, 1,602 Germans, and 1,118 English, and 33,626 were of foreign parentage, both parents foreign-born, including 12,370 of Irish and 11,050 of French-Canadian parentage. The city's area is about 17 sq Roman 1,000. The city is served by the Boston, Maine, and the New York, New Haven, Hartford railways, and by an interurban line. Holyoke is characteristically an industrial and mercantile city. It has some handsome public buildings, the City Hall and the Public Library, founded in 1870, being especially noteworthy and attractive environs. Holyoke is the railway station for Mt. Holyoke College in South Hadley, about 4 Roman 1000 N by E of Holyoke. The city is connected with South Hadley by an electric line just above Holyoke. The Connecticut leaves the rugged highlands through a rift between Mt. Tom 1214 FT, ascended by a mountain railway from Holyoke, and Mt. Holyoke 954 FT, and begins a meandering valley course, falling in the Hadley Halls in great volume, some 60 FT in about 112 Roman 1000. The water power was unutilized until 1849, when a great dam 1017 FT long was completed, which enabled vast power to be developed along a series of canals laid out from the river. This was in its day a colossal undertaking, and its success transformed Holyoke from a farming village into a great manufacturing centre in 1900 and 1905, the 9th largest of the Commonwealth in 1900. A stone dam 1020 FT, said to be the 2nd largest in New England, was completed. At a cost of about $750,000, cotton manufactures, first and later paper products, were chief in importance, and Holyoke now leads all the cities in the United States in the manufacture of fine paper. In 1905, the total value of all factory products was $30,731,332, of which $10,620,255, or 34 of the total, represented paper, and wood pulp 5,019,817, cotton goods 1,318,409, woolen goods 1,756,473, book binding and blank books, and 2,022,759, foundry and machine shop 623 products, silk and worsted goods, are other important manufactures. Opposite Holyoke in Hampshire County is South Hadley Falls. The municipality owns and operates the gas and electric lighting plants, and the water works, the water supply being derived from natural ponds, some of which are outside the city limits, and owns and leases to the New York, New Haven, Hartford Railroad. A railway extending 10 Roman 1000 to Westfield, Mass. Holyoke was originally a part of Springfield, and after 1774 of West Springfield in 1850, it was incorporated as a township, and in 1873 was chartered as a city. Holystone, a soft kind of sandstone used by sailors for scrubbing and cleaning the decks of ships. The origin of the word is doubtful. Some authorities hold that it arose from the general practice of scrubbing the decks for Sunday service, while others think the name arises from the fact that the stone so employed is naturally porous and full of holes. A small flint or stone having a natural hole in it, and worn as a charm, is also called a holy stone. Holy water, technically, the water with which Christian believers sign the cross on their foreheads on entering or leaving church, the Edict of Gratian lays down that it should be exorcised and blessed by the priest, and sprinkled with exorcised salt. This rite is found in the Gelasian Gregorian and other sacramentaries in the East. The water was blessed once a month in the Latin Church. It is now blessed every Sunday in the 4th century in the East. It was usual to wash the hands on entering the church, see ablution. In the early church, water was not expressly consecrated for baptisms, and other illustrations. Water, says Tertullian in his tract on baptism, was the abode at the first of the divine spirit, being more acceptable then to God than the other elements. He pictures the world in the beginning total darkness, formless as yet, without tending of stars, the melancholy abyss, the earth unprepared, the heaven undeveloped, the liquid, alone and ever perfect material, smiling, simple, pure in its own right, as a worthy vehicle underlay. The god water was similarly pure in itself in the old Persian religion. The canons of Hippolytus, or Egyptian church order of about A. Roman 500, give no prayer for consecration of fonts, but enact that at cock crow, the baptismal party shall take their stand near waving water, pure, prepared, sacred of the sea. The teaching of the Apostles, Roman 100, merely insists on living, that is clear, and running water. The ancient feeling, especially Jewish, was that in lustrations the same water must not pass twice over the body. A stagnant pool was useless. Bubbling waters, too, seemed to have a spirit in them. Either because running water was not always at hand, or as part of the growing tendency of the Church to multiply ceremonies, rituals arose late in the 3rd century. For consecrating water, the sacramentary of Serapion, Roman 100, provides a prayer asking that the divine word may descend into the water and hallow it as of old it hallowed the Jordan. In the Roman order of baptism, the priest prays that the font may receive the grace of the only begotten Son from the Holy Spirit, and that the latter may impregnate with hidden admixture of his light this water, prepared for the regeneration of mankind, to the end that man, through a sanctification conceived from the immaculate womb of the divine font, may emerge a heavenly offspring, reborn as a new creature. The water is then exorcised, and evil spirits warned off, and lastly blessed. During the prayer, the priest twice signs the water with the cross, and once blows upon it. The first mention of a special consecration of water for other ends than baptism is in the Acts of Thomas, A. Roman 500. It is for the purgation of a youth already baptized, who had killed his mistress, because she would not live chastely with him. The apostle prays, "Fountain sent unto us from rest, power of salvation, from that power proceeding which overcomes and subjects all to its own, will come and dwell within these waters, that the charisma gift of the Holy Spirit may be fully perfected through them." The youth then washes his hands, which on touching the sacrament had withered up, and is healed. The Church shared the universal belief that holiness, or the Holy Spirit, is quasi-material and capable of being held in suspense in water, just as sin is a half-material infection, absorbed and carried away by it. So Tertullian writes, the water, which carried the Spirit of God, probably regarded as a shadow, or reflection soul, borrowed holiness from that which was carried upon it, for every underlying matter must needs absorb and take up the quality of that matter which overhangs it, especially does a corporeal, so absorb a spiritual, as this can easily penetrate and settle into it, owing to the subtlety of its substance. Water, he continues, was generically hallowed by the Spirit of God brooding over it at creation, and therefore all special waters are holy, and at once obtain the sacrament of sanctification, when God is invoked over them, for the Spirit from heaven instantly supervenes, and is upon the waters, hallowing them out of itself, and being so hallowed they drink up a power of hallowing. What is done in material semblance, he then argues, is repeated in the unseen medium of the Spirit. The stains of idolatry, vice, and fraud are not visible on the flesh, yet they resemble real dirt. The waters are medicated in a manner through the intervention of the angel, and the Spirit is corporeally washed in the water, and the flesh is spiritually purified in the same. Tertullian believed that an angel was sent down when God was invoked, like that which stirred the pool of Bethesda. As regards rival Isiac and Mithraic baptisms, he asserts that their waters are destitute of divine power, nay, are rather tenanted by the devil, who in this matter sets himself to rival God, without any religious right at all. He urges unclean spirits brood upon waters, aspiring to repeat that primordial gestation of the divine Spirit, and he instances the darkling springs and lonely rivers which are said to snatch to wit by force of a harmful spirit in the sequel. He defines the role of the angel of baptism, who does not infuse himself in waters already holy from the first, but merely presides over the washing of the faithful, and ensures their being made pure for the reception of the Holy Spirit in the rite of confirmation, which immediately follows the devil, who till now ruled over us, we leave behind overwhelmed in the water. From all this, we conclude that what is poetry to use akin to the folklore of water sprites, naiads, kelpies, river gods, and water worship, in general was to Tertullian, and to the generations of believers who fashioned the baptismal rites, ablutions, and beliefs of the Church, nothing less than grim reality and unquestionable fact. See John Marquis of Bute and E. O'Wally's Budge, The Blessing of the Waters, London 1901, E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, London 1903. F. Roman 100. Roman 100. Holy Week, or also Hebdomas, or Septimana Major Sancta Authentica, Roman 1 e Canonizzata, Ducange Ultima Ponosa Luctuosa, Nigra Inefficiosa, Muta Crucis Lamentationum Indulgentiae, in the Christian ecclesiastical year. The week immediately preceding Easter, the earliest allusion to the custom of marking this week, as a whole with special observances, is to be found in the apostolical constitutions, Roman 5:19, dating from the latter half of the 3rd century A. Roman 500. Abstinence from wine and flesh is there commanded for all the days, while for the Friday and Saturday an absolute fast is enjoined. Dionysius Alexandrinus, also in his canonical epistle, 260 A. Roman 500, refers to the 6 fasting days, in a manner which implies that the observance of them had already become an established usage in his time. There is some doubt about the genuineness of an ordinance attributed to Constantine, in which abstinence from public business was enforced for the 7 days immediately preceding Easter Sunday, and also for the 7 which followed it. The Codex Theodosianus, however, is explicit in ordering that all actions at law should cease, and the doors of all courts of law be closed during those 15 days. Roman 50. Roman 2, Tit, Roman 8. Of the particular days of the Great Week, the earliest to emerge into special prominence was naturally Good Friday. Next came the Sabbatum Magnum, Holy Saturday, or Easter Eve, with its vigil, which 624 in the early Church was associated with an expectation that the Second Advent would occur on an Easter Sunday. For details of the ceremonial observed in the Roman Catholic Church during this week, reference must be made to the Missal and Breviary in the Eastern Church. The week is marked by similar practices, but with less elaboration and differentiation of rite. See also Easter, Good Friday, Maundy Thursday, Palm Sunday, and Passion Week. Holywell, Trefenon, Welton, a market town and contributory parliamentary borough of Flintshire in Wales, situated on a height near the left bank of the Dee estuary, 196 Roman 1000 from London by the London North Western Railway, the station being 2 Roman 1000 distant Pop of Urban District 1901 2652. The parish church, 1769, has some columns of an earlier building, interesting brasses, and strong embattled tower, the remains of basingwork. Abbey Mees Glass Green, field partly Saxon and partly early English, are near the station. It is of uncertain origin, but was used as a monastery before 1119. In 1131, Ranulph, 2nd Earl of Chester, introduced the Cistercians in 1535. When its revenues were 157s 3d, it was dissolved, but revived under Mary Roman I, and used as a Roman Catholic burial place. In 1647, scarcely any traces remain of Basingwork Castle, an old fort small up to the beginning of the 19th century. Holywell has increasingly prospered thanks to lime quarries, lead, copper, and zinc mines, smelting works, a shot manufactory, copper, brass, iron, and zinc works, brewing, tanning, and mineral water, flannel, and cement works. St. Winifred's Holy Well, one of the wonders of Wales, sends up water at the rate of 21 tons a minute of an almost unvarying temperature, higher than that of ordinary spring water. To its curative powers, many crutches and ex voto objects hung round the well as in the lurid grot bear ample witness. The stones at the bottom are slightly reddish owing to vegetable substances. The well itself is covered by a fine Gothic building, said to have been erected by Margaret, Countess of Richmond and mother of Henry Roman VII, with some portions of earlier date. The chapel restored is used for public service. Catholics and others visit it in great numbers. There are swimming baths for general use. In 1870, A hospice for poorer pilgrims was erected. Other public buildings are St. Winifred's Catholic Church, and a convent, a town hall, and a market hall. The export trade is expedited by quays on the Dee. Holywood, a seaport of County Down, Ireland, on the east shore of Belfast, Loch 412 Roman 1000 NE, from Belfast, by the Belfast County Down Railway. Its pleasant situation renders it a favorite residential locality of the wealthier classes in Belfast. There was a religious settlement here from the 7th century, which subsequently became a Franciscan monastery. The old church, dating from the late 12th or early 13th century, marks its site. A solemn league and covenant was signed here in 1644 for the defense of the kingdom, and the document is preserved at Belfast. Halsmenden, a town of Germany in the Duchy of Brunswick, on the right bank of the Weser, at the foot of the Solinger Mountains, at the junction of the railways Schurfett-Halsmenden, and Soest Borsum 56 Roman 1000 SW of Brunswick Pop 1905-9938. It has an evangelical and a Roman Catholic church, a gymnasium and architectural school, and a school of engineering. The prosperity of the town depends chiefly on agriculture and the manufacture of iron and steel wares, and of chemicals, but weaving and the making of pottery are also carried on, and there are baryta mills and polishing mills for sandstone by means of the Weser. It carries on a lively trade. Halsmenden obtained municipal rights from Count Otto of Eberstein in 1245, and in 1410, it came into the possession of Brunswick. Hallstrumpet, wooden trumpet and instrument somewhat resembling the Alpenhorn Q-Roman 5 in tone quality, designed by Richard Wagner for representing the natural pipe of the peasant in Tristan, and Isolde. This instrument is not unlike the cor anglais in rough outline, being a conical tube of approximately the same length, terminating in a small globular bell, but having neither holes nor keys. It is blown through a cup-shaped mouthpiece made of horn. The Hallstrumpet is in the key of C. The scale is produced by overblowing, whereby the upper partials from the 2nd to the 6th are produced. A single piston, placed at a third of the distance from the mouthpiece to the bell, gives the notes D and F. Wagner inserted a note in the score concerning the cor anglais for which the part was originally scored, and advised the use of oboe or clarinet to reinforce the latter, the effect intended being that of a powerful natural instrument, unless a wooden instrument with a natural scale be specially made for the part, which would be preferable. The Hallstrumpet was used at Munich for the first performance of Tristan and Isolde, and was still in use there in 1897. At Bayreuth it was also used for the Tristan performances at the festivals of 1886 and 1889. But in 1891, W. Heckel's clarina, an instrument partaking of the nature of both oboe and clarinet, was substituted for the Hallstrumpet, and has been retained ever since, having been found more effective. K.S. 1 communicated by Madame Wagner December 28, 1897. Homage from Homo through the Low Lat Hominaticum, which occurs in a document of 1035, one of the ceremonies used in the granting of a fief, and indicating the submission of a vassal to his lord. It could be received only by the suzerain in person, with head uncovered. The vassal humbly requested to be allowed to enter into the feudal relation. He then laid aside his sword and spurs, ungirt his belt, and kneeling before his lord, and holding his hands extended and joined between the hands of his lord, uttered words to this effect: I become your man from this day forth of life and limb, and will hold faith to you for the lands I claim to hold of you. The oath of fealty, which could be received by proxy, followed the act of homage. Then came the ceremony of investiture, either directly on the ground or by the delivery of a turf, a handful of earth, a stone, or some other symbolical object. Homage was done not only by the vassal to whom feudal lands were first granted, but by everyone in turn by whom they were inherited, since they were not granted absolutely, but only on condition of military and other service. An infant might do homage, but he did not thus enter into full possession of his lands. The ceremony was of a preliminary nature, securing that the fief would not be alienated, but the vassal had to take the oath of fealty, and to be formally invested when he reached his majority. The obligations involved in the act of homage were more general than those associated with the oath of fealty, but they provided a strong moral sanction for more specific engagements. They essentially resembled the obligations undertaken towards Teutonic chief by the members of his comitatus or Gefalge, one of the institutions from which feudalism directly sprang. Besides Homagem Ligium, there was a kind of homage which imposed no feudal duty, This was Himagem per Parigem, such as the Dukes of Normandy, rendered to the Kings of France, and as the Dukes of Normandy received from the Dukes of Brittany, the act of liege homage to a particular lord, did not interfere with the vassal's allegiance as a subject to his sovereign, or with his duty to any other suzerain of whom he might hold lands. The word is also used of the body of tenants, attending a manorial court, or of the court in a court baron, consisting of the tenants that do homage, and make inquiries and presentments, termed a homage jury. Homberg Wilhelm, 16,521,715, Dutch natural philosopher, was the son of an officer of the Dutch East India Company, and was born at Batavia, Java, on the 8th of January, 1652, coming to Europe with his family in 1670. He studied law at Jena and Leipzig, and in 1674 became an advocate at Magdeburg in that town. He made the acquaintance of Otto von Guericke, and under his influence determined to devote himself to natural science. He therefore traveled in various parts of Europe for study, and after graduating in medicine at Wittenberg settled in Paris in 1682. From 1685 to 1690, he practiced as a physician at Rome. Then returning to Paris in 1691, he was elected a member of the Academy of Sciences and appointed director of 625, its chemical laboratory. Subsequently, he became teacher of physics and chemistry 1702 and private physician 1705 to the Duke of Orleans. His death occurred at Paris on the 24th of September 1715. Homberg was not free from alchemistical tendencies, but he made many solid contributions to chemical and physical knowledge, recording observations on the preparation of Kunkel's phosphorus on the green color, produced in flames by copper on the crystallization of common salt on the salts of plants on the saturation of bases, by acids on the freezing of water, and its evaporation in vacuo Roman 100. Much of his work was published in the Recueil de l'Académie des Sciences, from 1692 to 1714. The sal sedativum Hombergi is boracic acid, which he discovered in 1702, and Homberg's phosphorus is prepared by fusing sal ammoniac with quicklime. Homburg-Vorderhohe, a town and watering place of Germany in the Prussian province of Hesse-Nassau, prettily situated at the southeast foot of the Taunus Mountains, 12 Roman 1000 n, of Frankfurt in Main, with which it is connected by rail pop 1905 13740. Homburg consists of an old and a new town, the latter founded by the Landgrave of Hesse-Homburg Frederick Roman II, Roman 500, being regular and well-built. Besides the palatial edifices erected in connection with the mineral water cure, there are churches of various denominations, Lutheran, Roman, Catholic, Russian Greek, and Anglican schools, and benevolent institutions. On a neighboring hill stands the palace of the former Landgraves, built in 1680, and subsequently enlarged and improved. The White Tower, 183 ft in height, is said to date from Roman times, and certainly existed under the lords of Epstein, who held the district in the 12th century. The palace is surrounded by extensive grounds, laid out in the manner of an English park. The 8 mineral springs which form the attraction of the town to strangers belong to the class of saline acidulous chalybeates, and contain a considerable proportion of carbonate of lime. Their use is beneficial for diseases of the stomach and intestines, and externally for diseases of the skin and rheumatism. The establishments connected with the springs are arranged on a scale of great magnificence, and include the Kurhaus, built 18,411,843, with a theatre, the Kaiser Wilhelmsbad and the Kurhausbad. They lie grouped round a pretty park which also furnishes the visitors with facilities for various recreations, such as lawn tennis, croquet, polo, and other games. The industries of Homburg embrace iron founding and the manufacture of leather and hats, but they are comparatively unimportant, the prosperity of the town being almost entirely due to the annual influx of visitors, which during the season from May to October inclusive averages 12,000. In the beautiful neighborhood lies the ancient Roman castle of Saalburg, which can be reached by an electric tramway. Homburg first came into repute as a watering place in 1834, and owing to its gamingtables which were set up soon after, it rapidly became one of the favorite and most fashionable health resorts of Europe. In 1849, the town was occupied by Austrian troops for the purpose of enforcing the imperial decree against gambling establishments, but immediately on their withdrawal the bank was again opened, and play continued unchecked until 1872, when the Prussian government refused to renew the lease for gambling purposes, which then expired as the capital of the former Landgraviate of Hesse-Homburg. The town shared the vicissitudes of that state. Homburg is also the name of a town in Bavaria pop 1947-85. It has a Roman Catholic and an evangelical church, and manufacturers of iron goods in the neighborhood are the ruins of the castles of Karlsburg and of Hohenberg. The family of the Counts of Homburg became extinct in the 15th century. The town came into the possession of Zweibrücken in 1755, and later into that of Bavaria. Seesup Bad Homburg, 7th ed. Homburg 1903, Baumstark Bad Homburg, und sen Halquillen Wiesbaden 1901 Skik, Homburg und Umgebung Homburg 1896, Will der Kurort Homburg sen Mineralquillen Homburg 1880 Hoben Bad Homburg, und sein Heileperet Homburg 1901, and N. E. York Davies, Homburg and its Waters London, 1897. Home Earls of Alexander Home, or Hume, 1st Earl of Home Roman 1,001,619, was the son of Alexander V Lord Home Roman 500, who fought against Mary Queen of Scots at Carberry Hill and at Langside, but was afterwards one of her most stalwart supporters, being taken prisoner when defending Edinburgh Castle in her interests in 1573, and probably dying in captivity. He belonged to an old and famous border family, an early member of which Sir Alexander Home was killed at the Battle of Verneuil in 1424. This Sir Alexander was the father of Sir Alexander Home Roman 500, Warden of the Marches, and the founder of the family fortunes, whose son, another Sir Alexander Roman 500, was created a Lord of Parliament, as Lord Home in 1473, being one of the band of nobles who defeated the forces of King James Roman III at the Battle of Sauchiburn in 1488. Other distinguished members of the family were the First Lord's grandson and successor Alexander II Lord Home Roman 500 Chamberlain of Scotland, and the latter's son Alexander III Lord Home Roman 500, a person of great importance. During the reign of James Roman, for whom he served as Chamberlain, he fought at Flodden. But before the death of the king, he had led his men away to plunder. During the minority of the new King James Roman V, he was engaged in quarrelling with the regent John Stuart, Duke of Albany, and in intriguing with England. In September 1516, he was seized, was charged with treachery, and beheaded, his title and estates being restored to his brother George in 1522. George, who was killed in September 1547, during a skirmish just before the Battle of Pinkie, was the father of Alexander, the 5th Lord. Alexander Home became 6th Lord Home on his father's death in August 1575, and took part in many of the turbulent incidents which marked the reign of James Roman VI. He was warden of the East Marches, and was often at variance with the Hepburns, a rival border family whose head was the Earl of Bothwell. The feud between the Homes and the Hepburns was an old one, and it was probably the main reason why Home's father, the 5th Lord, sided with the enemies of Mary during the period of her intimacy with Bothwell. Home accompanied James to England in 1603, and was created Earl of Home in 1605. He died in April 1619. His son James II Earl died childless in 1633, when his titles passed to a distant kinsman, Sir James Home of Coldingnose Roman 500. A descendant of the first Lord Home, this earl was in the Scottish ranks at the Battle of Preston, and lost his estates under the Commonwealth, but these were restored to him in 1661. His descendant William VIII Earl Roman 500 fought on the English side at Prestonpans, and from his brother Alexander, the 9th Earl Roman 500, the present Earl of Home, is descended in 1875. Cospatrick Alexander, the 11th Earl 17,991,881, was created a peer of the United Kingdom, as Baron Douglas, and his son Charles Alexander, the 12th Earl b. 1834, took the additional name of Douglas. The principal strongholds of the Homes were Douglas Castle in Haddington and Home Castle in Berwickshire. C. H. Drummond, Histories of Noble British Families, 1846.